sure that we're all clear so that we can all be safe, right? So the issue is, what has been happening previously is the FTC looked at influencers, and influencers only had specific influence with specific audiences and were like testimonials primarily. But now what we're seeing is influencers move markets. So that is actually what is what's really changed post Elon, is that influencers who are not Section 16 individuals, who are officers, directors, 10% holders, people who are associated with the issuing company. The people who are separate influencers have as much ability to manipulate and influence markets as people who are not. The other thing is that often they will get paid in something like tokens or something like that they will then liquidate. And this is something where you end up having a lot of relative pump and dumps, and that happened with FTX, and that happened with a bunch of other things as well. It's a huge problem, and I've said this for months, right? The FTC rules are coming into the SEC, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the SEC now sending out subpoenas related to what was formerly just FTC rules. This is what FINRA is going after. This is what all of them are going after, is trying to get all of the people who are influencers who tend to move markets. And those are the big ones, right? And influencers that tend to, the other ones are influencers who are part of pump and dump schemes. That is another thing that
This is
indirectly moves markets.
so nice. Like how far do you think they'll backdate? Like how many years, Alex?
It's not about backdating, but typically it's probably they're going to go back at least 12 months,
Oh,
because
that's
that's
not
where
that
they have
long.
the easiest period of legal capture.
But this is so nice. Like I've just been. This is something that's been bothering me for a long time. Like influencers that, and it's so common in the space. I'm not in the NFT space, for example, but someone and maybe people in the NFT space know this better than I. Someone told me, someone who flips NFTs and all that, he's like, Mario, what happens is a project launches, influencers FUD it. FUD it means create fear around it. It dumps, they buy, and then they swap, they switch, and they start hyping it up and they pump it up. Obviously, it's not all influencers. I'm just talking about the bad apples, which is insane. Not only do they hype up a project and dump, they FUD it. They create fear, dump it, of course. So they sell. Create fear, it collapses. They buy, change their mind. I don't know how they do it, what narrative they use. Buy it, of course, and then change their mind, hype it up, and it blows up again. And
I
he
They
find
treat
started.
it
that
like stocks.
just
They
to
treat it like
interject,
stocks. They
um,
reduce
just
the price by fudding
So
it and then come back in and buy it and then flip it. And it
I
it's
happens
find
so
that
insane.
often.
I
It's
So
find that
insane.
as
the
someone
other
that's in
thing,
that space and sees it on a day-to-day basis, what it really is, it's not the same influencer that's fudding it and then going and buying it. But, and I'm not here to expose names, I'm not here to create accusations, but there is a group of individuals. So you have multiple influencers where they partner together. One influencer creates the FUD, drives the price down. Then all of them together, they go back in and they drive the volume up and they buy back on that dip. And then the other set of influencers then creates a set of tweets that promotes the NFT
I've brought.
collection.
That's crazy, man.
wait,
I
wait
brought
one
up
second.
Um,
books.
I'm
I
sorry.
brought up. Yeah,
I have to
I'll
take
let
off
you
for a
continue.
meeting really quickly.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have to
Go
take
ahead.
off for a meeting really quickly. I'll be back.
I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish, Alex. Just want to say I want to
Okay.
continue covering this. By the way, with Stain and books, because I know books has called out a lot of people. So I'd love to know more about it. But Alex, I'll let you finish making the point. Sorry.
Yeah, no. This is just because I have to take off for a meeting. They're actually on the Zoom right now, so I want to do, and then I'll come back as soon as that meeting is over. But the main point that we find, right, is there are influencers, and there's one influencer on Twitter who actually ends up ranking as like a top 25 Indian hacker bot farm, right? It's obviously that person is not the bot farm, right, but ends up paying the bot farm to get followers, fake followers, etc. But what ends up happening is a space happens, or a room happens, or something happens. The influencer is paid by a company to promote, or like a project to promote something. They get and don't disclose that they have received a bunch of tokens on the back end, or NFTs or whatever. They promote the project and are liquidating as people are buying. So you're buying basically from the influencer as well as from the company. And then as soon as the everything happens, so the price goes up and up and up, so they're selling at a profit, and then they stop pumping it, and it tanks. So, and we can
That's
track that
crazy.
exactly, everything going to
but
zero. There are so many of them that happen, and that is again a classic pump and dump, but with the company, right? They're not part of the company, but now what's happening is they're going to be aligned with the company with legal responsibility. With that, I will take off, but I will be back. And this is, as always, just an amazing discussion. You guys are
Thanks,
wonderful.
Alex.
This is like the best
Thanks for
room.
bringing. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for bringing
Mario,
up
I'd
that
like to
point. Go
jump in
ahead,
here if
guys.
I could.
Yeah, of course, bro. Is it on this point? I want to talk a bit more about the influences. If it's another point, I'll let you jump in right after. But if it's on this point, then please do, Ryan.
No, go ahead. I'll let you finish this one.
All right,
Listen,
cool. I'll just keep your hand up, bro. I'll bring you up right after. I want to dig into this a bit more, if you don't mind. Books and
if
Stain. Like,
yeah,
this is crazy.
listen, I have legitimate proof. If anyone wants the DMs, I'll expose it. Listen, I can't speak on your behalf. I'm a Solana maxi. I can expose the entire Solana ecosystem. I literally know of individuals, they create a group, and what they do is they help these collections. So let's say, Mario, you're an NFT builder or founder and you want to create a collection. You approach this entity. Now these members, they're well known in the space. Everyone knows they do it, but at some point you just can't really, as we kind of say, I mean, a lot of these people, they don't really have the voice to expose these individuals. But Mario, you approach me and my group and you say, hey, this is my collection, I want it to mint out. Now this occurred in NFT NYC when this was brought to my attention. I was at a club. I can't remember, I'm not going to expose who the individuals were, but they were showing me this collection. They literally approached me and they were like, hey, you're a prominent member in this space, do you want a whitelist? And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I'm like, what relation do you guys have to this collection? And they basically said, well, hey, they approached us, we have the influence on our Twitter pages, we promote, we market, we retweet all their content, and we show it on our platforms. And ultimately,
We not
when
want to say their names. If we want to solve this
No,
problem,
I wouldn't. Yeah, but uncle, I wouldn't say. No, bro. I was gonna jump in and say, like, I would love any names to be sent to us with all the proof, because there's one
I can
side we
send you
need to call
names.
them out. Yeah, send it through, because on one side we need to call them out. On the other side, like, cancel culture is very common here, and there's
Yeah,
a lot
yeah,
of
I
false
don't want to
allegations.
do that.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so any evidence, we're happy to keep you anonymous, but we have a team that likes to, especially Chet, intelligence guy, likes to vet the fuck out of
All I'm
everything.
saying is
But you go ahead.
and I can name the NFT collection too. It's completely rugged on the Solana blockchain. But I think at the purest time, I think when they fully minted out, they got somewhere like 250,000, and the entity that helped them mint out got basically 50,000. Each one of them made 12,000. And he literally showed me the DMs where they were having conversations with the project owners where like, yep, hey, we agreed about 5% of the mint, and they're like, yep. And on top of mint proceeds, they also get a certain number of allocation of tokens to mint the project in and of itself, right? So, and they've been doing it for a long time. It happens all the time in the NFT space. As far as the paid influencer things goes, it's very much common. These people advertise it literally in their bios. DM me for promos, I'll promo it.
Yeah, but promos
This
are
this is
fine.
no different than DeFi.
No, but this is
Yeah,
this is
no,
this
yeah,
is
yeah.
the
So
next
I'd say
level.
Mario, that's
promos,
the
This
point.
is
The
promos
promos
without
is
insider trading, and as long as it's disclosed, very
listen,
different.
but here's the thing: when they say DM for promos in their bio, they
that's
aren't
when they now
necessarily
make you that offer. That's when
they.
they make you
Yeah,
that
that's
offer to
that's
take
that's
over
like
your
a
entire
green light.
account.
That's like a secret code. Like, hey, come into my DMs, offer me, a portion of your mint proceeds,
And
offer
then they
me
want to
X
call
number
on
of per
Discord.
Here,
mint.
guys,
Code like, hey, come
here's
into
one
my
thing I
DM.
noticed. Okay,
Book, speak on the
it
east side because I can talk about Solana all day.
yeah, I mean it's about every side. Again, I'm not going to use any names. I hope you guys can use your imaginations until we have proof put together and all that stuff. There's tons of it. It's just we got to get to work and gather all this information. But you have to look at the whole space, the whole narrative of the whole space. We've been talking about it a lot lately. It's the gatekeeping. These same groups of fudders are the same people that are writing the narrative of the Web3, the NFT space. I could speak on, and they're the same gatekeepers. If you're not a part of their group and your project is great, it doesn't matter. It's going to get fudded. They are the same people that have a problem with the people that have DM for promo in their bio. I'll give you a name, T-Moss. T-Moss does a lot of paid promo. He's transparent about it. He tells us it's paid promo. He even tells us it's a rug sometimes, like being funny or whatever it is. And you'll see these same influencers come at people like T-Moss, but they're doing the exact same thing T-Moss is doing
He's just
and
their
not telling
competition.
us. Yeah, he's just their competition, and they're doing it on such a large scale. It's guys, it's gotten crazy. That Art Gobblers project that came out really opened my eyes to a lot of it. I personally sat there looking at all the influencers that were so excited about Art Gobblers and got whitelisted and were tweeting about it. And then I started thinking, like, damn, this guy doesn't do paid promo. He comes at TMOS all the time. And I started doing a little bit of research and noticed that they promote a lot of projects. And this whole group of influencers happens to promote these same exact projects. they also happen to be the people that FUD anyone that's not in their circle. So we watch all these great creators, their projects fail, they end up looking like ruggers, they end up giving up on this space because of these influencers. So I think we just need to work hard together and kind of change this whole nasty narrative.
There's
All right,
Well, you
there's
I
have
got
to
there's
I
full
also
got to
mark
jump
remember
in
there's
that
here,
full
it's
man.
not
marketing
just
I've been
major.
waiting so long to
there's full
speak.
marketing companies that are integrated with these people. These networks, have fronts as marketing companies that run these networks where you'll reach out to a marketing company and they'll use the entire network of these influencers or these gatekeepers. And it's not just NFTs. It's DeFi protocols, it's meme culture. They all have their own marketing companies and networks of these influencers. And I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen them on YouTube shilling a lot of the same tokens. You'll see, the same 5, 10, 15 guys that'll be doing reviews on the same projects. And that's through these fronts that are marketing companies
We
that
don't even have
use.
to go to fun. Sorry to cut you off, the most recent one that's trending on Twitter right now, and especially in the Coinbase, that Paradox coin that released, they were exposed right up in front. I mean, they raised over $10 million. They had played influencers from iShowSpeed to Ronaldo to all these different influencers that were basically pumping this quote unquote coin.
Stain. But here's the thing: now you look, there are other projects that are doing the
Yeah.
same exact thing, but these gatekeepers are involved, so they don't get fudded. If
And
you
you got to
look at this,
remember,
look at how
it-
many people made a big deal about this half an ETH, 0.5 ETH mint. Yes, it's high. We understand. Put the project aside. Did you see the same complaints about Frank's Utes project, which was more than double the price?
I mean, we can talk about
375.
youths all day. There's a whole backdoor conversation between that and their whole
Yep.
royalty narrative and how they basically knew
I mean, no,
beforehand that
Solana
royalties were
was
going
cashed
to
It was,
out.
zero.
but you
There's
have to
basically only
look at it
50,000 liquid. There's so many things to cover there. Sorry, go
100%.
for it, Books.
No,
Yo, Ryan, you just got
and
to tap
Catchy,
in, Ryan. You just got to
All
jump
right,
in,
Catchy,
yeah.
Ryan.
Let me
and
jump in
Catchy,
here for
you're
a sec,
right.
guys. I've been waiting for a
You're
really
right.
long time to
No,
speak.
not right now, though, Ryan. Hold on. Go for it, Books.
Yo, Catchy,
Respectfully.
you're right. And then the arguments, like watching the people defend, talking about, no, it's because of the $15 million capital raise, but then they're forgetting Utes also had a $7 million capital raise and put this price at
It's selective.
375 dust. Like,
And
It's
it's very
they don't
selective,
forget,
bro.
for
boo.
the
They
audience,
know.
just for the audience, Utes is I don't know much about all these
So do you guys
accusations, so I
know the
haven't verified
collection
things,
that minted?
but they're number one collection on Solana. But again, it's just for the audience. Like we will start maybe looking into it if the audience really wants us to. I'll put a poll out and start and looking at all the evidence and maybe calling out projects, because we do have a lot of regulators in communication with our team, especially in the last week. So maybe we can play a role in all this. I think it's just we've turned a blind eye to this for a really long time in this space. It's become part of the game. It's insane. It happened in 2017, but in 2017 they got caught. A lot of them got fined, etc. I was there and I watched it happen live. And then I thought it would never happen again. And then it happened again this cycle. And then it's not about just promoting a project. Promoting a project is very normal as long as you disclose you're either working with that project or, they paid you to promote them. When we used to get sponsors on this show, it's always said, this is a show sponsor. You mention that, hey, we're either invested in them, like Simon Dixon when he speaks, when he talks about a project, he discloses, hey, I'm invested in that project. There's no disclosures whatsoever, and it's intentional. It's pumping not because they believe in the project, it's pumping purely to dump, which is very different to promoting a project long term. Ryan, this is a pretty hot topic, I know, in the space,
Yeah.
and I see a lot of people, but I'll let you jump in, man, because I know you've been
All right,
waiting and you're
so
about to eat me alive.
yeah, so you guys are talking about influencers making what, a couple grand, when we literally have senators, House representatives making hundreds of millions of dollars trading against making regulations, right? And then now you have regulators who have been accused at the highest level of corruption at the highest level in the government. So you have government organizations, regulators that are being put in place and weaponized against the entire crypto space, right? And then now you have allegations about Joe Biden being involved with China, money laundering, using FTX as a front. And you guys are talking about influencers on here making a few pennies.
Of course,
When
we're talking
corruption
about
goes up at the
influencers because they're
highest
No,
not
Ryan, we
level,
making
can't, we
pennies,
can't.
you can't
Ryan. They're
stop
not
at the
making
top.
pennies. They're not
But
making
we can't,
pennies,
bro,
Ryan.
Ryan,
They're
Compared
if
to
making
I
100
can,
million,
millions.
Nancy Pelosi's worth 100 million.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It
but
Joe
if I
Biden
doesn't
is
can,
$100
matter.
million
It
as a
doesn't
public
matter.
address your
servant.
point with a key point. If
Thank
our
you,
whole
Ryan. It
goal of this
matters
entire
completely what
space,
you're saying.
no, I agree. What Ryan's saying is 100% accurate. But if the whole goal of these spaces that we've been hosting for the past week is to come together as a community to go against these regulators, to create initiatives, to change how we review this entire space. We have to start with our own people. If our own people are corrupt, if our
Exactly.
own people are backdooring, what use is it to come together to go to these regulators? Because then they're just going to backdoor with each other.
And
So
then
when the
Right.
understand that
regulators are
those
good, I agree with
influencers
you.
are
How
I
do you
think
only
they
figure
making
this out with
pennies
when the
because the
corrupt regulators?
regulators, because it doesn't matter though. Because
Dude, they
at
were
the end of the
embezzling
day,
money to
let me
China
finish my
through
sentence.
FTX to
Ryan, I was
fund a
on your side,
Democratic
but now you're
Party.
just kind of, I don't know,
No, I'm
Ryan,
you
not.
waited
you
all
gotta
that
You
time to
guys didn't
talk
even let
just
me
to
speak for
be.
2 seconds. You
No,
didn't
go
let
ahead,
me
because
Ryan.
speak
what
for
you're
two
saying
seconds.
is I mean,
You guys
it's
cut me
FUD
off the
o'clock.
second I
It's
started
FUD o'clock,
speaking.
bro. Because you're fudding, bro. You're
How
fudding.
am I
Hey
It
fighting?
Mario,
It's
has to
on the
be, it
news. Have
Mario,
you
has to
guys
be
watched the
2
news
addressed.
today?
minutes,
It has to
Mario.
be addressed. It has to be addressed from every
They're opening
angle. We don't
investigations.
get to say, oh, we're only going to hold the regulators accountable. Meanwhile, your bro up the street just literally stole $500,000 from, I don't know, a retirement center.
Who?
These things
Who?
are happening
Who?
everywhere.
Name
Ryan,
one.
I know you want to be an owl right now, but I need you to be a listener. And the reason that I need you to be a listener is because you're speaking on behalf of a community that I don't think you understand. I know people in person. I've watched them rug for 10 million, 20 million. That stuff adds up when you've got a group of influencers, each of them with 200,000 followers minimum, and each of them have the ability to rug at that level.
Oh,
So
and
yeah,
Jim
there's
Cramer and Kevin
regulatory.
O'Leary and
Well,
Tom
then you go
Brady
and
and
chase
all the
after
people that just
O'Leary.
got us
Are
all
you
into
gonna go
FTX
check
didn't
John?
have anything to do
Are
with
you
this.
gonna go
But
check
You
Ryan,
guys
would
are
you
influencers that
sound like
say,
you guys are
are you
employed by
gonna
the
Ryan?
go
World
check
Economic Forum
O'Leary?
instead
No,
of
Are
no,
you
corrupt
gonna
Ryan,
go check
influencers.
guys.
You
not
guys are
Bezos?
Just 2 seconds, guys. So I'm muted for like 2 seconds. I'm mute right now. Just Ryan, quickly. So I just want to mention 2 points. First, I'm not defending all those people. I think regulators. I know Kim would be on the opposing end of this argument, but regulators do take action, not as good as we'd like them to be, and there are a lot of people that slip through. But at least some of them, like Kevin, I know Kevin O'Leary personally. FTX, he disclosed that he invested in them and he invested long term and they lost money. He, invested for equity. That's long. That he holds equity. The influencers that we're talking about, I'm not saying they're worse or better. I'm just saying
And
that
he
they
disclosed he was paid.
yeah,
He
yeah. So
also disclosed
exactly.
he
So
was
they
paid.
disclose these influencers, bro. They don't say first. They don't invest. Like when I invest in a project, we have our tokens locked, so we can't sell for 1, 2, 3, 4 years. So that means we're stuck long term with the project, same as other VCs. We support the project, we promote the project, etc., while saying we invested in them, but we're stuck for the long run. What these traders we're talking about, these influencers, which they're much smaller than the big fish you're talking about, and those big fish I can't do much about, man. I'm not at that level yet. But I'm saying that they purely buy to sell in a day or 2 days or 3 days. They don't know anything about the project. FTX, Sam, Kevin O'Leary and others, and we had Mooch on the show. They've met Sam, they've invested. Oh no, Mooch got it was the other way around. But they met Sam and they're in it for the long run and they got hurt by this. So their intention was to invest long term. Again, I'm not dismissing what you and Kim bring up as a point of those regulators. Just that we can't do much there, and they are
Dude,
a
I've
bit different.
exposed 5 people that you have on your stage talking that were doing the rug pulling, that were doing the
Who,
scamming.
but bro, but who, I'd love you to send me more information because, look, when someone, I'd love to look at evidence because we've
You
had
can't
people that
expose people because they sue you. I had a
you
whole
can't,
mini series
no,
on it and I
with,
got 3 fucking lawsuits by people that were on your stage.
It's
but
because you don't
bro,
listen.
yeah, no,
So
but
how
if you
can how
have,
can we self audit this
you can't,
industry when the regulators are corrupt at the highest
I'll
level?
expose Matt Wallace. Let him go ahead and sue me. Bring it.
no, so Matt Wallace has been on our stage.
Let's
Now
go,
we,
Uncle.
yeah, yeah. So just going back to the point, Ryan. If you expose someone with proof, they can sue you. Now, obviously, if we're exposing a lot of people, bro, like I've called out with evidence all the time. I've
Dude, they
called
can
out
sue
people
me. They
before.
did because they have unlimited bankrolls, and I'm a single father trying to put a roof over
Bro,
my kid's
send
head. He barely
bro,
makes
bro,
enough
bro.
to get
Then
by. I
send
can't
everything
fight
to me,
legal
bro.
battles against
Well,
them. They did.
I do. I can, and others can. Other people in my circle can. Send them through my way, bro. And we'll. I'm
Ryan,
happy to consider doing this.
Ryan, I just want to quickly point out no one on this stage was disagreeing with what you said. Ultimately, what I was just advocating for is you're 100%. There's thousands, if not hundreds, of corrupt regulators, politicians that are, backdooring and doing everything that you had mentioned. That's ultimately 100% true. What I was saying, if we're gonna go to battle up against them or step up on the same stage as them, we have to first weed out the black sheep within our own circle. If we're gonna go up to them as we are as a community right now, we're going to ultimately fail because those same backdoors within our own community that are backdooring other members within our own community, they're going to go and start shaking hands with those same regulators and backdooring with one another. So I 100% agree where you're coming from. I think you make 100% valid points. Ultimately, what I was just saying, if we're going to approach them first, we have to first take a look at our own circle because let's be honest here. Can we really go up against the regulators right now? No, but as Mario mentioned, we can go up against the bat with the same influencers in the space right now that are rugging on a constant basis. We can go up to bat to them. We can expose them. We can kick them out of our circle.
We got to clean up our own house.
Yep, clean up our
I
own
did a
house.
poll. Yeah,
Exactly.
let's see what the audience thinks. I've just did a poll just now, and I've pinned it above in the space. Let's see if the audience thinks that we should do something about it, because I've been itching to do something about it, but I'm like, now what's the point? And then cancel culture is very prevalent here. But
Mario,
at a time like,
I want to make a point when you're done.
Listen, guys. Just let me make a quick point. It's not all about single influencers or these guys with followers. These are big names that are paid off here as well. Like you're talking about, you can get an article paid by for Cointelegraph, Bitcoin. I have all the sheets with all the prices.
Cointelegraph, exactly, but that's not bad. If you promote a project on Cointelegraph, that's pure marketing, because Cointelegraph says it is sponsored. This is
Yeah,
the
they don't
difference.
do any due diligence through
Mario,
any of the
True,
research.
fair point. Fair point. The due diligence.
Saying that you're
in the very
sponsored is
long
like the
run-
fucking fine print
in the
at the end of
very
an
long
ad.
run,
Like the little
Mario,
the guy
in the
says
very long run-
real fast, and you're saying you're
real
sponsored
fast,
does absolutely
Mario,
nothing.
in the long run,
It-
bottom line is this FTX collapse, in my opinion, in the long run, is going to be ultimately great for our crypto space. It's going to help clean out a lot of the bad actors. People are going to start taking a hell of a lot more notice to the people who are over leveraged, over collateralized, and lying about the liquidity pools, and regulation coming in, knowing that it's U.S. based, regardless of where they're at. They're starting to be looked at. And I think ultimately this FTX debacle is going to be ultimately good.
I hope
for
so,
our
bro.
space.
I thought that after the ICO collapse, I thought that's it. Now it's not gonna happen again, and it just happened even worse. So I
Well,
don't
there's
know.
only really one more big boy that can really kill us, and that would be Binance, right? So the
No,
second guy on the planet is.
No, I mean not as
Good
as in a
pop.
bigger domino falling. I mean as in the space cleaning up. I think it will. I think regulators are stepping in, but it's just surprising to see us dirtier. Last year it was a dirtier year than 2017,
Right.
and I never thought that was
clean our
possible.
own house up. We have to call these people out.
Go ahead,
Have to.
Ragsy, and see.
You know what's funny about this, Mario? Every time I'm in this space, I literally get hundreds of DMs from people saying, "Why are you with this pump and dump crowd? Like you're all considered to be these very influencers
this
that
is
we're
the thing.
talking about." You know?
This is the thing, Kim. Like it's such a tough thing in this space, because when people
Uneducated.
tell me, hey Mario, why are you bringing those guests? Even I'm sometimes under the spotlight, which completely false claims. And every one of the panelists I've had, almost everyone, gets the same allegations. So it's like it does exist, and I think it's good to have people critical, but at the same time, it's also used as a tool to just cancel anyone you don't like. So that's why I'm very hesitant to call anyone. Whenever someone says that about anyone on stage, I always ask for evidence to look into it. And we've had, in some occasions, we've told people not to come up on stage just because of that. But it makes it very difficult to differentiate. And obviously, it costs money to sit there going through all the evidence. But, maybe it's worth doing. Go ahead, Ragsy and Seals.
Thank you so much, Mario. I love your spaces so much, and thank you for being so inclusive of everybody. For people who don't know who I am, I'm an artist that accidentally became an influencer on TikTok. I blew up on TikTok. I started just talking about NFTs because I love them so much, and didn't realize like the power of my voice, and like people would buy things that I just like. That being said, I didn't take any paid promos for NFTs or coins. And I just find it very hard to believe, like these bigger guys, when we talk about bigger influencers, right? Like these big names, maybe they've been on TV with millions of followers. I find it like very hard to believe that they didn't know, or they didn't know the risk involved, because I'm an artist and I knew the risk involved and I didn't want my followers to get hurt. So yeah, was I offered money time and time again? Yeah. And I turned it down. And and it was a substantial amount, and some, like one project offered me like $60,000 to promote it, and I turned it down because it looked like a rug pull. I'm a curator, I can see it's a rug pull. And could I have been like, oops, sorry guys, like I didn't know, like I missed that one. Yeah, but I feel like in a lot of these circumstances, I feel like we're being too kind to people, in the sense it was obvious. A lot of these, to me, like when I'm looking at them, was obvious that it was going to rug, or it was obvious what they were doing from the very beginning, or the people involved had done it before. So I don't see like why people are protecting other people and acting like they didn't know, or they couldn't have known. And I understand, like FTX. There's a lot more information involved in that. Aside from NFTs, there's a lot more information. But I just feel like people did know the risk, and they didn't say that clearly to their audience. You know, a lot of people got into crypto during the bull run because of NFTs. So the reason we care so much about these influencers, you know, big and small, especially in the NFT market, is because the little guy really did get killed. Because these are people who are just learning about crypto for the first time. NFTs and you know, art was an easy way for them to get into the market. And I do feel like people need to be more transparent and held accountable, saying it's not financial advice at the end of your video or promotion. It was simply not enough to protect audience. And I feel like people need to be more transparent if they are going to be involved in certain
At the
projects.
Regzi,
individual
can I
level,
just?
people also need to take responsibility for their own
But
decisions
she
too.
brought up two very important points I just want to touch on.
Yes,
One
quick
of the
before you
main,
touch on, bro. Just sorry, quickly. I'll let you go right after books. I'm not sure why I can't bring you on stage, man. Maybe try to leave the room and come back and put your hand up, because it's just glitching for some reason, bro. I'm trying to bring you up on stage. Go ahead, Seals.
for
Hey
one.
Mario, thanks
Oh,
for
sorry.
having me on.
No,
Love
oh,
this
it's
show.
gone.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
good, bro. Like I've
So,
just who was. Oh, sorry. Who was speaking before you? And then I'll go to Seals. I think it was you,
oh
Stain.
yeah,
Yeah. I just want to touch
Yeah, I'll
on
let you
two.
go, and then Seals. Go ahead, Stain.
Regzi, for one, you're a kind soul. You're an anomaly in the space for not taking those promotions. 99% of the rest of the people would have saw the 60,000 would have taken a heartbeat, right? Two main points I want to bring up. One of them, and this is a completely weird facet. I've only ever seen this in the NFT space specifically, specifically on the Solana chain. A collection, you could know a collection 100% is going to rug, and I will bet you any amount of money that collection will fully mint out before the collection next to it that's not a rug. There was a weird time, especially in the early, I would say January to basically April, May, where any collection that was going on the Solana blockchain, rug or not, 100% minted out, 100% for a brief period of time was above mint, post mint. You know, people like myself made money. People like influencers made money. Yes, there were people that were left bag holding. That's the first point I want to make.
It gets weirder than that, though.
Yeah.
To say what you're saying, it gets like there is like the Balloonsville guy, where he will tell you that it is a
Straight
rug,
up, like, hey, I want to create a
people will
rug.
still mint it.
People will still mint it. Now, here's the thing. People will still mint that because there have been rugs in the past that have gone exorbitant prices. But you mentioned another point where you said that influencers at the end need to advocate that this is not financial, like this is not promo. The problem I have with that facet is no matter what you do, the moment you reach a certain level of following, the moment you reach a certain level of influence in the space, you could scream it from the top of your lungs. The moment you promo that tweet, there are going to be people that will mint that regardless of the fact, simply because it came from you. Whether you scream it was a promo, whether you scream do your own research, whether you scream it's not financial advice, it's the fact that you as the influencer tweeted that, you will have people that will follow in suit with minting that project. Part of it has to be because they support you. Part of it has to be that they look up to you. They want to, do what you do. And the third reason is just because you have a large following, they saw that you're going to tweet, they subconsciously think like, okay, this person with 1 million followers just promoted this tweet. It's going to have traction. A lot of other people are going to mint it. It's going to mint out, and there's a potential that I can make profit. So it's a weird situation. I don't come up here with an ultimatum. I definitely think we can come together to create a solution. But that's a very weird scenario of things. I know you have something to speak on that, so I'll hand it off to you. But just wanted to address those two major points out there.
But
Yeah,
a
no,
lot of the
I
times
think
when
that
those
both of them are
people,
valid, and I think that there is a fix. I just don't know what it is, right? Because what you
Regulation, no?
explained
Thinks. Wouldn't it be
definitely
regulation?
happens. Well,
Mario, check
this
your
is the
DM if you
thing,
want some insight
Mario,
into
is
this.
that what he
Okay.
explained makes sense, and regulation might help, but he also just explained how marketing works in general, right? If you were to pay an athlete for a commercial, they don't say not financial advice when you get Tom Brady to sell Gatorade. And he doesn't say that he was paid for the commercial, but people buy it because it's Tom Brady. And I'm not liking, any of these influencers with 200,000 followers to Tom Brady, but there is this, I guess there's this catch-22 where regulation is great. I mean, we've talked multiple times. I'm all for regulation in the crypto industry. I don't think we see widespread adoption until we have real regulation and set rules for people to feel comfortable with
Completely
before they
accurate.
start putting their money in. But
Simplicity
at the same
of use is
time,
important.
we really have to realize that this still is a business, and there still is going to be marketing, and there still is going to be market making, and we just need to find a better way to do it.
Yeah, real quick. Thanks for having me, Mario. So, I mean, I've listened to this spaces, and I haven't heard anyone say that the clear thing that needs to happen. And I think it's education. You know, if you have to educate people, you don't have to, like, you know, endorsements have been around on it. If you guys have educated yourselves, you would know that it's been around since like the 1760s, you know, so that's not going anywhere. But what we have to do is educate these people, because if a big influencer says they like something, you know, like that, no one can do anything about that. If someone wants to buy it, that's fine. If
We
they
have to
don't, that's
change this narrative. Obviously,
but you
utilizing
have to
education,
teach
but we
people
have to
to look
change the
into these
narrative.
projects. Exactly, but you have to educate
Education,
people about
simplicity
the
of
project.
use,
Seals, one of the
simplicity of
biggest
use
thing
and
about the crypto
education are
space
so important.
is
And I'm
FOMO's
talking
auto.
about from the top down, you know, like most of the big, you know, like Kim Kardashian, all of these huge pump and dumps have been from people who are not educated in the space. Most
No,
of them.
it's been from no. I mean, no. I'm sorry. I gotta jump in when you
Rich,
talking about
do you
Kim
know how
Kardashian.
much money Rich
You
the
have
Kid
it.
stole?
Who in their right mind? Kim Kardashian don't even know how Kim Kardashian makes money. How in the world are you going to listen to someone who has been an influencer in a completely different niche?
Exactly.
That particular thing, and it's that is not a lack of education. That's ignorance. That's simping. That's
Call it
simping
what
at the
you want,
highest
but it
level.
all
It's
stems
And
FOMO.
from
at
It,
the end of the
all it
education.
is,
day,
it's FOMO. People are
it's
gonna fear to
FOMO, it's
miss out.
FOMO. But the
Yeah.
reason that I'm pointing this out is because you started off your sentiment with, you know, we got to do. I'm tired of people putting everything on us. We got to do this. We got to create this.
You know what's
So
the
what are
most
y'all? So what are they gonna do? You know what I'm saying? But like, what are they gonna do?
okay? If you
What
guys
are
want a
they gonna
real
do?
use case
Well,
It's
we
your
can't
example,
really
money.
do
Why are
anything
you not?
about
Why
that.
are you
You know
not
what I mean?
protecting? Why are
We
you
have
not
to.
protecting your own assets? Why is that not
It's
your
simpler than
priority?
that.
If
Can I just say the right word? It's gambling.
in the morning, if I it's gambling outright and you're lost and now you want to point the finger at somebody, it's gambling and you're really crappy at it. Simple. And that is what NFT flipping
No,
has
I
always
mean,
been. And the reality is we
I
haven't even
agree.
addressed the fact that there are people who they're going to jail. They just haven't hit the SEC just hasn't gotten to their door yet. If we want to talk about names, I can tell you actual individuals here. I can run down on Clubhouse is still telling his people they're going to stampede to the moon. That project literally rugged. He had 17 rounds of minting, and people it still didn't click to them. Why does it take 17 rounds to mint? You got like 80,000 followers. Why is it taking 7? Could it be because most of those followers are purchased? That's what I'm saying. They keep on saying,
Okay,
well,
well,
we got to do this,
maybe I
we got to
missed.
do that. And the reality is, we don't have to do anything but secure our own bags and protect ourselves. That is the point of decentralization. We support one another. However, worry about your bag. Protect yourself. Why are you getting into a place that requires money to play, but you didn't do any research? You really went off your friend. Your friend is unemployed just
That's
like you, and
exactly what I
you're
said.
going by their sentiment. But we can't keep putting it on us as the people that got here first to educate randos on the street. It's not our problem. We tried to make it our problem, and you know what we got called? We got called influencers. We got called fudders. We
I
got
think the
called
point. I
scammers.
think the
That's
point
what
he
I'm
was trying to
saying.
make was from an educational perspective. I think the point is, in order for us to achieve what our end state goal is mass adoption, not anything else. But if we want mass adoption, we need two things. We need people to educate, or at least have the desire to educate themselves. One,
Exactly.
and simplicity of use. If it's too difficult to buy, sell, swap, and you got to go to Pancake Swap, Uniswap, and all that, until we get to simplicity of use, we are not going to get to not just the retail buyer, but the actual industry of businesses out there to actually accept it as a form of payment for goods and services. Not when you use a crypto.com card and you buy something, not realizing that every time you swipe that card, your crypto's sold back to the market. And they're paying that merchandiser fiat. We need companies to actually accept it as a form of
Exactly.
payment for goods and services. And we're not going to get there unless and like I said, you and I don't agree on hand holding, and I don't necessarily want to use that term either, but we do need to at least assist in making this a more simplistic use case for lesser not unless I'm not going to say
Do you
dumber
do you know
people,
what do you know what
people that
goes
just
into
don't
making this?
want to get into it.
Do you know what goes into, you see, because you just said the key word, right? You know what goes into making it an easier use case? It takes both people to come to the table, because what was the last
Exactly.
thing that you said? It's for people that don't want to get into it. I think what
Exactly.
people are forgetting is that it is
I
not by force. There's not a ninja that's going to kick in your door at 1 a.m. in the
Yeah.
morning and be
Yep.
like, let me see your wallet right now, and if you ain't got more than 0.02 BTC, we're going to have that's not going to happen. And
I
that's
don't
what I mean. Like, it
Simplicity of
still
use.
takes time for us to build out these things. As a developer myself, I think that's why I'm frustrated when it's constantly put on. Okay, so we got to build out the tools. Then we also got to educate them. Then we also got to make sure that they know when to exit, because not only do you need me to tell you when to get onto the project, you also need me to tell. So then what are we doing? Who's
Yeah,
going to
Rome
pay me for
wasn't
all
built
those
in one
hours?
day, and it
I
didn't
don't think it's
decline in one
necessary.
day.
I don't think
We
it's
need to give it
necessarily both.
time.
I don't think it's necessarily both parties having to come to the table. Like, you're kind of seeing
And
what
that's the
you've seen.
problem. And that's
You're
the
kind of
problem.
you're kind of seeing what you've seen in the early days of the internet before PayPal. Nobody
We
wanted to
need
put
four parties:
nobody
merchandisers,
nobody
customers, regulations, and
no
governments.
nobody wanted to put their credit card online before PayPal, right? Like, there was a huge gap in the technology. Web3 is the same right now. There's a huge gap in the technology. The retail user just can't utilize the technology in a fashionable way that allows them to, have a level of confidence in the security that they're using in these protocols, especially in the decentralized side. Like, I'm all for decentralized, and I think DeFi is the way out. I don't like regulation, but regulation is a necessity when you're using these decentralized systems, especially decentralized exchange, as we've seen with FTX. And the US is behind everybody in terms of regulation. The way the regulatory landscape is evolving, globally, really comes from, which jurisdictions were most relevant in terms of exchange operations. So, you've seen South Korea, and then they're regulated. Then Thailand. Thailand was very easy to open exchange. Regulations are getting tighter and tighter and tighter in Thailand, which is moving out to other South Asian countries. So the more adoption you're getting in these countries, the more it's driving the regulatory landscapes. But then as these regulatory landscapes get tighter and tighter, and the early players kind of monopolize those markets, people move into the less barrier to entry markets. Something like Lithuania is big right now. So you're seeing people looking at licensing in less regulatory heavy jurisdictions. Eventually, that's going to translate across globally, right? And there's going to be a unified global integration of these regulations. Right now, we're just in the process of the countries that are turning into the hotspots are pushing that regulatory approval faster, and the U.S. is doing a terrible job of managing this, because it's clear that all of the U.S. citizens want access to crypto assets. They might not know how to use it or integrate with the Web3 technologies, but they want that access. And Gensler is just not allowing them to have that access, and he's pretty much one of the top ones to blame here in terms of anything for everything that happened.
Just jump in, guys. I see Ragsy, you got your hand up.
I just wanted
Jump
to
in, guys.
comment on the educational conversation before. Somebody was mentioning education, like educating the masses. Micro education never works. Like, never. At scale, it never works. Every industry ever has involved millions of naive participants. Every industry at scale. So, don't you guys think that this idea was entertained in equities? Don't you guys think that there's thousands, if not millions, of retail participants that lose money in equities because of ignorance? So microeducation has been attempted in all these industries, but the reality is, to produce the necessary volatility that incentivizes institutional participation, markets need naive and ignorant participants, and you're never going to really erode that. Like, you might incrementally increase the amount of educated participants. You can incrementally do that over time, but it's a very slow, painstaking process. And we have yet to see in anything, whether it's our education system, equities, the housing market, even, we have
It's
yet
not
to see any kind of industry that has the majority of participants being knowledgeable and being effective decision makers. That's just not the way the world works. It's a
Hey,
great
Stock, when I'm
idealism
talking
to
about
have.
education,
it's
Stock,
it's
when
not
I
a
talk
level of
about
education. It's a
education,
level
it's about not necessarily educating brand new
Well, no,
people to
no.
come
When I
in.
say
To me,
education, I
it's
don't
more
mean
about,
making
hang on.
schools. I mean
To me, it's more about
microeducation.
educating. To me, it's more about educating the people that are currently in the space to make sure that they know how to spot scams.
Yeah, I don't
That's
think
more
that's
important to me.
I don't think that's the case. I think
But
I think I think standards need to evolve, and third-party audits need to evolve from a protection standpoint. But I don't think it's the level of education.
Education is not going to change it. And I'm not
No,
here to cut you off, but look at the
yeah.
most obvious. Let's just use a real world example to tell you how blatantly scams will always, unfortunately, prevail for the time being. I'm not here to call names out, but look at the Lana Rhoades NFT collection. For those of you who don't know who Lana Rhoades is, adult actress, early, I believe it was January, February, I can't remember the exact dates, partnered with a marketing agency. I'm not going to sit here and expose the marketing agency, but ultimately what happened was she was the face front of this NFT collection, basically bullshitted a roadmap, promised all this value and utility. At the time, those words meant so much in the NFT space. People heard value, utility, staking, merge, and they just went crazy, right? Anyone with the right mind, if saw Lana Rhoades, who has clearly no intellectual idea as to how this space operates and works, would have known, yeah, this is 100% a rug. Did that collection fully mint out? Yes. Did that collection sit slightly above mint for the first day it minted out? Yes. Did she make away with $1.5 million? Yes. And you know what her excuse was? She came into the Discord as the founder of the NFT collection and said, hey, you guys are being mean to me and bullying to me, so I'm ending this project, and simply disappeared. $1.5 million just left the ecosystem, all because an adult actress with a large following came into this space and said, hey, I'm creating an NFT collection, which, in fact, an NFT collection was created. $1.5 million was sucked out of the ecosystem, and she was able to freely walk away because she said that she was bullied and decided to leave the project.
I just want to make sure that when we have the opportunity, that we at least provide the resources, knowledge, and tools for people to make their own educated decision on whether or not they want to get in or not. I'm not talking about educating
The problem is
someone
they won't.
individually.
Yeah,
I understand
Uncle.
that, but
The
I
problem is
want
they
to
won't.
make sure
The tools are
I
out there,
understand
man.
that, but
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I've done what I could to help anybody I can, so they can go out and make their own decisions. If they make a dumbass decision, that's on them.
Look, the only way that people are going to get involved is if there's a third party protecting them, unfortunately, and that's from a retail standpoint, or the technology protects them.
Yeah.
Stock Talks was talking about this earlier, and I agree with him. We don't agree on a lot of things, trust me, but I do agree with him that all of the institutional, all of the institutional capital is completely sidelined until it's regulated. No one is coming back in the space from an institutional perspective until it's regulated. And he also talked about dark pools. I can tell you, I know for a fact that technology and that system is being built out right now at an institutional level. I know for a fact.
Let's also keep in mind that there are
that money
is
not going to jump back in. That money is not going to jump back into this.
There are still people out there that are going to try to take advantage of this and still throw a ton of money in it so they can get out quick. So keep that in mind. It's still going to occur.
But that's like any industry that that happens in pink sheets. It's nothing different. You're always going to have bad actors and
worst term in crypto ever
in any market.
Lambo. The worst crypto term ever was win Lambo. Everybody saw these kids making millions of dollars because they threw in $1,000 on Shiba Inu, and then everybody dove in because it was so pumped, and then they started getting wrecked. So
I mean that's what I'm saying. So, that's why I do. I agree with what you're saying, and that's why I do
my part,
blame us.
I'm satisfied and sleep well at night. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. I mean, I agree with that, and yeah, let me just say I do blame, if we're talking about our micro influencing community, I do blame us a bit because a lot of it has been based on money, and people like developer said earlier on here, I don't know if she's still here, but she wants to be paid to educate and take the time to do that. That's the problem. She doesn't want to do that because she thinks she should be paid to educate someone, and I agree, but that's the thing. People want money instead of doing it the right way, and that's why we see pumps and dumps. That's why we see everyone coming up.
Look, education's a two-way street.
Yeah,
education's a two-way street. You can't teach somebody that doesn't want to learn, and that's where we're at right now. These people are.
But at least we need the regulators to come in.
We're also and look, whether or not we're good traders or investors or anything else, project owners, at the end of the day, we can help and talk to some people, but we're not educators, and that's not look, we're just not like let's call a spade a
Here's the
spade.
thing.
Well, I
Here's the
mean,
thing.
I'm talking about
Let's
like
be
opening a
honest. Let's
wallet.
address the
You
elephant
know,
in the room. When it comes to the NFT crypto space, whatever it is, at the end of the day, 99% of the folks that are in it are selfish, right? In nature, that's
yeah.
just how we are designed. We're all in here to make some money. We're all in here to make some profit, right? When it comes to the influencers and celebrities that try and interject into this space and promote their own narratives or however what you're doing, do you really think a celebrity, if they're approached by a marketing agency and say, hey, we'll give you $500,000, we'll give you $1 million, can you just come out here, tweet 2 times this week, post 1 time on your Instagram story, and boom, here's $1 million. You don't have to do any other work? Realistically speaking, let's be honest, why would anyone in their right mind turn that down? They're not really looking too deep into the situation as to what the negative outcomes of that act are. They're just looking at it on the short term. Hey, this guy's approaching me and telling me I have to make 2 tweets, a couple Instagram posts, and he's going to pay me $1 million. Fuck yeah, I'm doing it. Anyone in their right mind would.
Well,
You know what I mean? But the
but this
problem
is
is,
the thing. It gets a little trickier than that too, right? Like,
That's
for
the
instance,
problem. You know.
if
what's
you
weird?
look at some
Are we
people in the
doing
room,
hands
or
in
like
here,
if you
or
look
are
on
we just
No,
Solana,
you
talking when other
all right,
people
you
are?
just got to be
no, you
loud. You got to use that girl
jump
power
in. Yeah,
voice.
yeah.
Yep.
yeah,
Whoever
Okay,
is talking, jump in.
I'm just
yeah,
And I think,
speaking
and
for the
then
other
Jen,
women on stage who have had their hands up for quite a
yeah,
while and
yeah.
haven't
So
been
I was
called
about to
on.
say, Jen
Sarah,
and
go ahead.
Ragsy, you just
Ragsby,
jump in.
Jen.
Just jump in, ladies.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
So it gets
hold
a little
on.
tricky, right?
So I can
Where
speak
at
to the Lana situation a little bit more specifically. I worked at Playboy and uh one on education and onboarding. I have videos. I onboarded like 5,000 people from the traditional system to set up their wallet for the first time. Um, I put out free educational material that is all less than 5 minutes, right? And like there is a ton of material out there. So it goes both ways. People have to do the work. But there's definitely educational stuff. But then just going back to Lana, and I was not involved in her specific job, was an available resource to understanding NFTs. And I think there's a few parts of that, right? Like just I'm not disagreeing with your sentiment of it, right? And that was like a drop that I offered resources for just to understand the ecosystem. But um I do think just like posing it as, oh, this adult star just did it as a cash grab. If you saw some of like the comments in there, and like I think as collectors, like, and communities, right, there is a point where people do push people to not do it. You have to remember that there's humans on
No,
the
but
other
Jen,
side of
I gotta
stuff.
But you don't.
disagree with you. That
You
considered,
refund the money. You refund the
yeah, that
money,
was
Yeah,
Jen.
totally.
100% a clear cash
Totally.
grab. You can't defend that. It doesn't. The
And I'm
bullying
not
came after
defending
the
that.
fact of the
I'm
meme.
not defending that. And I don't think like you have to have the right team around you, right? And you have to be willing to do it. But I do think just one as collectors, like we need to practice speaking to people in discords like they're actually humans, right? Because there is a certain point where you're going to push people away. So that's all. I just don't want the narrative of like
Yeah, look,
this one
No,
adult
I
star
agree with you.
came in
Maybe
and
I misinterpreted
fucked
it,
it
but
up.
Jen, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
her coming into that space 100% was wrong to get go because, and I will vouch any amount of money I have, she never had any good intentions to create something that would benefit the Web3 or NFT space. There was never any sort of utility or contribution to the space that was actually meant to be there. So she was wrong from the start. Yes, is the bullying in Discord negative? 100% absolutely. But she also took $1.5 million
Yeah, it's
But
on
Stain,
Discord.
yeah,
For,
Stain, like
listen,
guys,
listen.
like shouldn't like assuming whether she had good intentions or not, whether people were assholes or not, which I see the community can be very toxic. I understand, but you
absolutely.
refund the point like I would make, and I don't know the whole story, so I'm just from what I
Yeah.
understood on stage. You would if you want to walk away from a project, you refund the money.
Mario, that doesn't make any sense. Then she doesn't get anything out of it. Come on now.
Yeah, so I know you're making this, you're saying this as a joke, but in the traditional world, if a business raises money and they can't deliver, there's a project I invested in called DeSo. It's like a decentralized
You're
version of Twitter.
1,000% right.
The
Yep.
founder, the founder of that project launched Basis Coin in 2017. It's an algorithmic stable coin. Yeah, he decided not to go ahead with it because regulators were pressuring him. He
I'd
refunded
love to hear
all
Tara's
VCs.
point. Love to hear
Yeah, so
Tara's
he
point.
yeah, Terra could. Yeah, so he refunded all the money, and then later on he launched a new project called DeSo, which is the one I'm invested in, and he raised $300 million from like Sequoia and Recent, etc., because he gained the reputation. But like, hey, if I don't deliver on something, the money I raise is not profit. It's money to build a business, not profit. It's
Correct.
legally, you can't keep
Correct.
it. But in the NFT space, they treat it as profit, which is like
Yep.
mind-boggling to me.
Makes zero sense.
That's not new though, man. Like most projects that raise funds since, I don't know, 6 years, they don't return funds. Like the ICO craze, nobody returns funds regardless of the project. The IDO,
No, but VCs, but bro, VCs could take action. They could do
Listen,
class action law.
Right,
they just pay,
class action
almost
lawsuits.
nobody
they just pay
returns
themselves
funds.
heavy salaries.
Almost nobody returns funds. It's like it's small percentage.
But bro, but that's illegal. Like, you know, a lot of them got caught. That's illegal.
Of course it's illegal. That's the whole point of the ICO. That's why ICO regulation came down on projects like EOS, for example. You know, like, you know, because you have all this crazy fundraising and there's nothing being produced out of it. You raise $1 billion, you know, it's just a joke.
That's so by the way, all the panelists have a hand up. Just jump in, guys. Also, I'm going to send a couple of co-hosts. Anyone that wants, yeah, go ahead. Tara can jump in as well. Anyone can jump in. All right, Uncle, just 2 seconds, bro.
Yeah, I just want to interject.
No, we're letting Tara talk. Hang on.
Who's?
Tara,
No,
go ahead, girl.
actually, it's not my turn. It's Ragsy's turn, and she's been waiting patiently, the beautiful Ragsy. So I think it's her turn, and I think that's who we should go to.
Tara,
but
thanks.
That's just my opinion.
Appreciate you. By the way, to all the gentlemen on stage, I'm never offended. I love listening to you guys talk and argue with each other, all that good stuff. It's really entertaining. Tara, shout out. Thanks for helping a sister out. Yeah, I wanted, before we get off the topic of education, like, I understand it's no one's job, right? It's no one's job to educate anybody, right? You don't have to do it. Do I think if you're an influencer or something like that, is it the right thing to do? Yes. But technically, it's no one's job. Nobody has to educate anybody. You know, when I started my TikTok for NFTs, it was to educate artists genuinely, just because I'm an artist and I really thought this NFT market could help liberate us, and with royalties and all the new technology. And I started my TikTok by, you know, just like educating artists on how to use like the NFT tech and mint their artwork. And I really hate that NFTs turn into this idea of a short-term investable asset, because in the fine art markets, you know, usually when people spend the millions of dollars on an art piece, that goes in the locker, you know, and comes out 10 years for an art auction, not like the next day. I really hate it, because I do feel, even with some PFP projects, there were some really talented, genuine artists that got into the market, and now their art isn't valued or looked at as good or something like that, because this whole PFP market turned into like this short-term investable asset trading market somehow. I don't know how that happened. I've been in NFTs since 2017. That's how I got into the market. I got into crypto because of NFTs, because I'm an artist with those kitties. And, you know, when we were trading those crypto kitties, they weren't really worth anything. I think it was like $1 or something like that. So nobody was looking at it like, right? And the crypto punks were free. So nobody is looking at it as like, oh, this is an investable asset. And just this, I don't even know where this narrative came out of, you know, probably with the explosion of the cryptocurrencies, that we were going to buy this artwork and flip it immediately for profit. I absolutely, just personally, hate this idea. I hate it. I feel like if you're going to buy a PFP, whether it's a one-of-one piece of art or a PFP, you should buy it because you love it and you want to hold it. And I love this idea of community, though. If you want to be part of the community too and build out a community project, fine. But I feel like where we went wrong with the NFTs and why there's so much tension with influencers, people getting destroyed in the NFT market, was this idea of like, flipping for profit, because anytime you flip something short term for profit, somebody gets killed. And that's why all those retail investors were getting destroyed, and just new people in the market. And it breaks my heart to see, because this NFT space could be something so liberating for so many talented people. And I just hate seeing it having this terrible sentiment, you know, due to all the scams. I have very high level art collectors in real life that will throw 6 figures at an NFT, but they don't want to come in, because they're like, oh, Ragsy, like, I'm reading on the news, like, these scams and these drug pull. I don't want to put my money in. So people who have real money that might not have been in crypto, they don't even want to buy these assets because of everything that's going on.
Yeah, but
Ragsy,
there's
you see how that
something
contradicts
really
your point?
different, and this should be cleared up like right now. there's something really different between a rug pull and shame selling. Like if we're going to treat NFTs as assets, if we're going to treat specific NFT
Yeah, absolutely.
collections as digital assets, then there is going to be a market for them. There are multiple marketplaces and people are going to buy and sell them.
Listen,
And there's a big difference between selling and what happens on crypto Twitter and
I want
being
to.
being villainized for selling versus people who purposely rug projects and those are two really different things. That
There are two main things. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say things. There are two main things I want to table off that. One is just I just retweeted it. I posted this tweet about 2 days ago. The concept of shame selling versus rug pulling. Right. If you look at that tweet, I posted my portfolio one time had a value of over $150,000 USD. I bagged hold those assets. Now, was that silly of me? In retrospect, yes, because that same bag that I bag hold that was once worth 150,000 is currently worth $3,100 USD. Go back to the main point that we were trying to make. Ultimately, we're all in here to make money. We're all in here to make profit. There's a certain level of bag holding where it just becomes kind of like, is it really worth the point to bag hold? If the idea is here, I'm supposed to make money, at some point, there's no problem with taking profits. The second thing I want to touch on, Regs, you kind of mentioned it. Disregarding the idea of celebrities and influencers in the IRL space, when it comes to the influencers, and I'm talking within the crypto, Web3, NFT space, when it comes to influencers, when it comes to innovators, when it comes to leaders, when it comes to builders, you 100% do uphold the duty to make sure that you have the best interests of your people. I mean, if you're going to come into this space as an influence and a leader and not guide the people that follow you in the right direction, what is the point of you even being here? So, to the point of not educating them, they 100%, that should be one of the top priorities that they hold is like, hey, if I'm going to come into this space as a leader, as an innovator, as an influencer, I need to make sure that
Spider-Man,
the people following
great
me
power comes with great responsibility.
I'll, I'll,
100%, they
I'll,
need to know.
yeah, Stain, I'll add this and I'll give it to Jen and Books. Two things. First, yes. Like I said it in 2017, there was a bunch of influencers. 90 whatever percent of them are gone, and that 5-10% that did the right thing are here. And I think the same thing is going to happen again. Second, I think it's very easy to point fingers, as many people to point fingers at. But I think it comes down to systematic solutions. We talked about it with FTX. FTX, Sam wasn't the problem. He was part of the problem, but the problem was systematic. And we had a whole discussion about it and got a few regulators in. I think here as well, systematically, look at VCs. When we invest in a project, we literally cannot sell them for a few years, and that's part of the game. Influencers, if they get that same lockup period, or if you have the same lockup period within NFTs, you've just fixed the problem in a systematic way. Influencers can do whatever they want, but they're stuck with the project now, and they are incentivized to keep promoting the project, and they cannot dump on their audience. So if you apply similar rules that we have in the traditional world, which are lockup periods, that tends to fix most problems, along with a touch of regulation. But Books and Jen,
Mario, you
go ahead,
invest
thanks.
in real companies with lots of money, and a lot of people invest in projects that are very small with untested teams with their own money that's much smaller.
On
So
the
the
open
risk
market, that's
tolerance is
different.
much
Yeah.
different.
Yeah, sure. And you're talking about buying on the open market. If you buy on the open market, you've got the right to do whatever you want. If you do have influence, of course, you've got responsibility. If you want to keep that reputation, which, trust me, everyone, is so much more valuable than a bit of money being made here and there. Every person that built influence since 2017, it's been one of the most valuable weapons we had last year, because you get access to all the good projects and your community keeps trusting you. If you dump on your community, you'll get called out. Everything's there. Everything's on the blockchain. But go ahead, Books and Jen.
Mario, you stole a lot of the words out of my mouth. First and foremost, I heard some people say stuff about arguing. Just for the audience, this is what passion looks like. These are people on this stage that care and obviously wanna be that change. So huge shout out to all of you. A lot of us are educating. A lot of us on this stage are educating every day on Twitter Spaces. I feel like what we do need to do more of is agreeing and spreading that right message. The Lana Rhodes situation, if you look at Lana Rhodes, I really don't look at her at fault. I look at the people that introduced her to Web3 and to these people. If you look at Lana Rhodes' whole circle with Logan Paul, that whole crew, she's also a part of the Steve Aoki and FaZe Banks crew. And you have to look at these same influencers, and it's not a lot of these bad actors. It's maybe a handful or two. They're the ones that are telling Lana Rhodes, hey, we can make a quick amount of money. All you need to do is post this. They're the ones launching these artworks, these contracts and all that. And that's what we need to educate on. We need to get people to stop looking at these people, these influencers, as leadership in this space. They're not. And this narrative, I don't care how long they've been around, this narrative is clearly not working. It's unwelcoming, and it's causing a gatekeeping situation here. So that's all. I think we need to spread that same message, and the more messages we spread, and if we're all on the same page, we can really make a huge impact here.
Yeah, Jen, I'll let you finish off this point, and then I'll get Hussein's thoughts on it, and then we'll go. And Tara has her hand up as well, and then Chet will go through another update. I know you got a few bits and pieces that broke out in the last couple of hours, but Jen, go ahead. Jen, Hussein, and Tara.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, right, there's always going to be a bunch of factors at play, but I also think like just something that Ragsy brought up, right? Like when I first entered this space, like no one was talking about flipping things, no one was talking about utility, no one was talking about a roadmap, right? It was like, cool, artists get value, like here are all of the things. And then the narrative really changed. And I do think that there is like, you're not always buying something. Of course, now people want to flip stuff and get a ton of money because that's where a lot of the onboarding came from, right? At a certain point, all of like the media and everything, they were only talking about money. And so the values changed versus like when I came into this, it was core blockchain values and like what this technology can actually do. And so there's also just a level of like consumers, like you're not buying a stock when you're buying this. You're not buying, a piece of this company that you can control. And anyone that's marketing their stuff is like guaranteed to go up in price. That to me is a red flag. So I do think there's like redefining some of those expectations. Also, if anyone needs help with onboarding, just DM me. Like I have stuff for free. I've done it for a bunch of companies. I make it easy for people to understand because I do think peer-to-peer onboarding, like maybe it's not the effective level at mass, but if you tell 5 people and they all tell 5 people and they do it right, like that's how we keep this space safer. But yeah, I think also like we need to be clear with people, like when you're buying an NFT, like for the most part, you're probably doing it to support something, to be a part of something, and it's not going to be 500x overnight.
I will go to Tara. I'll go to Tara before Hussein, because Hussein, I want you to start, give us your thoughts on the discussion, and then start going into updates on recent developments with FTX. I saw Tiffany in the audience. I want to try to bring her up, just get her thoughts on the recent developments. So we'll go Tara, and then we'll go to Hussein, where you can give us your thoughts. Pivot to FTX, how things are going, because a lot of people in the audience want us to pivot, and I'm at their disposal here. And then we'll go to chat. Go ahead, Tara.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Kim, Chet, and all the other speakers who come up and share your opinions and so on and so forth. Thank you guys primarily for hosting these spaces. Mario, I know it's taking a big amount of your time and energy. I was describing to people how difficult it is, and with the numbers of people and the space is not working properly half the time, it can be extremely challenging. So thank you for continuing to do it so that other people can come up and share this platform that you've been so generous to share with all of us. But I don't want to, talk too long. I just want to say I've sort of seen these bubbles happen real time on Twitter and since Twitter Spaces, where there's like this good energy towards certain projects. And for me, obviously, it wasn't a project. It started with the GME AMC whole meme stock situation. And it was very much like a bubble on Twitter where we were all excited. There was a lot going on. There was a ton to talk about. But what I've witnessed real time is when the bubble bursts and, you know, you kind of peak and then things sort of fade away, or you know, times get hard, times get tough, which it is across the board, not just, you know, the stock market, crypto and NFTs being affected as well. You sort of see this finger pointing that begins to happen where everyone starts blaming each other and going after each other, rather than realizing, you know, there's a bigger picture here, and there's a lot more to it. And it's not necessarily, you know, a project's fault. It's not necessarily whatever you happen to be in. It's not just happening to you. It's a bigger deal. There's a bigger thing at play here. So it's a market-wide effect, and a bubble that is definitely bursting. So I don't know. I hope that gives people, you know, some sort of insight, but you can kind of watch it real time. Whenever there's a new crypto, there will be all of this positivity around it, amazing community vibes. And then as soon as there's any sort of real issue or a drop in price or any of that, then it's like a huge drama fest and all this attacking going on, and it gets pretty wild. So anyway, maybe it's just part of the gig. I don't know. The one area where I haven't really seen that much is Doge. I'll be honest, like they've just kind of stayed chill throughout the ups and downs, which has been really cool to witness and and see. So yeah, and I'm not pumping it. I mean, whatever, but it just feels like those are the vibes. So I think that's just part of when people are down on money, they get stressed and they start kind of pointing fingers at maybe the wrong people.
Thanks a lot, Tara. I appreciate the kind words in the beginning as well. I want to absorb the compliments. I like them sometimes. We do have Reeve from Tether on stage. So anyone that would like ask Reeve questions, I know we had a lot of questions about Tether, and hopefully he's willing or able to take those questions. Hussein, I'm sure you'll have a few questions as well.
Tether USD move this morning.
Yeah, bro. There's hundreds of millions moving on a daily basis. Like we get those alerts all the time. I will bring all the audience. Any speaker that has the hand up, I'll bring it all down, and then put your hand up if you want to get into the discussion about, because we're moving topics to FTX and questions for Reeve from Tether. Reeve, I can see you still loading. Can you hear me, Reeve? Or no?
I can see Reeve. Reeve can hear me. Can you hear Mario, Reeve?
Yep, I can hear you guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I can't hear him, bro. I'm gonna bring you down, Reeve.
He can hear you, but not vice versa.
Yeah, Reeve. So I've just brought you down. I'll bring you back up. I'll send you an invite right now. So while I just get the stage, get a few more, new speakers, and moving from the NFT to FTX again. Chet, do you want to update the audience, recent developments, and I'll bring Reeve up as well.
Yes, just one thing. Well, first of all, there's a Forbes article out about Carolina Air Listen that I do want to get into at some point because there's pretty interesting things in it.
I just quickly, sorry, bro. Reeve, he's up. Perfect. I was gonna tell him to check his DMs. Please work. Fuck. There we go. That's the issue we had before. Remember?
We got him up. Is it working now?
Yeah. Nah, bro. I can't hear him. It's the issue. Let me try. I'll go into.
He's still connected.
Oh, okay.
I hear him.
All right, man,
I hear him.
Yeah, I can't hear. You remember the issue, Chet, where I can't hear new audience, new speakers? That's when it gets close to, like after a certain number of hours.
Phones?
Yeah, I'll get a new phone ready. That happens everyone after a few hours. It starts glitching like this, and eventually it'll just crash on everyone in like half an hour or so. Yeah.
Really quick, Mario, Chet, really quick. I was just going to say, I don't know if you guys follow Doomberg on here, but he wrote a pretty good article in regard to what's going on with Sam Bankman-Fried and the whole FTX thing. And I'm inviting him to the space. So he's the little green chicken if he happens to come in. I think he would be a really good person to have on stage.
Yeah, please. Okay. Yeah, whoever that person is. So Tara, send me through his username if you don't mind, and the thread that a link to the thread that he's posted or he's tweeted. In the meantime, for the gentleman, just DM us or put your hand up. We'll bring you up if it doesn't glitch. Chat, I'll let you update the audience, and I'll fix I'll get a new mic, a new phone.
So, guys, before you guys change the topic, can I tell you guys a couple of stories that will make a lot of sense in terms of
you're a great storyteller. Go ahead, bro.
Thank you. Okay. In early days, a lot of projects used to come to us. They used to basically raise capital. So they used to do the the ICO. They used to have their developers realize very quick that the developers told them that it was possible to build something and it was not possible to build it. So now they raised money. They've told the world they're going to deliver and they weren't able to deliver. Now, there's two major projects, and I'm just going to bring these up because this is one of the big systematic issues that we have. Many projects come to market with an idea. I mean, it's not that they actually intend to rob people. It's that they actually believe they can deliver what they're actually telling the world they're delivering. They hit a hurdle. They realize it's impossible to deliver on their budgets they have, on the amount of funds they've currently gathered. And then that basically is the first sign of the first rug pull, that project's going to zero. Now, there's a project that recently came to us that actually, it actually went around the world. It raised over, I think it was $100 million in its last raise. And seriously, they came to us and spoke to us. I sat down with them and I couldn't believe they raised money. They had nothing. They had zero. It was just smoke and mirrors. They actually wanted us to give them our technology and sign that our technology would be handed to them. We wouldn't tell anyone that it was our technology. They would be utilizing it for their for their clients. And that's exactly what's happened all the way through in the system, systematically. It's either that the projects have come in, have promised to deliver, can't deliver, completely go out of circulation, or they're raising capital on a promise. I mean, they have nothing. They're coming in with an ideology, with a promise. These guys said the right words and exactly what the lady said earlier. I mean, they went around. I actually was invited to one of their large seminars. It was awesome. You should have seen the show. They spent almost $400,000 or $500,000 on this huge event. It was incredible, the event. I sat there and said, wow, these guys must be powerful. They had senators there. They had people from around the world there. They had large names there. They had CEOs from all these companies there. I mean, they had people from Binance. I'm going to get in trouble for saying a lot of this stuff, but I just want to bring awareness to it. They had, from not the CEO of Binance from CZ. They had the international one from here in Australia, but they had a lot of people there invited. The essence is, if you're an investor and I'm sitting down and looking at what these guys are presenting, I would be saying, shit, I want to invest in these guys. But the truth is, the guys don't actually have anything. I mean, they've got a promise to deliver. They have an ideology, and most of the stuff they had is not what they're telling the people they've currently got. So I think this is one of the biggest problems we have in this space. It's people are coming into the space, are promising to deliver something. How do you do a DD? I mean, people keep saying do a DD. I mean, I can show you. I mean, I can make up whatever I want and show you whatever I want. If I'm a good salesperson, you're going to believe me. So it's become an area of sales more than it's become an area of technology. And I think that's where the failures are starting. So most of these large projects, I mean, one of the projects I'm talking about has a valuation of over $1 billion. This is a unicorn project. All right. And I know for a fact, I've gone over all this stuff. I mean, it's insane. Now, one of the projects we did accept to take on board was a philanthropy project, and it was led by a guy that's absolutely incredible. I mean, he's got a large group of, let's just say influencers, large group of people from Hollywood behind him. But the guy is the real deal. But he had no technology. He got also conned into going elsewhere, and they promised him the technology. He wasn't able to deliver. So we had to step in and say, okay, we'll supply the technology. We'll give you guys the back end of everything you need. But if we didn't, that would have failed as well. I mean, it doesn't matter how good his intentions were, and his intentions are incredible. So sometimes in the space, intentions can be one thing, but reality is something different. That's all I want to say.
All right, Mario, do we have you back
you
yet?
can talk fast.
Yeah, man, and he's such a good talker as well, in a good way. Go ahead, bro. I'll let you give us updates quickly on the recent developments. My thing is working again, so I can hear everybody. And anyone that wants to ask questions to Reeve, who's been kind enough to come up on stage, Mr. Collins, do put your hand up, and then Reeve will take the mic right after Chet. So you can put your hand up if you want to ask questions to Reeve from Tether.
So this is something that broke 2-3 hours ago. So this was from Cointelegraph, looking at the inflows of Bitcoin. So Binance saw a record of 138K of BTC inflows, and these exchange inflows. This has nothing to do with Binance, so this has to do with Bitcoin. The exchange inflows echoed the 2018 crypto capitulation. I'd just like to ask anyone on stage who's familiar. Obviously, I'm familiar with that time too as well, but I'd like to ask other people familiar, with the 2018 crash and the sort of ways we saw the capitulation then, what they think this sort of data means coming out of the crypto quant and other different data analytics firms out there. Does this concern you about potential BTC price contagion?
Yeah, Ninja, just jump in, bro. Yeah, Ninja, just jump in, guys. You don't have to wait, man.
Good morning. Good morning. Great to see you guys and ladies as well. Yes, was there. Yes, capitulation is more than likely coming. When these large investors and regular people have lost so much money with throughout this year. We see them liquidating their Bitcoin. We see them liquidating their NFTs. We see them liquidating various other assets, liquidating their crypto. Like I said just previously, there's a lot of doom and gloom, especially on the macro picture. And when you're looking at assets to hold and assets to used as a store of value, not everyone sees Bitcoin like I do or like others do. And
It's
so,
like balance sheet shore up, right? They're shoring up the balance sheet.
Say again.
It's like they're shoring up some of their balance sheet.
Yeah, I mean, I put it like this: I'm in mostly cash. I've liquidated quite a bit. I mean, I started liquidating earlier this year and a little bit back last year when Tim Cook and Elon and Jeff Bezos started selling. I mean, and that was pretty much the time to sell. And I have made that mistake plenty of times in the past. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I timed it perfectly. But I learned when those big guys start liquidating their stocks and they say, hey, I'm getting out of the market. There's a reason when billionaires start getting out the market, it's probably a good idea to take heed. And so, yeah, people are going to, I absolutely believe there's going to be more capitulation. I think we're going to see even bigger capitulation on ETH, personally. There's apparently a report, I have not verified it, but there's a report that there's a pretty large FTX creditor that has quite a huge bag of ETH. And they've also taken other hits. They took a hit on Luna, they've taken a hit on Celsius, and now they've taken a hit on FTX. And so they may have to sell that large bag of ETH in order to Ethereum, for those in the room who don't know what ETH is, in order to make up those losses. And it makes sense,
Or they're over leveraged and they need to come due up on the loans. I mean,
or that too, absolutely.
Look what Franklin does.
Yeah,
with
and there's also, of
Bored
course,
Apes.
I think it's, of course, if none of you actually seen the article itself, pieces of it, also talking about how this could potentially be inflows that were simply internal reorganization as well, right? Because there's two different sides to the story. It is, what are the thoughts in general on that? And Digital Dealer or Ninja and Uncle Chad, I appreciate your thoughts.
Yeah, it looks like
we look back at what it normally does.
If you look what Franklin did with his Bored Ape Yacht Club, I mean, he's one of the largest holders of Bored Apes, and he borrows against them so much, and now those loans are coming due, so he's putting them back out on the market, and he's adding 0.1 ETH to it to sell it, and hopefully he can buy it back in at a lower price. He's flipping them back and forth so he can cover his loans that are coming due.
It's almost like he's ranging the price, it seems like.
No, listen, let's talk about Franklin is
market,
trading them and arbitraging the own market.
Yeah,
he's doing that. But back to what you were saying though, Chet, on BTC, Bitcoin in particular, just go back and look. I'm not in front of my computer right this moment, but I know this for a fact because it's a joke we always say. It's like, go back and look. Like historically, this is not a good time for Bitcoin. We usually get pretty good dumps just after Thanksgiving. The joke is just after you tell all your family to buy at the Thanksgiving table, then it's gonna dump. And so I'm sorry, it's not
Thanksgiving's
funny.
going to be a tough time this year.
Yes, it is. I predict it to be for two as well. I also think something that Simon said that stuck in my head, which is true, is that if you're a believer in Bitcoin, then and you believe that it's going to be reach $100,000 or more one day, whether it's in the next few years, then hold on to it. It's okay. I'm personally a holder, an investor in Bitcoin and Ethereum. I don't trade it and leverage it all the time. I believe in it. So, whether it's, for me, it's also time, to dollar cost average in, possibly that's in your risk tolerance to buy more, then, maybe you may get a fire sale, but I for sure see a lot. For me personally, I'm planning for a lot lower Bitcoin, a lot lower Ethereum, and other cryptocurrencies as well.
I've just tweeted, just for the audience, for anyone that has questions for Reeve, co-founder and former CEO at Tether, you can put him in the tweet I just made. We'll introduce him in a couple of minutes once Chet is done with his updates. But I've just done the tweet. I'll pin it above as well to make it easier for everyone to put in their questions. That's just for the audience. But Chet, any other news to share with the audience? Any recent developments?
Yes, so for right now, there's obviously the sides and the audits and some other things I'd like to get to, but actually, I would actually like to go straight over to Reeve here at this point. So, Reeve, just a quick question off the top of my head that I know that everyone's wondering. Obviously, you were working at I think Tether for about 2 years. You were the co-founder of it. I think you left in 2015, if I'm remembering correctly. Feel free to, of course, introduce yourself in that regard. But while you were there, there's a lot of, questions circling Tether and its relationship with Alameda. Now, I don't believe Alameda was in the picture yet at this point. Is that correct, Reeve?
Yes. So yeah, Tether has a very interesting history, as you've shared. I created Tether. We had the concept in 2013. So I was the co-founder and CEO. We put this company together in a small office in Santa Monica, and this was back when there's only about 4 cryptocurrencies: Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin was even around back then, and just a couple others, well before Ethereum. But the idea was to have an alternative to move real world currencies on the blockchain. It's definitely, what's beautiful about Tether is it's stuck to the exact promises in the white paper the entire time. Its business model, the elegance is in its simplicity. Give us $1, we put it in a bank, we issue you a token, that token works on the blockchain. And how it's evolved over time is it has become the reserve currency for the entire cryptocurrency ecosystem. It really has enabled tons of exchanges to come online and traders, to hedge their positions and to get out of their positions, and for people to have money to sit on the sidelines. That being said, there's been so much FUD over the years for Tether, and they're saying, well, you don't. And so, just to make it clear, I did sell it at the end of 2015. So I ran it for a little over 2 years, but then I got out because I was a U.S. citizen, and I did feel a lot of liability hung on my shoulders. And also, if you recall back then, Bitcoin had another crash. Bitcoin was also dead back then. One of the first, I think, of the 5 major crashes of where Bitcoin was declared dead. It went from about $1,200 back to about $180 or something like that, which was a huge crash back then. And anyways, Bitfinex, or some of the founders of Bitfinex, took it over, and it became a product that just kind of grew over time, and it didn't really take off until 2017. And the reason why 2017 took off in such a big way was the ICO. So Ethereum was created, I want to say 2015. It took 2 years for Ethereum to come up with a use case. That first use case was gambling. Everyone likes to call it ICOs, and I know a guy mentioned earlier that people would start and create these ICOs, and they had good intentions, but they couldn't deliver the technology. That's all true. But the reason why there was a mass influx globally into ICOs was because people were gambling. They were making tons of money on doing nothing. They knew nothing about the company. They knew nothing about the team or the technology. They didn't even care. They just wanted to get in early and get out and make money. And tons of people did. And it was a very fun game. Now, what came out of that was the crash because there was so much value put in and nothing really was built. However, some companies built some really solid products. Myself, I did an ICO. So after I sold Tether, I started another company, and we did an ICO in 2017. I raised $22 million for another company called Block V. So in 2014, at the advent of Tether, I tokenized the dollar. 2015, I started this other company at the end of 2015 where we created the NFT. So after I invented the stable coin, we really were the first platform ever to build a technology where you could make NFTs. And that was eventually called Block V, which we did the ICO for. And the reason being is because my experience from Tether, I realized how highly regulated any financial transaction is. So we came up with an idea: let's make digital collectibles. Let's create highly programmable tokens that will move on blockchains. So we really were the first to roll out something that there wasn't even a word for NFTs. We had a different word for it. We called them VATOMs, these smart digital objects. But anyways, we did this ICO. We built some extraordinary technology. But the funny thing is, we didn't do appropriate or proper marketing like so many others do in the space. The best example of amazing marketing but absolutely no technology is the explosion of meme coins. There's nothing there. Again, this is an example of pure gambling. People just want to buy an image and pump it up, and it's this meme token, and they make tons of money and they get out before it crashes. There's no value, there's no technology, but there's a lot of marketing. Block V, on the other hand, was a ton of technology, but we didn't market appropriately. Because still to this day, we have built some extraordinary technology, and there's two huge companies that are going to be the foundations of Web 3.0 that are built on top of that technology. And our token still it doesn't barely even trades. So it goes to what the gentleman that was speaking before, that the ICO and even NFTs, NFT 1.0 is pure gambling. So when we concepted the ideas of NFTs and built all this technology, we never imagined that the first use case was going to be gambling on images. We never thought that just simple JPEGs and digital collectibles would explode so much. But in retrospect, looking back, every big surge into the market of new users is due to gambling. So what I like to call NFT 1.0, the speculation on these images, it really is gambling. However, that gal Jen, I believe, was speaking earlier as well about the good thing was the onboarding. And she's right, because the most expensive thing for any brand to do is to change consumer behavior. And we wouldn't have Web3 without NFT 1.0, without this massive explosion. Because the ICO craze that brought tons of people to the market, that was purely people focused on financial transactions. So that's a certain specific type of individual. But the NFT craze, it brings in all those financial people, but as well as just gamers and collectors and people that don't care about buying and selling stocks, but they will gamble on images. So it was this massive awareness and this massive onboarding to this global onboarding to people understanding wallets. And then COVID hit, which enabled us to really accelerate the QR code adoption, which is a significant play into Web3, which was easily allowed. Now people are familiar with QR codes because prior to COVID in the US, they just weren't. And so now we've set the table for really Web3, which is people using wallets, people placing value on digital objects, and people placing value on the cryptocurrencies in those wallets. And so that's really setting the table for us moving forward. And hopefully, this explosion of NFT 1.0 of all the gambling, it's definitely over. That bubble has burst. And now utility, which is actually what we thought was going to be the most used thing of NFTs, was like tickets and loyalties and marketing. That's going to hit the scene really hard in 2023 and beyond. And so we'll see NFT 2.0, which is real utility, kind of take over. And that's going to be the foundation of Web3. So I just wanted to lay that out there to kind of share where I've come from and where I believe we're going, because there's so much more to this space than the minute by minute updates of FTX. It's a massive.
What are your thoughts on the smart contracting aspects of everything in the NFT space?
The smart contracting what?
What are your thoughts on how the utility of smart contracting is going to change or improve the space?
Absolutely. That is, so NFT 1.0, it's an image. So 2.0, which is utility and smart contracts, programmability. We would always say highly programmable digital goods. The word programmability means that smart contracts really will be utilized to make those digital goods do things. For instance, the ticket is the most basic example. And it's interesting because I just saw a post saying that Ticketmaster is being investigated by the government for abusive practices in the music industry. And it's so true. It's this massive monopoly. But you pay hundreds of dollars to date, and all you get is a PDF. I thought that tickets would be the very first thing that would switch to NFTs because it makes so much sense. However, due to Ticketmaster's influence, it wasn't. But they're coming. Because imagine a ticket that's interactive, that comes alive. You pay $300 to see Madonna, do a concert. Well, beforehand, instead of getting a PDF, you'll get a video from her that says, hey, can't wait for you to do my show. This is what inspired me. So it'll be this video and personal information, this cool object. Then you go to the show and that NFT updates. It says you just got upgraded to a front row seat. You just got entered to a drawing to meet Madonna. You just got a free popcorn or a free Coke at the concession stand. And then after the show, they bring you backstage. And then 2 weeks later, they send you a compilation of all the best videos. And so now it's your keepsake from that show. And it really becomes a digital collectible because it has some media that only the 1,000 ticket holders have.
And if they think of the utility in the future, for instance, if you just go down the path of insurance claims, when people need to file insurance, instead of having a committee taking 2 or 3 months to approve a claim, you can run it through 51, 49% nodes and things. You can write that into the contract. We can speed up a lot of things.
I want to go to questions because I see a lot of questions from the audience about Tether. Is that okay, Reeve?
Sure, I'm happy to answer what I can. But
yeah, I understand you left a while ago, so I know you're answering from not as Tether, but that's your personal thoughts on the matter. Also, I want to dig deeper
Mario,
into
you
other
have
topics
just
as
a
well.
little
Right
bit of
after.
echo going on the mic there.
Sorry, man. I'll let you take over.
Yeah. So let me just ask you a quick question there, Reeve. So a lot of people have always asked about, how was Tether backed? And Tether obviously wasn't fully transparent, I think, on that, throughout the years. I don't know, of course, during the years you were there compared to now where it became a bigger picture, more people continue to ask these questions due to the stablecoin issues we saw around Terra Luna. Can you give us any insight as to how it's backed, how that functions, and why, for instance, Tether didn't, necessarily come out with the same sort of transparent, like one-to-one backing sort of information that USDC did?
Yes, the reason my belief on why they weren't as transparent as we would all have liked, it's because imagine how painful it is to be deeply scrutinized by the US government and the SEC and probably a dozen other agencies. It's challenging, but now magnify that by 20 because Tether is scrutinized by every government in the country, not just simply the US. And so that's really the only kind of thing that I come up with. They're so scrutinized that that any word they say can and will be used against them, and so it becomes. Oops, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yes.
Yeah.
They become scrutinized by every government in the world, so they have to watch every single word that they say. And over time, they've become more and more transparent. They've just published some audits. They have moved completely out of all their commercial paper, and the reserves are there. And on top of that, yes, they have always promised, and the promise is 100% reserves, and they're going to stick to that. Is it necessary? Well, it sure looks like it's necessary in light of everything that's been going on, even though it's definitely an overkill. But I'm glad that they're sticking to these 100% reserves. There's been so much FUD around Tether saying Tether's dead. Every time they say Tether's dead, it seems like someone else implodes. And Tether really has um, 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 survived the test of time. Like when Terra Luna collapsed, Tether redeemed something like $13 billion in a week. I don't believe any other bank in the world has had a run that big in that short amount of time. So I believe that they're very solvent, and it's going to be the most significant player in the space for a long time to come.
What are your thoughts? Obviously, we're seeing now that regulators are getting super involved and focused, I would say laser focused, on stablecoins over any other part of the ecosystem as it's been going. What do you expect those regulations to look at? What regulations do you want to see happen in this space?
So it's a great question, and here's my theory on why they're really laser focused on that. And it boils down to CBDCs. So when we created Tether, that was our thought. It's like, yeah, like that was our thought. It's like how amazing this new technology is to move money, and why wouldn't the U.S. government do that? Well, it's taken a little over 10 years, and now they're doing it. So these central bank digital currencies, they're so it's such a better system for moving money and so much more trackable and traceable that all the governments will be doing it. China is going to implement it, and they're going to use it to magnify their surveillance state by 100. They're going to remove taxes before transactions are done, and they're going to know every penny of every dollar that you've spent. The U.S. is now experimenting to do it. They're going to have a much more difficult time because we have a lot more freedom in this country. Think about when you surf the internet. Right now, you have to click, I accept cookies and this and that, and the new iOS update like eliminates cookies and all that. All cookies is tracking your anonymous web browsing behavior, and everyone's up in arms and they don't want it. Imagine if the government could track every dollar and every cent that you spend and where it goes and who got it. That's what a CBDC is. So the reason they're regulating other stablecoins so much is to force people into using these types of CBDCs. They won't ever have the ability to truly track it that much because I don't think the public will allow it, but they will have a lot more oversight than they've ever had in the past on your money.
How do you think Tether survives this in? Do you think there's a way for stablecoins like Tether or other stablecoins out there? I don't think, I mean, I'm going to ask you another question on algorithmic stablecoins later, but like, do you think there's a way for the type of stablecoins that Tether are, which are backed by reserves, to be able to survive this regulatory landscape?
Absolutely. They won't be able to regulate them out of existence. There's so much demand, and there's so many other countries that where it won't be regulated. So maybe in the future, worst case scenario, the U.S. government says it is illegal for a U.S. citizen to hold Tether. So well then the rest of the world operates, and then half the U.S. uses it illegally if they want. But ideally, there would be legal solutions that are just as good. But anyways, I don't think they'll ever be regulated out of existence. I don't think that's possible.
Real quick before I go to more questions for you, Reeve, I just want to break some news that just came from the Wall Street Journal. FTX's Sam Bankman-Fried cashed out $300 million during funding spree. We'll get some more details on that as the Wall Street Journal breaks that story online.
Jesus,
that's coming through Reuters right now.
How's my audio, by the way, chat? Is it still echoey or is it good?
It's good now.
So I've got a question from the audience. I'm going through the audience questions. In the audience, pinned tweet above or in my profile for questions. I've got one here, pretty simple. Not order update. How does Tether make money from DAOFuck? How does Tether make money?
It's just on interest in the bank accounts. So, and that's why they were going into commercial paper, because instead of, it used to be a low interest rate environment. So let's say they're making 60 basis points, and now in a high interest rate environment, I don't know, maybe they're making 1%, but they've got 60 to 70 billion dollars in the bank. So that really adds up. And when they put in commercial paper, they're getting, a much higher return, 3, 4, 5%. Who knows what that was? So that's how they make money. And that's the beauty. When we created Tether, and also in the beginning, I had to self-fund Tether. No one would give money. They're like, how are you going to make money? I'm like, well, if we're super successful, we'll make money on the float. And now they're very, very successful in making a lot of money on the float.
I've got another question from another user here. It's from, I'm not going to say the name. What entity or entities do they use to custody their cash and other assets? And what are those assets? And why isn't there a publicly available audit? I think there's some of that information is already publicly available in terms of the breakdown of the assets. Not sure if you've seen it, Reeve, but maybe you can give the gentleman a bit of
well, I can give you some of the history on that because it is interesting. And it's how we ended up. I don't know if you guys have heard, a lot of crypto people moved to Puerto Rico. So I started that move with my friend Brock Pierce in 2017, and we started a movement of crypto people to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico came into our awareness in 2014 when I created Tether, when we didn't have any banking. Back then, you couldn't get banking for crypto at all. It was very challenging. So Puerto Rico had this law where you could actually start banks. They had these exemptions where it was still U.S., but not really regulated by the U.S., and you could create a bank. So we ended up starting a bank. This other group of people started. It was called Noble Bank. And that's actually where Tether got its start. We ended up banking the first few $1 billion at Noble Bank. Unfortunately, that ended up getting dissolved. And then Tether has spread its reserves all around the world in different banks. I can't speak to specifically where they're at now or what that looks like, but I know it's in a dozen plus different places and well diversified as far as country risk and enterprise risk on different levels of banks.
And another question there in relation to the way that Tether is being used in the markets, etc. Where do you see Tether against algorithmic stable coins? Like the difference as to why you went with the reserve backing here, and what are your thoughts on whether there can be an algorithmic stable coin or whether they can survive at all in the new regulatory landscape?
There may be some small use cases for algorithmic stablecoins, but back in 2013, there was another company as well called BitUSD, and it was an algorithmic stablecoin. It was an attempt at, pegging a new token to the dollar based on supply and demand and trading arbitrage, et cetera, et cetera. But no matter what, there's always a black swan event that will collapse that algorithm. They're experiments. They're the smartest scientists trying to figure out how do we do this math to make sure that this will always have a dollar peg. But as Terra Luna famously pointed out, it just doesn't work in some instances. Terra Luna exploded, but it exploded not because it worked, but because of other reasons, the massive yields they paid. And then it turned out that their peg can't hold. And that really is a blow to all algorithmic stablecoins. No one's going to trust billions of dollars to an unproven, because it's impossible to prove, theory on how to peg something algorithmically to the dollar. So I believe the only thing that's going to scale massively, like Tether, that has real stability and security is something that is 100% asset backed.
Okay, so just real quick before we go back to questions for Reeve Hussein, I'll let you go ahead and ask the next question. But I want to go ahead and quickly go through the Wall Street Journal article here that has been posted about SBF. So what the Wall Street Journal says is that, quote, when FTX raised $420 million from an array of big-name investors in October 2021, the cryptocurrency exchange said the money would help expand the business, improve user experience, and allow it to engage more with regulators. Left unmentioned was that nearly 3/4 of the money, $300 million, went instead to FTX founder SBF, who sold some of his personal stake in the company, according to FTX financial records viewed by the Wall Street Journal and people familiar with the transaction. Mr. Bankman-Fried's cash out was large by startup world standards, where such sales historically were taboo because they allow founders to reap profits before investors. Mr. Bankman-Fried told investors at the time it was a partial reimbursement of money he'd spent to buy out rival Binance's stake in FTX a few months earlier, according to some of the people familiar with the transactions. If I scroll down here a little bit more, it says, right here it says, Mr. Bankman-Fried sale of stock in October 2021 came in the midst of a 6-month fundraising blitz that was ultimately brought in at roughly $2 billion from investors, including Sequoia and funds managed by BlackRock and the Singapore sovereign wealth fund Temasek. The October 21 fundraising valued the company at $25 billion. In a press release, Mr. Bankman-Fried said he was happy to, quote, partner with investors that prioritize positioning FTX as the world's most transparent and compliant cryptocurrency exchange. The amount raised contained numerical references to marijuana and oral sex. $420.69 million raised from 69 investors. An article published by one of FTX's investors, Sequoia, called that fundraising a, quote, meme round, close quote, referring to the embedded jokes. 3 months earlier, in July 2021, Mr. Bankman-Fried bought out the roughly 15% stake owned by Binance, FTX's first outside investor. Binance's CEO tweeted this month that the amount totaled $2.1 billion, paid in a combination of FTX's in-house cryptocurrency, and BUSD. It couldn't be learned where SBF came up with the money for the Binance stake. At the time, crypto was booming and Alameda was highly profitable. SBF said those finances came under question this week from Mr. Ray, who said prior numbers were unreliable and Alameda lacked audited financials. After that sale, the FTX shares Binance previously owned ended up in Paperbird Incorporated, according to FTX documents. Paperbird is an entity 100% owned by Mr. Bankman-Fried, according to documents on FTX filed with Miami-Dade County. Soon after he bought the stake, he spoke publicly about differences, and it couldn't be determined whether Mr. Bankman-Fried did with the he did with $300 million, or whether the money was plowed back into FTX or kept separate. FTX's 2021 audited financial statements, viewed by the Wall Street Journal, said the money was retained by the company for operational expediency on behalf of, quote, a related party. FTX came back to investors for more money in January 22 when it raised an additional $400 million. Generally, venture investors frown on large sales of stocks by founders before a company goes public, for obvious reasons. And I'll read here from Charles Ellison, a professor at the University of Delaware who studies corporate governance, says to the Wall Street Journal, it just isn't a great sign, close quote. It shows the company's founder thinks there's a better place to invest. Quote, anytime you see the founder selling shares in a secondary offering, you have to really ask them pretty tough questions. Startups at which founders sold significant slugs of private stock before rocky public debuts included WeWork, Groupon, and Zynga here, according to the Wall Street Journal. And then it also says, finally here, such sales are typically approved by a board of directors. Of course, we know FTX didn't have one.
Adam Newman,
what's your thoughts on this?
That's what it sounds like.
What do you think of this chat in like 2 sentences?
I think it just shows more and more that SBF knew this was a sham job, and early on, and he was taking money from it for himself. It just was like it's a pattern.
Like exactly. The argument of him being innocent and just reckless is just becoming less and less plausible.
Mario, don't forget, you guys aren't looking at where did the money go for the investors' money. I mean, people that spent money in FTX, bought tokens or transferred the crypto, all the money that was cashed out. I mean, mean, that's what they probably would have used to pay out Binance anyway. So the question is, there's two types of money that came into this company. Right. The first one is the customers, whoever bought, and transferred tokens or transferred their coins and actually invested within the actual FTX infrastructure. And the second part is the investment, obviously the share investment. So if these are double up, you've got to separate them. So I know he's trying to, paint the picture that they use this to buy out the Binance shares, but I'm pretty sure when you go deeper, you'll find that they were never used for anything of the sort. They actually took those money. We were told from one of the insiders there, and I'll show you, we passed this information a while ago, that they were buying houses for employees. They were spending money that was unbelievable. They were on holiday spending unlimited amounts of money. People didn't need any approval. I mean, even the employees that told us the amount of money they were spending there, these guys were blowing money like no tomorrow. It's unbelievable how much money they were blowing.
That's insane, man.
It's just really
I'll let you go
management.
back to the. It does look
Reef,
like it.
I'd actually like your thoughts on this. Go ahead. I'd like to hear your thoughts because you were a CEO and founder of so many different things. What do you think about this sort of story right now?
Well, obviously, SBF committed massive fraud and had zero ability to manage this type of company. The fact they had no CFO and no financial controls and everything else is just shocking. And what's more shocking is that he convinced so many people to give them that money. However, what I will say, the fact that he took money off the table is not a surprise at all. He created this company, probably had a significant equity stake, raised money at a $30 billion valuation, and took a couple $100 million off the table, sold some of his equity. Most founders would do that because they got it for free and they can sell like a few percent of their position and put a few $100 million in their pocket. So that itself isn't so damning. Just everything else he did is damning. But I'll tell you what's even worse, and I'll put this out there, that $600 million hack, I believe SBF put that in his pocket. So that's an inside job. Yeah, all of a sudden it gets hacked the moment they go bankrupt. He had all the keys and all the access. This is just pure speculation on my part, but I believe he probably put it in his pocket. And if and when he gets indicted and faces life in prison, he's like, well, do you guys want $600 million? And he'll buy down his sentence. I mean, that is the way it works, unfortunately. He has nothing to lose because he's going to go to jail for life if he does get in that predicament. So he might as well steal the money and offer it back.
I don't think it's that far-fetched of a speculation when you look at, the transactions that happened and how they were carried out. It was definitely an inside job. You can ascertain that by going through the data.
Reeves, yeah. I do have a question for you. Once again, appreciate you coming up here and taking the time to answer these questions. You mentioned earlier about the whole NFT 1.0 and NFT 2.0. First off, very much agree with that delineation between the two. I never really looked at it in that facet, but I think it's a great way to organize the two. Now, you had mentioned, and I agree with you when you said the NFT 1.0 saga, which is currently what we're shifting away, hopefully, from, was just gambling, marketing, and all the above, right? I agree with you as someone that's living, breathing in the space day in and day out. I don't know of any NFT collection that's out right now currently that offers much of a IRL or social contribution that advances us to further feats in the space, but I do think that's changing. Now, your take on NFT 2.0, I'm curious to see, when you mention that you think that now it's the market for builders and innovators to come in and actually produce stuff that's of sustenance that will benefit us in this space, do you think that that's more going to be geared towards from the retail side of things, who've been studying this market, or at least have hired people to study this market for the past year and now have a sort of game plan or initiative on how to attack the market? Or do you still think that the community that's established right now has an opportunity as builders to come forward and be the leading providers? Because I think right now, NFTs are kind of dried out, so it's a battle, right? Will the retail come forth and offer that next level of NFT 2.0, or do you still think there's an opportunity for the builders and the people in the space right now to do that?
I believe that it's going to be led by retail, by the brands, by these big companies, because they actually have something to offer. It's going to be very hard for someone to build a brand from scratch, especially now in the market conditions, and offer something tangible. Bored Apes is in the best position to do it simply because they have such massive balance sheet right now. They've raised so much money. And so since they started an image and they've created this brand, and they might be able to roll that money into something tangible. But other than that, the people that are really going to capitalize on it, and what I'd like to say is deliver Web3. So Web3 is really the accumulation of all this stuff. And the simple definition in my mind of Web3 is, to date, you've always logged into websites with your email address. And what you get for that is email. You get spam, you get annoyed, you don't get much value. Web3, in the future, you'll still log in with an email address, but that email will be your identity, and it'll have a wallet attached to it. And when you log into that website with a wallet, you'll now get NFTs that have value. There'll be coupons, there'll be loyalty, there'll be some sort of some interesting brand IP, and you might also get some form of cryptocurrency. But you'll take that wallet and then you'll log into the next site, and you'll still have those NFTs that other brand gave you in that wallet, and you might be able to trade them on that next website for something else. So that's really what I envision Web3 being, and we can touch on the metaverse as well in a little bit. But
so a question for you again here, Reeves. Now, this obviously, I know you're not working at Tether now, but I'm sure you could probably speak to this because you know how the systems function there. So there was obviously the tweet out from earlier Tether today, which brought some questions about Solana versus ETH on the ecosystem. I'll read the tweet to you, and then I'll just ask for your comments on it. It said, in a few minutes, Tether will coordinate with a third party to perform a chain swap, converting from Solana to Ethereum ERC20 for $1 billion USDT. The Tether total supply will not change during this process. And it says, of course, learn more about chain swaps. Would you like to explain to those in the audience that were keenly interested in this as it dropped this morning what this means?
It's real simple.
Just to let you know, Reeve, this is an audience question as well. Go on.
Yeah, it's real simple. Imagine that you have a lot of music. You love music, and you always play it on DVDs. And then all of a sudden, you're like, you know what? Wouldn't it be a lot easier to digitize it? So you switch formats, and now it's digital. That's all this is. It's a different format. So a tether's a tether, right? It's a dollar. It's a token that's redeemable for the dollar. Do you care if it's traded on Solana or on Ethereum? All that Tether's stating is we're switching formats. We're going from DVDs to streaming. Like we're going from one chain to the other. They're simply saying that we don't believe in Solana anymore because it just collapsed. We don't want to support it as a chain. And so we're transferring all these tokens that we have probably on the Tether balance sheet. We're just converting them from Tether to, I'm sorry, we're converting them from working on Solana, since they do have the dollars in the bank and they issued those tokens. They don't want those tokens to work on Solana anymore, so they're converting them to a different chain. It won't impact anything other than the Solana ecosystem.
So, in your view, do you see the Solana ecosystem as dead now, or do you see a potential for it to rise back?
I mean, it's got to, I think they're going to have some huge challenges, mainly because the reason why Solana pumped, it came out of nowhere and exploded in value, and like, these it just exploded in value. It's absolutely insane. It's because Multicoin, Alameda, and FTX pumped it. You have these massive entities, really getting behind a token and moving billions of dollars in and out of it, and it just, that's what pumps the volume, the price. And now that you don't have those three entities doing it anymore, you're going to have a really hard time capturing that mind share and market share again.
Would you also say, Reeves, that a lot of it had to do with the excessive amount of fees you had to pay on the Ethereum network?
Oh, now, what caused the rise of Solana and Cardano and all the layer twos? You're completely correct. The reason why is because Ethereum got bogged down and their prices went through the roof, so they needed a solution. And so Solana provided a solution, but it was no better than
solution.
Yeah, no better than Polygon or anyone else, but it just exploded in value because it had these backers that pumped their tokens.
What are your thoughts on regulatory pressure on stable coins like USDT and obviously USDC? And what would you say is the biggest risk for USDT moving forward?
Yeah, I believe the regulatory pressure is coming because once the government gets more comfortable with the CBDCs, they're going to do their best to regulate anything outside of a CBDC out of existence. Because so that's what I feel. And so what's the highest risk to Tether? I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how these unfold. I think they're going to demand a lot more transparency of the balance sheet and where that money's held. And I believe that these stable coins they're going to provide it. And it hopefully will make everybody more comfortable. We'll just have to see how that unfolds.
Do you think that stablecoin projects would benefit from working with the government on the CBDC type projects and stuff like that in order to gain a little bit of security here, or do you think that's an entirely helpless cause at this point?
It's tricky and it's difficult. I think that there was an opportunity a few years back, probably for Tether and some of these other companies to really dive in and work closely with the government, but then it might have inhibited their business, or it might be too challenging, and it is difficult to work with governments. So is there an opportunity to do that? Yes, I would assume that Circle, being in the U.S. and being regulated, is probably closer to that, and it's probably helping them as much as they can. I don't know, but I'm sure there's an opportunity there, because the government needs to learn from somebody, and especially how the blockchains work and the best way to implement this. And so I'm sure they're reaching out.
And Digital Dealer, I see your hands up. Would you like to ask a question?
Yeah, it was just, mainly surrounding, what Reeves' perspective is. I know he said there hasn't been, any validity for algorithmic stablecoins, but MakerDAO, DAI's done a pretty good job in, backing their token with debt. And, I believe in keeping it stupid simple. And I think, Tether and Paxos, if you guys don't know, Paxos is what backs, BUSD. They've done a great job in just, keeping the $1 ratio and the interest rates on that dollar in a very simple, scenario. How do you feel about DAI, and how do you see that market evolving and MakerDAO in the future?
Yeah, it's kind of, but what I did share is I do believe that there'll be smaller use cases. So maybe there's a few billion or 10 or 20 billion, but it's never going to be hundreds of billions or trillions of where these types of backed tokens can go. And when I say backed, a government can back it, and that's what the central bank digital dollar is. It's there. It won't be a dollar in the bank. The government is. It's just going to be backed by the government, just like your fiat cash is. But I do believe in Maker. And I do believe in DAI. I think that there's a lot of use cases for them, and a smaller scale, they're super effective. Um, there's definitely thrive.
So do you
Before we
think,
go to the next,
the collapse of the recent stablecoins has been because people over leveraging for yield? Do you think as the market turns bullish again, we'll see, the same scenario happen? And, how can retail users kind of, avoid that scenario in terms of, which stablecoins they hold?
Well, there's no reason to hold a stable coin. Like, the only reason to hold a stable coin is if you're trying to, if you don't want to be exposed to the volatility of other currencies that you're trying to hold long term or trading it. Other than that, why hold a stable coin? Now, if you're saying I'm holding stable coins because I want to generate yield, that's a different ball game altogether. That's what's unfolding. What happened was the advent of the reason why these crashes are different than any of the crashes in the past. Like, before the advent of DeFi, Bitcoin might crash. Why? Well, because global sentiment's down and the price of Bitcoin and Ethereum might drop. But this is like an entire new industry was built on top of blockchain technology, and DeFi was born, and leverage was introduced, and derivatives was introduced. And just like the financial quagmire and collapse, where it was so complicated, no one understood what mortgage-backed securities meant and how they were rehypothecated 100 times into different things and created systemic global meltdown. That's what's happening on a mini version once DeFi was introduced. It's not just the price of Bitcoin goes down; it's that these companies are collapsing, and they collapse the whole industry. And that is what is providing you that yield on those stable coins. So if you're saying what should retail investors do in the future, I mean, I wish I had an answer. I don't know how that yield is. I don't know if we're ever going to see yields like we did before, because it's just too risky and too much leverage. So we'll just have to see what comes.
Well,
before I go to Ninja, sorry, go ahead. I'll let you Digital. I'll let you ask one more question, then we'll go to Ninja. Before that, I do want to say to the audience, I've just pinned on my profile the space for tomorrow, so you can set your reminders there. I've pinned it above in this space as well to join us tomorrow as we continue this. And before we go to Digital and Ninja, I do want to say the next question, Reeve, after Digital and Ninja, will be a more broad question related to, how, more questions about FTX and how deep you expect this, this deleveraging or the dominoes to fall. But Digital, I'll let you ask your question, and then we'll go to Ninja.
Mario, I don't know if anybody's else, but I'm having a horrible time understanding you. Sounds like you're away from the mic. I don't know if it's just me.
I hear him all right.
I hear him all right.
Okay, it must just be my connection. But I guess the question for Reeve was, it wasn't as much about, how to gain yield on stablecoins, but how to avoid a situation to, hold a stablecoin that, potentially the owners of were using customer funds for yield. Is there any way of, projecting that in the future, understanding, that they might be doing that, and, which kind of projects to stick closer to?
Maybe that's what regulation will help, is showing more clarity on the balance sheets, and just go with the trusted brands like Tether, Circle, and BUSD for now. Like it seems like CZ is really stepping up to fill that role of the white knight of the industry. I believe, they probably had some pretty shady practices in the beginning, right? In order to make that fortune and the way they did their trading and everything. But now that he's so large, it seems like he's stepping into the shoes and really taking responsibility to do everything as above board and clean as possible so this industry can thrive. And so therefore, I think BUSD is also trustworthy.
That's one of the best things I've been saying about this whole collapse of SBF and FTX is I think it's really going to open the eyes of a lot of other exchanges out there on, guess what? We see you now. We thought we saw you in the past, and we're coming after you if you keep letting this shit happen. I think it's ultimately, in the long run, going to be good for our entire crypto space in the long run.
Yeah. Yep. Let's
Ninja?
hope so.
Ninja.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mario, and thank you again, Reeve, for all that you're contributing. Really appreciate it. So I have two questions. One you sort of touched on, but I wanted to circle back to it about USDC and Circle. So the first question would be: do you see a world or a scenario in which the United States of America, incorporates USDC as the centralized coin for the U.S.? And then the second part is I was taking a look at your profile in your blockv.io, and you touched on NFTs, and you really I think really nailed it on the head as far as NFTs 1.0. I mean, everything you said I was completely agreeing with. And much of it the same. I was getting so much pushback when I was entering the NFT space about utility, and everybody wanted to make about art and happiness and all that good stuff, which is great. But I'm like, but what does this thing do? So I just wonder if you could give us a little bit more insight into what you see as far as maybe what you're building with your NFTs and smart contracts, and then also the Tether question, or excuse me, the Circle question too, please.
Sure. Well, I'll start with Circle. I really don't know. Like, will the U.S. government anoint Circle as its new digital dollar? I can't even speak to that. I would assume they're going to build their own, because why not? Or white label one versus like make a private company. So because it needs to be a government like backed company. It can't really be a private company they lean into, I wouldn't assume. But again, we'll have to wait and find out. I do appreciate the question about the NFTs, because what I always say is, we haven't even, people are like, NFTs are dead. I'm like, we haven't even started. We haven't even scratched the use cases for NFTs. Like, it was my wildest dreams. I didn't imagine that gambling and just the collectible was going to explode like it did. However, I'm so thankful that it did, because it drove millions, if not tens of millions of people into the market where they're familiar with wallets, which has paved the way for Web3. So what am I working on now? I have another company, Smart Media Technologies, and I'm about to launch a few more that are built on top of that. But Smart Media Technologies, it is a Web3 infrastructure company. We create wallets, we create NFTs, and we create metaverse environments. And the metaverse is really important, and I will touch on that in a minute. But to the NFTs with utility, like the reason why brands are going to lean into this is because they have the ability to give value to consumers. Think about online advertising for the last 20 years. I was fortunate enough, my first job out of college was at the first ever online advertising agency. So I've been in that world since 1997 and built a lot of tech and seen it evolve. So all these companies, these brands, they'll spend about $100 billion a year on online advertising. Guess where that money goes? It goes to technology and planning and buying, right? These middlemen to place the ad, about 50% goes there. The other 50% goes to websites, Google, Facebook, Apple, right? It goes to the publishers that place the ad in front of your face. Out of that $100 billion, the consumers, you and me, get zero. We get annoyed. We get ads put in front of our face, but we don't get any value. Now, Web3, we finally have the technology to flip that on its head through Web3, through wallets and NFTs. Why? Because now the brands, these people that have $100 billion to actually give to you, they don't want to put a big billboard up. They'd rather put $1 in your pocket. They've never been able to put $1 in your pocket until now.
Because now, instead of brands having permission to send you an email, you have to opt into emails, they're now going to have permission to send you NFTs into your wallet. They're going to have a one-to-one relationship from the brand to the consumer, and they're going to have permission to send you things in your wallet. They now have technology to send you digital objects of value. Again, that can be a coupon, that can be loyalty, that can be access, that can be tickets, it can be currency, it can be rewards, everything, but it's going to be much more experiential and tangible value going into your wallet. So now the brand will have this relationship to the consumer, and it won't have to spend that $100 billion on middlemen, which is the promise of the blockchain, eliminating middlemen, and it will be able to give a lot of that money to the consumer directly. So that's why NFT 2.0 and Web3 is you have a wallet and the brands will start putting value in that wallet.
I just want to jump in real quick. I want to 100% validate what you're saying. I've gotten an inquiry from a national organization who I've spoken about blockchain and crypto about, and they want to do this exact same thing. And I'm telling people, like, look, I did not come to them; they came to me, and exactly. And so it's a national award show televised on TV, an entertainment award show, and they leverage big brands, McDonald's, Cadillac, liquor brands, you name it. And I don't want to give away too much because of what we're doing, but you hit it, the value add of being able to deliver these digital collectibles or NFTs to that the brands will now be able to market and get these their branding into these people's wallets. It's extraordinary, and these people are very interested in this technology, regardless of the price, regardless of what you read on the news. Brands are absolutely. I'm getting an inquiry at least once a week from major people who want to get into this space, and they are very serious about entering in a way. And it's not in just money go up necessarily. It's about marketing and getting their brands into people's wallets, into people's faces through NFTs.
Hope it doesn't turn into spam email.
And just real quick, I'd like to read something here that came from the block. This was earlier this morning, but I think it's to the points that we're talking about here about due diligence and the failures of this across the ecosystem, and the way that messages are put across. And the block says here that the FTX pitch deck projections were not backed by viable assumptions, according to legal experts. So I'll read the key parts of the article here.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. This is every fucking project these days. Every fucking project last year fits that description.
Exactly. So here, let me read this. This is why I think it's so critical to sort of part of the conversation. So they say here in the block, it says, but were there red flags that FTX's blue chip backers, which also include BlackRock, Tiger, Global Management, and SoftBank, missed? George Morris, a partner at the law firm Simmons & Simmons, thinks so. A pitch deck produced by FTX in February 2020 for its Series B funding round and obtained by the block features several projections that Morris describes as unsubstantiated. The deck was part of a plan to raise up to $50 million at a $1 billion valuation, although the round was ultimately far larger. While all pitch decks are often only the first phase of a due diligence process, as we of course also know here at our firm as well, the document gives a sense of the audacious and at times far-fetched vision that former FTX CEO SBF presented to investors. Of course, they did not respond to a comment. Now, Morris, a London-based crypto specialist who is also the board-appointed lawyer for the lobby group Crypto UK, told the block that claims made by FTX in the pitch deck are, quote, are very significant and aren't backed up by any viable assumptions or calculations. In particular, the revenue figures for 2021 and 22 don't fit with projected volumes and fees, quote, meaning they don't appear to be tied to anything specific, he said. The pitch deck also includes projections of costs, such as rent, payroll, and marketing, and a healthy net profit projection of $327 million in 2022. FTX estimated that payroll would cost just $7.65 million in the same year, which would ultimately be unlikely to support even 100 employees, according to Morris. FTX had about 300 staff at the time of its collapse, according to the reports. Quote, the costs that underpin this profit figure appear to be significantly underestimated, Morris said. FTX's Series B deck is not the first produced by SBF's companies to draw scrutiny. A 2018 pitch deck put together by Alameda Research promised potential investors, quote, high returns with no risk, close quote, on loans paying annualized interest rates of 15%. Tyler Glask, president and CEO at nonprofit Healthy Markets, told the block the language in the Alameda deck could raise major legal warning signs, in part because the entrepreneurs soliciting funds must disclose risks appropriately. Quote, "This is a flashing red flag for investigators," Glask, a former Senate and SEC staffer, said. Quote, these types of documents are likely to be an exhibit in court cases. FTX's Series B pitch deck is perhaps less incendiary, though some of the projections are punchy. Most of it is, quote, relatively innocuous, Morris said. My overall impression is that the deck was carefully put together from a risk management standpoint to avoid bold claims. Nevertheless, two other elements of the deck stood out to Morris: a lack of clarity on FTX's regulatory status and the seemingly hurried nature of the raise. Quote, there is no commentary with respect to regulatory strategy, which cannot be written off as a sign of those times, which, since FTX was offering derivatives, which have for a long time before February 2020 been subject to an existing and well-known regulatory regime, which raises the questions around their sophistication at the time from a legal perspective. He added that the lack of attention paid to regulation is odd in a deck in FTX, which also boasted extensively about its growth in the field of retail derivatives. Quote, this would indicate that a strategy of aiming for regulated status was not something being considered in February 2020. Or perhaps they did not think that it was a crucial message to get across to investors at that time, close quote. Finally, there's the issue of timing. Prior to this year's bear market, fundraising had been a frantic process for crypto firms. In June, SL partner Andrea Brasovano told the block that the market for venture capital investing in crypto startups in 2021 was, quote, overly transactional, with backers constantly in catch-up mode. Former FTX Ventures lead Amy Wu, as recently as November 5th, described how term sheets were often signed within 24 hours during the bull market. She resigned less than a week after making these comments. So that's just some news here from the block on this.
Thanks for sharing it, bro.
Yeah. And yes, I would just like to ask Reeves final kind of thoughts on that.
I wanna. Can I do it? I've really been waiting for this chat. Is my audio fine? Because I'm waiting for those final bit of questions. Is my audio fine?
It's good enough.
All right. So, Reeve, I would like your thoughts on how the hell did we get to this level of incompetence, herd mentality, and systematic negligence in the space?
Simple answer, my friend. It's greed. You know, it's the age-old answer to everything. And this is not new or unique. I mean, it's happened in every industry, and it always happens. Look at Bernie Madoff. Look, Sam Bankman-Fried, he was super smart and very charming and in the right place. And, you know, he struck a chord and he dove into this market and he just exploded and he conned people. That's what happens. Like they believed, and the money it was so easy to make money in a bull market. And look at the machine that he had to make it. Like I used to tell Wall Street people and traders, financial traders, were some of the last people to really get involved in crypto. But in the early years, I'm like, guys, you're playing in the major leagues. Why don't you come over here to college ball and start trading crypto? You can make so much money. It's so much easier because it's not regulated, because the rules aren't set. And Sam had this super sophisticated machine, and you do that, and you strip out any morals or laws or care about anyone else's money, and you can build something extraordinary. And once you start building something extraordinary and have billions of dollars and have the momentum, everybody piles in and they just kind of go with the flow, even the smart people. That's my take on it.
And how deep do you think this will go? What can we expect over the next 6 to 12 months?
Well, you know, Genesis, the issues that Genesis has had.
Feeling, it's weird too, because I normally don't go too based off of feelings, but they do play a role. I have a feeling we might be closer to the bottom than we think in the crypto market. I know I would love a $600 ETH coin, right? But I don't know. I just feel we're closer to the bottom than we expect to be. And we're going to be pretty surprised here in the next year. Yeah, we're going to be surprised. So I just wanted to share that. DCA is your friend, ladies and gentlemen. DCA is your friend. Yeah. Ahmed, what's up? Good morning. How are you doing today?
It's good, y'all. Having a fucking fantastic Friday today. I'm wrapping up my day. I'm finally over this bullshit flu. I agree with you, man. I think capitulation, in my opinion, will string along in the next 3 to 4 months. We'll have our
Wait, what?
Christmas
Capitulate?
market
What are you
rally.
talking about? What's
Isn't that what you're just talking
capitulating?
about?
What's going to
Bottom
be
out of
capitulating? The market? Got
yeah.
you. I forgot that's an original market term.
Yeah, sorry. I thought that's what you're talking about. Or am I tripping out?
No, yeah, I'm fucking with you. No, go ahead. Continue your thought. Yeah, capitulation for sure.
Yeah, I think 3 to 4 months. I think we see our Santa Claus rally in equities and in crypto. And just like we were saying yesterday, I think people are just sitting, waiting, holding their dollars, waiting for something else to break and crash. I honestly think that the second the Fed stops rates, which I think is going to be in Q1 or Q2 of next year, the second they stop hiking those motherfuckers and they start cutting them is when I think we start to see those lovely 3-digit ETH prices.
Yep. Agreed. Scott, can you hear? Guess he can't hear because he's having connection issues. Anyway,
But Prophets, it sounds like you're saying you think it's not going to break under 1,000. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not going to say I think because that's not productive as a person that charts and trades. It's not productive to say, oh, I think, right? And it's not, and the best TA people won't predict shit. They're just reading the chart off to you based off of liquidity level, CMI, and all types of other shit.
But what is your sentiment?
But yeah, I'm still bearish. I'm bearish as fuck. I guess if we do hit below 1,000, it won't be as long as I'm dreaming of, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's what I mean when I say my feeling is like that we may be closer to the bottom than we think. Because I'm over here like, oh, we're not touching the bottom for months, and it might be sooner than we think. It might be in the first quarter of the next year.
Now, when you say, can I just want to see if I'm understanding correctly. When you say that hitting the bottom, you're saying that actually getting to the 3-digit level is going to be sooner than what we expected, or you're saying the bottom won't be as low as anticipated?
The bottom won't be as low as anticipated. Good question.
Yeah, we got to remember too, we're not on point with how the cycles are supposed to be. This is all unorganic. There's also something that nobody talks about. There's such thing as new lows. Just because ETH was at $300 at the beginning of 2020 does not mean it could easily get there again now. Times have changed. There are so many institutions invested in this, so many more people invested in this. We're not in the same times as we were in the past. We have to kind of understand that as well.
It also looks like when they show that chart of like, I don't know what they call it, and I'm not really good at that kind of stuff. But they show like the fool's pump and all that kind of shit and the dismay and whatever. It seems like we're kind of already around that area too. So I don't know how to read that well, but it looks like that.
What's up, Tam?
What up?
Talk to me, baby.
News.
Talk to me. What's good?
I just want to say one good news. My daughter just got out of her middle school. She got an honor roll from a...
Let's go. You're rugging, but that's amazing. We heard honor roll. That's amazing. Tams, I can't hear you. I don't know if you're
live.
on
That's
mic.
what I'm trying to do. Can you hear me now?
Now Hello? You're good. Go ahead. Now you're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, it feels good in reality, right? With whatever's going on, losing money on the other side. But when life gives you a little sunshine, I'm taking that shit all the way to the end.
Amen. I agree with that.
But as far as crypto, I think Solana's gonna go lower. See, that's the sad part. But
that's a fact. Solana is not even in crypto no more.
Oh my gosh. How y'all doing?
Hey, we're good. I got to actually witness a lot of salami washing by Richie last night in the Utes. So it looks like I'll be buying more Utes. When Richie's excited about something, that's bullish. You got to be bullish. And the man doesn't really get too excited about stuff. So, yeah. Hi, Richie. Yep. Farming early. Love it. moving forward, I think yeah, I think it's a good time to talk about the fact that you know, CZ Binance, Sam, FTX, you know, all these people that you trust and believe to be the next messiahs because they have the best marketing and money behind it. I think we're learning that that's not the case. Somebody made a very interesting comparison today. Books, I want to hear your take before everybody else jumps in. Um, the comparison was that, uh, for example, how we have. Well, actually, let me back up and let me preface the question. Do you think that anybody does anybody think or know or believe, for example, the music industry is influenced by money? Just throw emojis if you agree.
100%.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Now I'm gonna okay, now the question, now the actual question. So somebody compared for example, the FTX situation, how it was funded by these big money, I don't know if the government, but just big money people, VC people, right? While you have, you know, Brittany knows this term, drill music, for example, being funded and paid, and now you got a rapper dying or something every other week. But then in that argument, people will say, well, you know, the big money VCs are funding that, right? The rappers are falling for that because they're like, well, fuck, if I'm gonna get paid more to talk about killing my op, I'm not gonna talk about making love to my girl. And in the argument, in the example, by the way, I'm just kind of being a you know, neutral person, right? Neutral Nancy or whatever. Um, so I guess the question is, if these like if big money is funding these quote unquote scams, um, why are we trusting big money and VC talk and VC companies? Because they're responsible for this.
Scott says it very well. Bag of tight is it's the same shit with people in this space. Like I was in a big space earlier. They're all talking about regulation again. Regulation is going to stop all this. It's going to come save us. So just to give you guys a hint, no, it's not. Stock market been regulated, and we still see influencer pumps in the stock market. Sports betting has been something. I got felonies for sports betting, which is now legal. And you see Drake, you see Steve Will Do It, gambling trillions of dollars on stake.com, advertising, and people are losing their life savings. It's the same shit that's going on in this space, yo. And regulation did not stop Drake from doing an advertisement with stake.com. For anyone out there that thinks Drake is really winning all this money on stake.com, you're out of your fucking mind. Someone did the math and it adds up to like $1 trillion that he's won or something crazy like that. The guy's net worth is like 200 million. So let's get real and really start understanding how fucking bad these things are for us. And it's people like Sam Bankman-Fried that are, you know, these government puppets pushing all this dumbass shit on us. And again, writing the narrative of how the crypto space should be and what we should think. And this shit is just all it's awful. It's all over the place. And CZ Binance, again, is no better.
Anybody else want to chime on that thought? Like, think about it. I
Yeah.
know for me, I never like centralized anything. If I would have did research a little bit on FTX, I would have 100%. I'd probably be viral to for calling out. But I'm turned off by them from my original introduction to crypto in 2014. So I don't look at it, right? I saw FTX like, okay, big company, cool. But like, I'm not like, oh, let me go use it and then go get my ID. That's just not me. So I didn't. Now you best believe anything go viral again, I'm on that ass. I can't wait. I can't wait to see the next exchange that's trying to get people, and it's gonna fucking happen, motherfuckers. It's gonna happen. Anyway, whoever was about to chime, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I was actually in that space with books. It was Mario's space, and that's all they kept talking about. But you know, I think as consumers, especially people that whether you're experienced or not, we tend to gravitate towards authority. And you know, this whole chat of oh well, centralization and regulation is gonna help us. Regulators are for us. Like, if you truly believe that, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna speak from my own personal important opinion. You're fucking stupid. You know, banks are regulated. The equity markets are regulated. There are, I don't know how many of you are familiar with like the OTC markets, over the counter markets. Like that shit is literally, I don't know if you guys have seen The Wolf of Wall Street, where he sits there and fucking paints this like perfect picture of some of these penny stocks and he sells them to people and calls them suckers. Like That's real life. Like that, the equity market is just that. Like, you know, these holding blank check companies that were so popular, you know, like when CCIV was around and all these blank check brands going for $9.99, those were all pumps and dumps. Those were people hiring influencers, painting this picture perfect idea and selling it to the masses. And guess what? They're selling you $1 million idea, but the second they got the coin in their pocket, they're gone. OTC market, same shit. So for people to tend to think that, oh, well, regulators are on our side, like we can trust authority, like they don't genuinely understand the concept, or you know, maybe to each their own. Unfortunately, not a lot of people have these expertise to see what's truly happening behind closed doors. They're the same people that go to the banks, give them all their money to make fucking 0.5% of an interest a month, while the bank's making millions off your money. Those are the people that are the ones vouching and vouching for centralization and regulators, because again, we bring up FTX, you know, like consumers, by like I've studied consumer behavior and marketing. That's all I do for a living. We are bound by authority. Unfortunately speaking, a lot of people that don't want to, like, you know, check over the other fence and really see what's going on, they're like, no, I'll just stay over here and I'll just listen to the big guy. And that's why I think like that whole chat like about regulation was so stupid, because it's going to destroy the space. It's going to take everything away. You think if central banks and or countries get their finger in this and regulate this shit, that you're going to have the same breathing room you have right now? You're out of this fucking world.
Well, you know, it's interesting. And if you just look at life in general, and just the fact that if you think the government cares about you, just look at it. Does the government care about you? Answer that question. And then you'll know if regulation is going to be good for you or not. I mean, if you think about it, the government, what do? Our education's trash. Our healthcare's trash. You know, look at where they put the money and you'll know if they care about you or not. So if they come in and regulate the space, they're going to regulate it to their advantage so that they can do what they want and you won't have the freedom. And the problem is that too many people, because they can get rugged or this and that, nobody wants to take responsibility for their own thing. So when you give your responsibility over to somebody else, they're going to run your shit. So, I mean, I don't know. Like right now, we're getting rugged by just the average individual or VCs or whatever. Then you're just going to get rugged by some other different people that are sanctioned to rug when you're not going to be sanctioned to rug.
The biggest, sorry, to add on to that, like the biggest thing too is like for me, like the Web3 space personally, like from my own perspective, is about innovation and accessibility, right? It's all right, how can we change the space? How can we mold it into something beautiful? Not just to buy fucking overpriced pictures of, you know, JPEGs. Like that's not the idea here. Like, you know, this space is truly for like innovation. It's truly to like help mold the future of this world. Yesterday we were talking in this particular space about soulbound tokens and like all the mass uses that it could like adopt and all the incredible things that it could do. And like, you know, like I'm based in Canada, Gil, okay, so Toronto, Canada, right? If I want to go, let's just say I'm used to this world and I'm going to go back on Coinbase to access Coinbase, the fees that I fucking pay to transact are immense. The limitations I have to transact are immense, and it defeats the whole purpose of everything I'm trying to do. You got to do a KYC, log your address, log your system, and do everything. Canada now has a law as well. Don't quote me on this, somebody fact check this, but it's roughly around $1,000 or something around that number, that if you are utilizing crypto to transfer to another wallet, you need their SIN number, you need their address, you need their full name. Kuro, maybe you can chime in, brother. I'm just
If
saying.
I'm not
No,
mistaken, you
that's
guys can't trade in
absolutely
certain
accurate.
altcoins, though, right? You can't trade
Say
in
what?
certain altcoins.
No,
Yeah.
so we can only trade Bitcoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin, and
Litecoin as
Ethereum.
well.
Like
Yeah,
they
but
added
anyways,
Litecoin,
yeah, like
so they
we're
might as
literally
well
like
add SHIB then.
exactly, like we're limited to what we can transact. Like there's a reason like we can't use Binance. Back in like 16, 17, like I had a Binance account. If I go try log on to Binance, Kuro can vouch, like you can't. You're restricted access. Why? Because Canada's completely against crypto, because Trudeau's a fucking moron, thinks crypto is a Ponzi scheme, and it's completely against it. So now we go back to centralization. We're given an option like Coinbase. Yo, if you're actually in the space, you're not transacting $1,500 every 2 weeks. Like you're trying to like make investments, you're trying to build something, you're trying to like make something for yourself. What the fuck am I doing with $3,000 a month? So that's what
Bro.
do you
So
think
I
centralization
transferred
is going
money
to be?
out. I've transferred money out, bro. Guess who hit me up? Fucking 2 days after it hit my account, the CRA, the Canadian.
Rest in peace, Coinbase Pro.
Bro, they took 60% of the bans, bro. I've been keeping my crypto in crypto world for so long. I decide, I want to buy a new vehicle. So I take out money. But I only get fucking 40% of it, bro. That's how bad it is here.
Our capital gain tax on equities here is 40% if you hold less than a year. I don't know about the States, but at crypto, it's 65%. 65 fucking percent. So if you're making $1,000, you're coughing up $650. Get this, in capital gain tax, and then on top of that, you have to pay income tax on that, which on average is about 8 to 10% here in Canada. So you're the average man that's making, let's just say for even sake, $1,000. He made $1,000 on ETH. He's paying about $750 back to the government. You're telling me regulation is gonna fucking fix that? You're out of
No,
you're
no,
out
it's
of your
not.
mind.
It's gonna make us poorer and stupider because, bro, you know how it is here. Everyone's always talking about universal basic income. How about you get a fucking job? How about that? How about a fucking job instead of like, bro, they suck on the teat of the government so intensely here. It's like, bro, were you born with your mama's titty in your mouth, bro? How is that even physically possible?
We got some of the highest, and again, I'm using Canada as an example because I can speak here because I've lived here basically my whole life, right? But not again, and tie it back to like this conversation of regulation, like if Canada, let's just talk about Canada. Canada tries to, I know you all from the States, most of you, I'm just using this as an example, but Canada comes to regulate crypto or come to regulate any of this thing. You think we're going to have the same opportunity to make wealth? You think we're going to have the same opportunity for innovation? You think we're going to have the same opportunity for access point? Fuck no. We pay, I own 2 businesses, like in real life, 7-figure businesses. I pay on average each year upwards of $500, $600, $700, $800,000 in taxes. I got to remit 13% HST. I got to pay an average of 12.5% income corporate tax, and then on top of that, I got to pay tax on top of that. Your average corporation here, by the time you make $1 and it touches your actual hand, you're losing 55% of your dollar. 55 fucking percent of your hard-earned dollar goes to taxes here. So if you're making $1 million, by the time your taxes are taken out from a salary from $1 million, and you guys can go fact check this, you take home about $400,000 to $500,000. If you have a great accountant, maybe $100,000 more. You think if crypto regulations comes here that they're not going to be doing the same thing? And I'm speaking this just based off experience. And that's why I was sitting in that, like, Books was a speaker in Mario's chat. I was like sitting there. I'm like, do you guys understand the repercussions? I'm not sitting here, by the way, and by no means am I downplaying, like, should there be rules and should be all, no, none of that. I'm just saying that the second centralized governments get their hands on this, the second that centralized banks get their hands on this, the Web3 space might as well just fold up and fucking die. Period.
Bro, I completely agree. Like, people are always like, yo, why are you so cheap? The reason why I'm so cheap is because I can't afford to fucking live the lifestyle I used to live when crypto wasn't under the fucking, like,
People, Kiro, bro, people are not
bullshit.
people are not understanding what government regulation is and what it brings. They're assuming that they're no longer going to have to fear clicking a bad link in their DMs and getting drained. They're thinking that they're no longer going to be rug pulled by an undoxed, non-existent human being on this earth somewhere on another continent that no one knows. They're still going to get scammed. There are still scams in the regulated stock market. There are still scams in this regulated sports betting world. There are still scams in this regulated marijuana industry. There are still scams in banking, traditional banking
All you
today.
gotta say is Bernie Madoff.
The scammers that popped up and fucking 1 million X during the pandemic, did they stop busting that Amex and stop busting that Chase and that TD because of regulation? No. People are still losing their net worth because someone went, swiped their fucking credit card, and bought a bunch of Amiris and red bottom sneakers to stunt with. Like, this shit is crazy, guys. Regulation is not what everyone is thinking it is, man. It's really not, and it's not going to be good for this space.
The government doesn't, I truly, from the bottom of my heart, and this is just my own perception, guys, like, you have to understand, if you don't believe at this point or see that the government is a business, you are, and I'm sorry to say this, a fool. The government is not there to help you. The government is not there to assist you. The government is a business, just like everything else they've got in their sectors. Just like the second fucking they realized weed here in Canada was like a huge business industry, guess what? We legalized that shit. The same shit right now. We've got shroom shops popping up on Queen West in Toronto, guys. Shrooms, like fucking psychedelics, because now people are tapping into that market. Guess what? there is a huge list of psychedelic-based brands that are trading on the stock market that are pushing for legalization here in Canada right now. They're starting already in Vancouver and in Calgary. The government
Yo,
isn't
I'm
here.
opening up 2 shops, by the way.
There you go.
Toronto on Queen West.
There you go.
Bro,
One just got
so
rated, brother.
I'll tell
Just
you
a heads
how
up.
I did it with the weed.
Hold on.
I
Just,
opened up
I just want to
6
wrap up this
fucking
thought because
yeah.
I'm going underground in my car. But I just picked up 2 cars about 3 months ago, right? 2 Range Rovers. I had to pay something that the government decided to introduce called a luxury tax. The government of Canada now, anything over $100,000 is now charging you 10% on top of your HST as well, just because you're buying something luxurious. Or if someone go fact check this, by the way, if you're buying a car, a boat, or anything that's not considered a necessity, like a home that costs over $100,000, which in nowadays is not a lot of money. I'm sorry to break it to a lot of you. It is, but it's not. You owe the government a 10% tax on that because the government thinks that there's people out there struggling. You shouldn't be able to afford something this expensive if you don't need to. So on my $300,000 purchase, I ended up coughing up an extra $25,000 and something called a luxury tax. Do you see how fucked up that is? And now you're talking about Web3. Web3 has been one of the biggest spaces in this world just since the dot-com crash to make mass wealth to a lot of people. Some people flip their whole life because of a JPEG. Some people flip their whole life because of a trade. You think the government is going to let you get away with 10x, 15x, 25x, 50x, 30x, 3x, and not knock on your door and say, hey, yo, you owe us some money? You're out of this. You're
Well,
out
you
of this
think
world.
if you guys think the government wants people from third world countries to see wealth or generational wealth, yo, you have people in Web3 that's lives have changed. You have people in crypto that's lives have changed. People that were fucking making $100 every 6 months that's lives have fucking changed. You got various African countries. You have Pakistan, Bangladesh, Palestine, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, all these fucking countries of people that were not making shit, yo, excuse my language, now making serious money in crypto and NFTs. Do you think the government wants this? Their governments don't even want this. So just think about how bad this fucking regulation is going to be, yo. It's not good, I promise.
You can't control or apply the same pressure when people aren't as desperate.
And there's a lot of money that makes up this space. I'm not talking about just NFTs. Whenever I say this space, for clarity, I'm talking about blockchain in general. There is so much money involved that once governments step in, they're going to go elsewhere. They're starting to go elsewhere just hearing talks of it. So all that money leaving, and then the fucking old people that have money in the stock market putting a percentage into crypto and NFTs, it's kind of going to average itself out. I don't even see it as something that's going to send us to the moon. It's the opposite. They don't want us to move. They want to regulate less volatility, stable prices, and they do not believe that Ethereum belongs at $3,000, $5,000, or $10,000. They don't like a $100,000 Bitcoin.
They absolutely don't. And here's one of the biggest things that's been happening with me in my personal life. So all of my banking institutions have been dropping me one by one as I try to like move crypto into like fiat, right? So right now I have one bank account left. The only reason I haven't gone and bought a new G-Wagon is because I don't know how the fuck to get the money into my bank account. I'll pay them their tax. I have been, right?
Go to HSBC, brother.
HSBC?
HSBC is your best friend in this country.
Here's the problem, though. Exchanges don't like it. Then exchanges are going to give you a problem. Exchanges don't like the people that buy crypto and send it to a ledger. They want you to buy
Except for
crypto
Kraken.
and hold it on their exchange.
Kraken. So I'll tell you guys, I have a custody account with Kraken, with some Bitcoin and some Ethereum that's staking in their staking pool or whatever. Their staking pool also is contract based, so I can exit out of their staking contract and take my Ethereum out. There's just like a penalty, but they sent me a ledger, when I had initially signed up for Kraken. And like, bro, if it wasn't for them, I've lost probably, I don't even want to say it, it's in the thousands of Bitcoin just from poor like self custody, right? And I think like as time goes on, we're going to see a lot more people losing a lot of wealth to poor custody. But at that point, the assets that we have that we keep like in good custody are going to be like very, very fucking valuable. And that's what the government doesn't want. Because me turning around, like fucking, I quit my job in 2017 at an animation studio to grow weed professionally because I got a license or whatever. Bro, I couldn't have done that without crypto. I would be on my ass right now, out on the streets. I would not be living the life I'm living, bro, without crypto. And that's what they don't want to happen because it's given me options beyond options in life.
Hello, guys. It's really good to hear that crypto is actually changing life. And it is. I mean, a lot of people are participating in this environment from, Bangladesh. And, even in my company, I mean, I hire a lot of people from all over the world. And that's great. That's the first time for these people to be able to participate in like world-class financial market, which is DeFi and all this digital asset stuff. But you want a contrarian view, and I know you're not going to like it, but I'm going to go for it anyways. Yeah, of course. I mean, like in certain countries like Canada, etc., it's obviously the government is overshooting and over. I mean, I'm Canadian, but I left Canada in 2008. But what I hear from Canada, the feedback is not great. I mean, there are freedoms limitations, and in a country, mind you, that is run by 5 or 6 rich families, the Pattersons and the like. So that's and the bottom of the society is basically, there is a huge top in the Canadian society that is very discreet, that people are not aware of. It's not too much in your face, but they control the game. So the transfer of wealth is becoming harder and harder in Canada. In Canada particularly, there is an important element is that they bring in, and I'm an immigrant, so I can talk about that. I mean, I migrated to Canada very early on in my adult life. But there is that wave of migrants that of immigration that comes and that basically kind of participates. So these are new votes for very socialist type of agendas. But besides that, and also the limitations that they made on people investing in crypto, etc. But my take on regulation is this: is that look, regulation is gonna prevent certain practices. Obviously, they're not going to prevent the scams. The scams are gonna still be there, but it will prevent these how do you call it? Because if you look at crypto right now, the way I see it, and the way I'm a practitioner, I run a regulated digital asset infrastructure, not in a country like Canada or the US, but in Gibraltar, and it's very strict on what we can do and what we cannot do, because as you know, these small jurisdictions, contrary to the common perceived idea, is that these jurisdictions and small jurisdictions such as Gibraltar, Switzerland, etc., they're very strict, and we have access to our regulators and we talk to them. So two advantages: we have a lab and the digital asset infrastructure. So the regulators kind of, first of all, regulation in these environments, I don't know how it's going to go in the US, but in these environments, it's called principle-based regulation. So that means that we have 9 principles we need to adhere to. There is no set of rules, 100 rules that we need to do. There are principles that we need to adhere to, which include not lying to our customers, segregation of customer assets, no misrepresentation. We cannot use our token in our balance sheet. We cannot do any type of misrepresentation. We need to be careful and diligent in marketing. We need to handle customer complaints, and we need to be transparent with the regulator when it comes to reporting, etc. So these are, very broad principles that we are fine adhering to, because it gives us, first of all, us as young entrepreneurs and young in this environment. I came into this from traditional finance. I didn't have any kind of, I never had a crypto exchange or a crypto infrastructure before doing this. So to be frank with you, my feedback is that I found it really helpful and kind of kept me out of trouble. The other thing also is that it's going to make this environment very less cliquey, and I'll tell you why. Because if you look at capital introduction, the environment and being able to raise money in this environment in crypto, money always follows the same guys. And before you had and I don't want to sound like profiler, etc. I'm just describing things as they are in the industry. So in the beginning, not in the very beginning, I think you had the very big diversity, and you have basically people coming into this environment just to find friends and that believe the same thing. So I'm talking about 2015 and the pre and the just a little bit post Ethereum type of environment. So this was very kind of people interested in the same thing, and they got together and they became friends and they thought about the future and how can they make a use case of things such as Ethereum and trying to understand the dynamics. And then in 17 you had people just going after it, just money grabs, right? And you have the ICO boom, etc. And then from 17 and lastly, this last bull run, you find things that were very, very cliquey, meaning that the same guys raised the same money. So you had Sam that fitted, the Wall Street genius type of environment. But before that, you had all the Chinese guys worked only with Chinese guys, and the Koreans also same thing, and you had these Singaporean guys. The Chinese Singaporeans worked only with Chinese Singaporeans, and then you had the Indian Singaporeans that worked around the Indians. It was very cliquey and very ethnical, to be frank with you. You had zero guys from African guys from Nigeria coming and pitching projects. You had none of that, okay? Because those guys could not, and you had very good ideas coming out of African guys, because African guys at the end of the day, if cryptocurrency is going to be any use, it's going to be useful for African guys that don't have access to capital. And I'm a perfect example of that. For me, this environment, what it gave me the opportunity to kind of really try out things and kind of think into the future and be able to execute on my ideas and have access to capital. So I really think that regulation is going to remove kind of this power of clickiness, this power of conflict of interest. There were so many conflict of interest in all these cliquey fundraising environments, and I think we can see it.
I'm not understanding why you think it's going to remove it. To be honest, I think that's
going
to get worse as more people come into this space, and not just that. You're also not looking at with regulation. We already have all these centralized exchanges are already so strict, and they make it hard, including our banks, to load money. I see limits coming, crazy limits coming. I see them trying to make regulation sound like it's such a great thing, and then people transferring crypto from their ledger to these exchanges or to their banks and having their money locked and frozen and having to answer as to where they got this money from. It's just going to take all that privacy, all that trustless, decentralized shit out of the fucking picture, man. It's the worst thing, man. I haven't heard one point you said that's actually good. You're saying what you think is good, but I sure don't think any of that is good.
Yeah, that's my opinion. So regulation, for example, in DeFi, they're going to try to regulate kind of the front end part of it, and obviously for regulating is very limiting for freedom, and that's and I see your point. Okay.
Hold on, can we get a better definition? It's actually already regulated. I'm paying taxes on this damn Bitcoin. So what do you mean?
I mean that if you're running a money market product, you should be as the operator of money market product. You should be taken regulation in money markets comes from history of things that went wrong in organized money markets. And basically you should, as an operator and as an entrepreneur, you should go on the safe side, because when you lose money, you lose people's savings, you lose people's hard work. So for me, regulation is very useful when it prevents a guy like me to just because I'm a creative guy, with my creativeness, I'm gonna make your savings disappear. And at the end, I'm gonna say, oh, oops, I'm sorry, it was an experiment. Okay. For me, regulation really what it prevents me from big fuck ups. And when those things
that's
happen,
not true though, man. The stock market
define
has big
that though.
fuck ups.
well, I mean, if we had, for example, regulation for the Luna thing, right? If we had, for example, I'm going to give you a simple thing that regulation could have prevented with the FTX. For example, this thing of taking the FTT token as a collateral. This is not allowed in the jurisdiction where I'm regulated. It has been not allowed since 2019. Okay, there is no such thing as an off-balance sheet item in a regulated entity dealing with crypto. When you are, I'm going to tell you another thing. Why regulation is good for me, to be frank with you. If my company goes bust tomorrow, my client assets are safe. Why? Because the regulator forced me since 2018 to separate my own assets from to separate the operational assets from my client's assets. So basically, if you go bankrupt as a company that is adhering by these standards, you go bankrupt from an operational standpoint, but your client's assets are safe. They're not in your balance sheet. So these are type of things that it prevented. Because if this wasn't regulation I would adhere to, I would have been tempted like anyone else, because I have to be competitive and this whole environment to be competitive, to cut corners. And in finance, in general, when you have people's money, you want to be prevented from cutting corners, because cutting corners in finance in general makes you lose people's assets. And this is all I'm saying. Regulation for me as an entrepreneur, it prevents me from fucking up, and basically it's a backstop for my own self.
I think you're really mistakening
regulation or accountability.
Sorry, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think you're mistakening regulation with accountability, with laws, and with with the law.
If I can challenge that for a second, question for you. When you put your money in the bank, all right, bank is technically an institution. It's a privatized institution. What does the bank do with your money to give you that 0.5% or 1% interest on your savings account?
No, I totally see your point. For banks,
hold on.
I'm talking.
That's not even my point. This is the beauty.
Answer that question.
Yeah, that's just this. In theory, we can all assume here. Let's just be adults. We can all assume that the bank takes our money to invest safe, quote unquote, safe investments, so they
not
can
assume.
Return.
That's what they do. They trade it on the forex market. They trade it on all markets and leverage it. 100%.
Right now to kind of give you another prong, you're talking about you're an entrepreneur. So am I. I own 2 businesses. I think I do pretty good for myself. If let's just say books and profits both invested in my business as private investors, right? They cut me a check for $1 million each. If my business goes belly ups tomorrow, I can claim bankruptcy tomorrow, right? I'm actually not legally obliged to give them $1 back, first and foremost. Secondly, I'm not even legally obliged to disclose to them as private shareholders the details of my bankruptcy. And I'm going to go one step further for you. I was just quickly typing into Google. I am no stock market analyst. I am no economist, or someone fact check this. What you're referencing, my friends, actually not a regulation. It is a municipality and provincial law of practice for business. So it is not actually, and again, someone can fact check this, and I hope I'm wrong. I really do.
No, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah,
actually.
You're right, bro.
And if someone, again, guys,
it's regional because it's not like that in Alberta.
So you can actually fact check, my friend. So if it's a practice of law, municipally and provincially here in Canada, at least. I'm speaking on my own territory. I don't know about the.
No, it's only in Ontario, bro.
That
shit doesn't exist out here in Alberta. It's the Wild West out here.
So you go back and you say, well, it protects me from. You mentioned Terra. and you mentioned, forget FTX for a sec. Terra wasn't because of misuse of funds. Terra was a bubble, right? Terra was something just like the government back in 1870 or something along those lines in the US, where you guys took off the dollar value off gold and decided to just start hitting the printing money and go brr, print, 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 print. That's what Terra was. Terra just had no gold reserves.
Money kind of go brr.
Exactly. So now you go back and you talk about, oh, well, it's going to help me from not giving my money to somebody and them going to do whatever you want. At the end of the day, these are private companies.
No. Can I
just
answer?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think you're mistaken. You're okay. So let me be clear in what I'm saying. Okay, let me be more articulate. I'm talking about a digital asset business that is taking custody of clients' assets. Okay, these are not investments. These are client assets depositors, like you would deposit with an exchange. Okay, in the case where you deposit with an exchange, normal, and I was very surprised to find out.
Those are investments, bro.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about here is if you go today and you deposit money with Kraken, okay? Kraken has a policy. It's called client asset segregation policy, which means that it tells you that if it ever goes bankrupt, you are a depositor. That means the money that you have deposited with them does not go into the bankruptcy estate. This is not the case for all. This is only particular, and I only talk about financial businesses that take customer deposits.
Absolutely.
In our industry, because we don't have depository insurance that banks have up to a certain amount.
Banks don't have insurance. Everybody's mistaken and thinks banks have insurance. Banks have insurance up to $100,000.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's nothing.
Yeah, exactly. That's nothing.
Sorry, I'm not interrupting. I'm going to let you run quick. But
yes.
What happens if you have $500,000 in there? Then what?
Yeah.
Is the technically
then you only get 100,000. What?
Correct.
In an exchange.
Technically rug you though?
Yeah. The banks are only covered up to the FDIC insurance or whatever national.
That's what I'm trying to get to, my friend.
Yes.
But technically speaking, if I have 500 USD in the bank, see, I'll talk about Canada. If I've got 500,000 Canadian dollars in BMO Bank of Montreal here, I'm only insured up to $100,000. What happens to my other 400 grand if BMO, because BMO is a private institution. So how is that? Now, this is my question to you. How is that any different than kind of what you're touching on, where you're saying if the company goes belly up, your dollars are still there for you?
Yes.
But if
so
let me just add one thing too, real quick.
Let me repeat.
They're also the people are bailing them out because they're taking our money to pay that shit back anyway.
Bro, forget about that.
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Just let me explain. In the case, yes, I agree with all what you said about banks. I'm talking about digital asset crypto exchanges. Okay, crypto exchanges are required in most jurisdictions that actually sat down and developed regulation for crypto. I'm talking only about crypto here. I'm not talking about banks, etc. I'm talking about the regulatory experience up until now in jurisdictions that actually regulated these crypto things, because there are jurisdictions in the world that are much more advanced than Canada, much more advanced than the US in terms of sitting down and regulating this piece of the economy. And this is a digital asset regulation, okay? So most of the countries of the GCC and most of the Gibraltar, Malta tried, but they didn't succeed, Liechtenstein, Switzerland, Germany, etc. They have sat down, the regulators, and they have introduced what you guys are talking about, what the US is still to introduce, okay? The US still works under the money transmitter license regime, which is basically a no good environment. And I tell you why it's no good later. But now I'm talking about advanced, these are small regulators, these are small countries that sat down and said, okay, in the case of these crypto asset guys that want to open exchanges in this new piece of the economy, we need to force them to have a segregation of assets, meaning that if you are a digital asset provider and you're taking customer deposits, you are required by law on a strict segregation of customer assets, which means
that if ever you go bankrupt, the assets of your customers do not enter into your bankruptcy estate. That means no one except your customers that own these assets have a claim on these assets. So this is what I'm trying to bring into the discussion here. Obviously, I'm not debating, the general philosophy. I'm speaking from a point of view of what I have found as a practitioner and as someone that does this in certain regulation, which is why I'm in Gibraltar, for example. They have a very defined framework that prevents me or any other exchange. So I give you another one. If Huobi, you know Huobi, right? The crypto exchange,
Yep.
who is also regulated in Gibraltar, if ever that exchange goes bankrupt tomorrow, all your deposits that you have made under the Huobi Gibraltar, which is a regulated entity in Gibraltar, is 100% safe. That means they go bankrupt, the regulator, they enter into bankruptcy. The first thing they do is they say, okay, let's cut this cake. First of all, where are customer deposits? Are customer deposits
Sorry, I'm gonna mute you. You were at customer deposits. Hold your thought. Guys, this is getting really, really good. I don't know about you. This is getting good. Tell your friends, drop a comment in the bottom right corner. Make sure you retweet the space because this is indeed the most educational and entertaining space you're gonna find in Web3 Twitter. So make sure you guys do the due diligence.
This is when all those jackass influencers that you salami wash and retweet and beg for a follow back, when they say we need to educate and they do jack shit, this is what educating is, and they don't like it. That's why they don't support. So please don't be like them. Show some support. This is how you learn stuff.
Thank you. Amine, I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no worries. So all I'm trying to say here is that the debate that you are having is about the upcoming regulation, and we're trying to look at what's happening. Well, there are jurisdictions that are a little bit more advanced than the U.S. and Canada, and these jurisdictions have actually thought of this. And a regulator think of this stuff. Okay, you don't like the name regulator.
Here's what it really is. It's these exchanges have been trying to operate as if they are under regulation so they can prevent the government from wanting to regulate. However, the government requests a lot of information from these exchanges that is, if these exchanges do give up under regulation, they're going to face losing a lot of customers and a lot of money, Again, that leads me to my whole thing of why regulation is so bad. Like, regulation is the worst thing for this space.
To chime in, I mean, you mentioned a very valid point. You said that we're speaking specifically about the crypto space, in particular cryptocurrencies, and I'm with you. I 100% agree that there's going to be a handful of countries and bodies of government that might do regulation right. Let's not kid ourselves here. The vast majority of North America will not do so. Why? Well, again, I'll speak on Canada. Because they dig their teeth into everything. Traditionally, it's a business. They got to make their money. Now, the second prong to my kind of like debate with you, which I'm loving, by the way, is that regulators, all right? Who usually are regulators? They effectively are, and this is safe to assume, are higher up individuals, in the business space and or government bodies, whom lobby governments on a daily, on a monthly, on a yearly. Sam was one of the biggest fucking lobbyists for the Biden administration. Now there's a whole bunch of scandal coming out to play. I won't even touch on that. I don't know too much about it, but the issue with regulation, I agree with you in the sense where you're coming at it like it's going to protect people. Yes, but we don't live in the perfect dilly-daddle world where we can just assume, you mentioned you were based out of somewhere, sorry, I forgot where it was, but assume that not all countries and bodies of government want to harvest that protection and harvest it for the good of their consumers and citizens. We, unfortunately, live in a monopoly of a government where it's a business for them. Everything you touch is a business. There's a reason they get into what they get into. It's not because you think Canada gives a fuck about selling marijuana to people over 19. No, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. You think we give a shit about psychedelics? It's gonna be it is already a multi-billion-dollar industry. Regulation will eat up this space and spit it back out in majority of the countries that end up being regulated. The same reason FTX was based out of Bahamas, and then it was FTX US that came out and said, "Don't worry, like everything's fine. You can withdraw your money." But it's because people understand, especially citizens of these countries, that our governments, unfortunately, the way they've been set up here in North America, again, I'll speak on Canada's behalf. Unfortunately, as a business entrepreneur, they aren't here to set us up for success. I'm not saying they're here to doom us, but they're not here to nourish us and help us grow and get richer. We play in their hands. That's what regulation is going to look like if it hits the USA, and that's what it's going to look like if it hits Canada, because it will turn into a business practice for these guys, for them to sink their teeth into and fill their pockets up. Do I agree with you that, in some sorts, that possibly regulated practice, not regulation, regulated practice can be good for the space? Absolutely. But that also unfortunately comes with a territory where I'm an employer. I employ over 30 individuals. I owe it to them to not fuck them over. I owe it to them to make sure they get paid on time. I owe it to them to make sure it's a safe working environment. The list goes on. So it's practice of business. We're sitting here talking about, oh, well, you should assume that if someone gives you $1, that whenever they want to take it out, they should. Yeah, you're right. In the perfect world, 100%. But we look at FTX again, amongst the many string of scandals, I won't get into it, but what was he trying to do that was so different than what our traditional banks do? He was taking the money that I put into the exchange, not myself, but just speaking rhetorically, and then going to trying to invest it to grow his business and grow their investments and make money on your coin. Will regulation fix that, do you think? Let's look at Coinbase, right? Coinbase is a regulated company here in Canada. They are listed on the stock exchange. Their books, their balance sheet is getting worse and worse. Why? Their stock is down 80% or 75% today. I just looked. Yes, obviously, the fact that cryptocurrency is eating shit has a big part of that. But why? Shouldn't they be the Apple of the space, since they're fucking regulated and they're coming out sending people emails, oh, our books are audited, we're great? Why do people shy away? Why does the average educated native user in this space not use Coinbase? Why? Because I don't want to fucking pay horrendous fees. I don't want to do a KYC so you know where every single dollar is moving. It's none of your business. And also, it is not an investment vehicle. It is nothing short but a money grab for a corporation to be able to go list themselves on the NASDAQ and operate as a private business. That's my spiel.
I'm gonna just play devil's advocate here because I think we need a little bit of that. But I think it's pretty naive for anyone, including myself, just to think that like regulation isn't coming. It's coming, whether we like it or not. It's on the horizon. Now, it's not something that's going to happen in a year. It's not something that's going to happen in 2 years, but definitely within the next decade or so, you will see some form of regulation occur, whether you like it or not. It's basically programmed. It's going to happen regardless of the fact, because at some point, and this is just in general, right? Whether it's government, whether it's, corporate America, whether it's organizations, entity, regulation always comes. It's just part of the cycle. It comes at some point in the cycle, just depends on where it falls on. The Web3 space in particular, in the crypto space, is interesting in the fact that regulation has not yet reached its peak. And what I mean by that is it's going to come. And I think instead of what a lot of people have their opinion on whether or not we need it or not, I think the better question is what can we do to be the face of that regulation, right? Because it's coming. You can't fight it. Let's be honest here. We can't really do anything about it. But what we can do is we can band together. And if regulation wants to come, why not we establish the foundation and the fundamentals of what that regulation looks like? We know the space in and out. We've been here since the beginning. We've seen the up and down cycles. We know it better than most folks around. It's silly for us to argue with one another and let the outside people like scramble to put together what they think is regulatory for our standards and have us follow it. I think ultimately what does need to happen is, the entire space needs to band together. They need to create some level of entity that can put together the fundamental resources and foundations that, everyone can follow suit, that's agreed upon, so that when it does come time for some regulatory aspect to come about, we present this, we create a white paper, we can establish all that in that forefront. But until you do that, you really can't, it's not really going to change much of what we're talking about today.
To add on to
Absolutely.
what you're saying, though, sorry, just I'll wrap it up very quickly. Is that I agree with a lot with what you have to say, but I also disagree in this. Not disagree even, but the challenge. You said, "Oh, we have to come together and ban, and we should be the ones that pave the way for regulation." But let me spin it this way: did you have a say in how banks operate? Did you have a say in how taxes are dictated? Did you have a say in what income bracket that you're in? Did you have a say in what the average consumer and/or individual pays on taxes versus the multimillionaire that gets to jump in through loops? Because technically speaking, those people have, that's why we have a democratic government, for us to be able to voice our opinions. But it's still people that are making, I know people that are making 10, 20, 30, $40 million a year that are paying less than somebody making $100,000 a year. Do you think the $100,000 Joe Schmo had a choice to go and voice, oh, this is
But
what I think is fair?
those
And I agree
were
with you, by the way.
established
Sorry.
through a legal route, though. Like,
Sorry?
the Web3 has not been established in that facet. When you
But
talk about
you talk
that
about
was
regulators, but it doesn't come, unfortunately speaking. Again, we're talking a picture perfect narrative. Do I agree with you? 100%, by the way. We're on the same page. And yes, we should come together. Ultimately, a blanket regulation cover is coming, whether we like it or not. But do I believe that there's still going to be unregulated particles and corporations in this space? 100%. I think it's going to be what the space is kind of built on, or it is already built on. But again, in the picture perfect world, yeah, let's hold hands and, I'm just speaking on love, sing kumbaya, and like, let's just hope for the best. And we're gonna pave the way. That's not reality. The same way it's not reality for a lot of under marginalized and privileged individuals that can barely put food on the table for their kids to pay more taxes than somebody that maybe has a better accountant than them. Guess what? You think they shouldn't have come together? There's, the lower class here in Canada is bigger than the middle class and upper class put together. You think that their voice, they've been for decades trying to voice lower taxes, help us out. Guess what? It's the rich that get richer. The same thing will go to this space. The regulators are going to come. Sure, they might have Joe Schmo from a panel of Binance and Joe Schmo from a panel from Coinbase. You think they give a shit at the end of the day what the average Joe cares about? We might get what we want here and there, but ultimately speaking, it's going to be a blanket to suit their needs, their taxation purposes, their bodies of government, and what they think is right. That's the issue here.
But regulators don't necessarily have to derive from a government entity. A new entity could come about that could present itself as the regulators of the space within itself. You got to look at regulation from a global standpoint. It's not something that's bound to a state-by-state relation. Yes, individual states will have their own means of what they deem to be regulatory aspects of what they want to incorporate, but ultimately, when it comes to this space in particular, the regulatory blanket that is going to come about is going to end up being a global entity that's going to not necessarily be bound by state regulations, but they will have those interests in mind. It's not going to just be held to the individual.
It's going to ruin opportunity for the little guy like you wouldn't believe, man. It's going to bring politics further. It's going to bring politics way deeper into crypto. So I'm the fucking least bit of a fan of regulation in this space.
To add on to Stain, I'm sure we're all familiar with the World Cup, FIFA organization. I actually just watched a documentary. It's on Netflix. I highly suggest it. I think it's great. But anyways, long story short, FIFA, I believe it was in 2016 or 2018, entered a fraud, money laundering, yada yada. The list goes on. A whole bunch of executives got arrested. Right? To kind of bring in just a recent example, not tying the two at all. However, they faced the same issue. It got to a point where there was like money laundering allegations, bidding fraud allegations, millions. We're talking about hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. We're talking about corrupt government bodies that were accepting, like, quote unquote, tens of millions of dollars in under the table bids, under the table bribery. Guess what? They said the government slapped them on the hand, said, go and enforce a regulatory body. They did. You're right. And just to your point, they did. It wasn't comprised of government, nor did I say it has to be fully comprised of government. But ultimately speaking, they do have to follow certain jurisdictions, certain laws. But anyways, what did FIFA do? They went and hired Joe Schmo times 10, paid them all, put them on salary, and they confined them to what those regulations look like. And I'm talking just about a recent thing I just came up to see. But guess what? I forget his name, the CEO of FIFA, old guy, somebody will fact check it, but he at one point, when they would come to like start to check his books or basically check him as a whole, he just unplugged the plug whenever he wanted to. He had the power. So now we talk about private regulators. Okay, those private regulators, they're not doing charity work. This is not like the Red Cross Salvation. There's a payroll on that thing. Again, where it comes into play is that we just want to assume as individuals and consumers that people will uphold themselves to the best degree possible and to the best manners and practice possible for us. Yeah, does the grand scheme of the world operate that way? Part of me really wants to say, yeah, I choose to disbelieve so. And the same thing will apply here. We're going to basically give power to X amount of individuals to make these rules in the hopes that they're going to do it for our favor. And for PR purposes, we might drag people from Binance and Coinbase, and I'm just going to use FTX as an example here, and whatever case to show, oh, well, we've got, for the community, by the community regulators here. But at the end of the day, everybody's on payroll. These people will be making decisions just like the governments make decisions based on who's lobbying them, who's funding them, and effectively whose path they're set up to follow, which again, unfortunately speaking, is not built for the average guy. It's not built for the single mother that's maybe trying to make $1. It's not built for the single father that's trying to make $1. It's not built for somebody who's going to flip their life, because it might, blanket regulate and blanket secure most of us. But just like taxes, people, hit and argue about taxes and some of the laws that we have here. Well, this is going to be the exact same thing. Do I agree with you in the sense where regulation is coming? Yeah, I do think it's coming. Could be coming sooner than later. Do I think that it's going to cover the whole world, the whole Web3 space? Absolutely not. I think the way the Web3 space is built and the individuals behind it and what everyone's trying to do, that fundamentally it's impossible to be able to kind of throw a blanket over the whole space. It might throw a blanket over a majority of it, but it's the same reason. Again, I'll use Coinbase again. Nothing against them, great entity, but it's the same reason that educated individuals who have been in the space for a while would laugh at you to say, oh yeah, I use Coinbase. If my brother, he's trying to jump into the space right now. My brother's like, first thing he did was set up a Coinbase account. I was like, no, I'm not going to say what I told him to do. I was like, here's what you're going to do. But again, that's where I stand. I think that giving power to a small body of individuals will eventually turn into a corrupt space.
Yeah, so no, totally. I mean, I just would like to, from my case, I only know, I can share with you what I know of and the effect that these kind of regulations have on businesses. For example, I'm going to give you one small example again with Terra Luna and UST. When you are regulated in certain jurisdictions, you submit and you want to list a coin, you submit to the regulator the basis on which, so the due diligence that you have done and the risk assessment that you have done to that coin. The Japanese regulator, if you're in Japan and you want to list a certain token, you submit to the Japanese regulator an in-depth analysis, and they are more interested in the downside of what happens if things go south. Who did this?
I did it because you know what? All this regulation talk is rugging the room, bro. Everyone else is gonna be polite about it. I'm an asshole. I apologize, bro. But the last thing we need right now is regulatory bodies coming in and then overtaxing us and then using the money to do whatever bullshit they've been doing.
In that case, I think there's a couple of hands up, so we should start to get to them because I think there's some new people here and I'll pay them some respect. But I just have an honest question to ask? I mean, and please, I love this conversation. Feel free to chime in. But should inflation be illegal? It's a question. It's not rhetorical.
No, it's haram.
my Middle Eastern brother. But yeah, I mean, should inflation be illegal?
Listen, I don't know how to answer this question. I mean,
is this a trap? This feels like a trap.
So because we're talking about downside, right? We're talking about regulation. In theory, right? You put $100 in the bank. by the end of the year, depending on what CPI and consumer prices are, you've actually lost money. That's why everybody says, the rich always say,
That's right. That's
don't
right.
keep money in the banks because you should invest it, because you always want to beat inflation, invest in an ETF, a mutual fund, whatever it is, right? Why do we have inflation? Well, a couple of reasons, but one of the biggest reasons is, or at least what we're facing right now, is the COVID era, right? Our government, again, speaking from experience in Canada, guys, states did the same thing. I'll just speak from my own facts. Printed more money than it's printed in the last, printed 60% of our currency in the last 36 months than it ever printed in Canadian history. Kuro can fact check and kind of back me up on this. What did that effectively do? Well, the government just woke up one morning, hit print, $100 bills came out, and then it devalued our dollar. Should that not be illegal? Should my $100 that I worked my ass off at 5 hours at McDonald's serving McChickens not still be worth $100? Well, why does it go down? Amongst many reasons. Again, I'm not saying it's just because they hit burr and money comes out. No, that's not what I'm saying, guys. I understand how CPI and all those metrics work. 100% I get it. But should it not be illegal that my $100 is now worth $95, or based on this year's CPI print, be worth about $85? How is that something that's legal? Is that not regulated? Is not our money printing system and our regulatory financial laws, are they not regulated? Why am I still losing money? Why am I still losing X amount of percent on my dollar year over year? Why? Because in the grand scheme of things, the government has the power to hit print whenever it suits them. Just like
Oh
with
man,
COVID.
just like we're about to do right now. People thought we were going to do quantitative tightening.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Exactly.
They've said they forgot for 2 months. Like, come on, you forgot to take $800 billion out of the market.
So we talk
okay.
Exactly. So we talk about, again, guys, and just to be fully transparent with those who I'm just speaking to for the first time, I am not fully against regulation. What I am against is the practice of what regulation will bring to this space. I am not in effect against, common practice laws, common practice regulations. Unfortunately speaking, guys, like, let's cut the bullshit here for a hot second. That's not the reality of our lives. We can sit here and, again, hold hands, sing kumbaya, and hope that one day regulations come into this space where they're actually going to be for us individuals. That's not the reality. And you want to sit here and hope that it will be one day, but that's not the truth, and it couldn't be farther from. And again, that's why I use that inflation example. Inflation should be illegal. I'm not saying it like not literally, but in a way, it's harmful. But guess what? Who controls it? Regulations and governments. That's it, guys.
Can I say something? I'll jump down to speaker real quick. Hello. Yeah, so I'll just go ahead. Yeah, regulation and rules-based systems no longer work. As a matter of fact, any system that is not utilizing intelligence or some form of artificial intelligence is being attacked right now by people that are doing that. Okay? So any type of rules-based system that is regulations, let's create these rules and then watch them, enforce them, they don't work. They're done. Any system, healthcare system, regulatory system, legal system, we can see these systems are failing because systems in general are all rules based, and they stopped working. They stopped working a long time ago. We can tell that the housing bubbles showed us that they stopped working. Enron showed us that they stopped working. The problem isn't that I'm not following the rules. It's the people that are making the rules are not following the rules. Okay? So it doesn't work anymore. Like, forget about it. Regulation is not coming. It's not going to fix anything. It's not even going to be applied. Okay? And you're saying that regulation works for small countries? Good for you, because that's what unregulated people do to people that they want to control. They put regulations and they have the power to enforce them. But you can't do that at scale. In the epicenter of everything, you cannot regulate. Okay? There's it has to be intelligence. Okay? We cannot just say, oh, this person is following rules, so everything is fine. No, auditing doesn't work. Rules don't work. It has to be hard intelligence. We have to go in there and be intelligent and say, wait, something doesn't seem right. Okay? Something doesn't seem right, that all of a sudden, like, there's so much, like, this SBF thing could be the result of like World War III because of how much money he lost and how reckless he was. Regulation is not going to fix that. How do you think Russia got all this money to fund a war for 7 months? You don't think those bots were stealing SBF's money? It doesn't work. Forget about it. Systems are dead. Healthcare system is dead. Legal system is dead. Systems that don't utilize
I don't know.
intelligence
I
are
feel like
dead.
those are some bold claims. I don't really like dive into too much into conspiracies, but what I will say is that, and I think I'm just going to say it out the way. I think we're misinterpreting the foundation of what regulation really means. It doesn't necessarily have to come from a government entity. Yes, for the past century and century before that, has it stemmed from government entities? Absolutely, because they're the only ones that have the manpower, the sustenance, the allocation to bring about regulation. Whether or not it's good or bad, I'm just talking to where regulation typically derives from. It comes from government entities or powers of states that have the allocation, manpower, resources to bring that about. What I am saying, whether you like it or not, I think we all agree that regulation in some form or fashion will derive into this space over time within the next decade or so. You can't really deny that fact. It's written everywhere. You ask any financial analyst, you ask anyone in the Web3 crypto space, they all agree to it. What I am saying is that there is a clear, open, indicative opportunity for the space in and of itself to create that regulatory body. We don't need to necessarily rely on government entities to bring that about. I think if we can agree to that, then we can basically go to the next step, and the next initiative is to, okay, now how do we go about creating such an action or such an entity?
I think
So
Emily
if
and
you're
Billy.
talking about, let me just say
Hold
this,
on, guys. I'm sorry to remark your hand, but these guys have had their hands up for a second. We should let them speak. Jelly or
but
Emily?
can I just respond to it as the comment?
Yeah, just short. These
Yeah,
guys have
just
had their
short.
hands up their whole time. Let's just let them
Yeah,
give
just
them
short.
a chance to speak up.
Just real short. So the problem is regulation is a rule-based system. It's based on rules. Okay, rules don't work anymore. That you can't just go and add a rule and fix
Where
things.
are you getting that evidence from? Society has always based fundamentally
From
has been built
programming
on
artificial
rules.
intelligence,
No,
bro,
listen.
and pulling my market out of the money, pulling my money out of the market because I was intelligent to realize that there's no
But
price discovery in this
society is
market.
built on the fundamental of rules and regulations. Society does
Not
not advance
anymore.
without
It's
that.
going
You
to have
cannot.
to be built on
What
intelligence.
is
It
artificial
can't be based
intelligence?
on
Let me
rules.
ask you this: what is
It is
artificial
not rules,
intelligence?
bro. Artificial intelligence is not
It
looking at
follows its own
rules.
subset sequence of codes and rules to derive itself as artificial intelligence. It's not
Yeah,
just
it's not
whipping it out
one
of
rule
thin
at a
air.
time. There's a whole difference between intelligence analyzing billions of rules at
But
one
then we just
time
agreed upon
versus
that rules still
you
exist.
passing one rule. Yeah, but the scale changes it into intelligence versus just a dumb one. I passed one rule. Oh, everybody follow this one rule. Whereas artificial intelligence is analyzing billions of rules at one time and figuring out what the
What
hell is
artificial
actually going
intelligence
on.
are you hinting at? Like, is there something that
Like
you can link that I can read?
GTP3, like GTP3, like when I asked it, what is the price of Bitcoin? It said, well, Bitcoin needs to go down in price because of supply and demand, basic fundamentals.
Yeah, so
Which
it's
are
principles.
derived upon
So
rules and regulations. I don't understand what you're arguing. We're arguing against the same thing here.
Guys, we're taking it away from these guys. Hold on, let them speak up and let's get Ty back. Jelly and Emily, whoever was first, go ahead, guys.
All right, I'll go first.
Yeah, I think it was Jelly.
All right, thanks. So I just want to say something to King real quick. If things don't work, the entire world will be in chaos. Healthcare system regulations do work. I mean, if they don't work, just a quick example. People will be dying left and right. So you can't just stereotype regulations on every industry and say they're not working. But I want to get straight to my point. I think what we're doing is just missing the complete picture when it comes to regulations. What we need to do, or what regulators need to do, is basically unite. Not just rely on a certain jurisdiction. It has to be multinational regulations that being applied to exchanges. If we rely on a certain jurisdiction, the exchanges, there's always a way to overpass these regulations. There's always ways to play with the books. There's always ways. Yeah, there's always some sort of strategies that these exchanges use to make it seem that they're complying with all these jurisdictional regulations. What really needs to happen is the power of these exchanges that are being gained right now, especially with the downfall of FTX, like Binance coming up. And look, I don't have anything against Binance, but what they're trying to do is monopolize the entire ecosystem. And if regulations are not put real quick on companies like that who are trying to monopolize the entire Web3 or the crypto ecosystem, I mean, a single company's downfall could be the downfall of this entire space. Yeah, that's pretty much what I had to say.
All right, my turn. So I think that we really need to back this conversation up. It's gone really deep into regulation, and that is largely around finance. But what we're not really accepting into the full view here is that another super important component of blockchain is the fact that it is managing data, and data is really what we're after here. Like, that's the true beast that we're trying to get a hold of. The cryptocurrencies that we use are the currency that you pay the toll with in order to transact on this blockchain. So at its core, they have intrinsic value that's undeniable. But I think framing it, especially to regulation, that it's it's an asset and it's something that is gaining value, and that value is a currency, is a disservice to anyone operating in this space. What it really is the token that you pay the toll with. And I think that extrapolating that out and reframing it in the set that this is an information highway. This is a new way to build products that deliver information in a decentralized way. This is also a way that companies can serve up consumers without creating the full suite, including things like user management and security that they had to before, and have better quick to market products to be realized. So, I mean, of course, what happened with FTX is like a major setback, but at its core, that was just, playing the Wall Street leverage games with our, cryptocurrency. They could have done it with beef futures. They could have done it with oil. They just happened to choose cryptocurrency this time, but they're not tied at its core. And I think, ultimately, like when we talk about it from a financial perspective, like, yes, of course, there are really complex finance mechanisms at work here, because that liquidity is what keeps the market moving. But ultimately, the regulation that is going to absolutely cripple the space is going to have to do with transferring data. And those centralized exchanges don't handle any of that. They're just banks in another shape. So, I think that it's important to separate those things out, or else we're going to get lost in the weeds here, and we're not going to be able to move forward with the great opportunity that we have to really rebuild the internet in a way that serves us as consumers, and not those few people up on top that are just scraping off of our literal lifestyles to make themselves richer by selling us crap that we don't need. Like, this is the problem at its core. Like, we should be really pushing the decentralization element and talking a lot less about the fact that, yeah, cryptocurrency goes up. Like, that's fun too. But this is about data and who owns your data. And there's laws in place now to protect my own personal information. And that's what I think is the real advantage here. It's not so much, I mean, of course, like there's value here. As this highway gets used more, you have to use the currency to interact on it. That's what's going on. But that data is what's at risk, and that's what we need to be really mindful of.
Appreciate that feedback. You guys pretty impressed. Nobody's shilling, nobody's soft shilling. It's a couple of engagement farmers, but what can you do?
Yeah, I think it's a good time to talk about my coin that I'm releasing that's going to address all everything.
I'm launching a clothing line.
We're launching a coin a day till the end of the year.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paul. I've been in the crypto space since 2001. Prior to crypto, I've been in NFTs. I've launched many successful projects, which led me to my masterpiece, Mumu Inu coin. And with Mumu Inu, we will be saving cows all over the world with Mumu Inu, where we will donate 100% of our profits. And after 1 year, we'd have saved 7 million cows here at Mumu Inu.
Like, bro, I can't stand when people do that shit. Sheesh.
Here, let's continue stirring the pot. Why does everyone think
You
we're
can
still
like
in
save
billing getting
planet Earth
banned?
with a gas guzzler.
Bro, I mean, there's a
Did
lot of
anyone ever
save
win
this.
that car?
Just look back at all the save this and save that. They're doing great things, and if we fudded them, we were the worst person on earth. Like, where are they now, brother?
I'm
Most
gonna
of them
give
are
out the
gone.
most expensive gas guzzling car that you then are gonna have to take and pay the tax on, and we're gonna save planet Earth with that. Wild.
No, he made $4,000 from that, or 4 Ethereum or whatever, and then he spent it on a fucking copyright infringement project. That's the level of genius we're dealing with here, man. Fucking completely smooth brain shit. What the fuck is a not okay
I'm
bill?
not okay, but I'm not okay.
Man, CryptoBite missed out on that whole conversation. Hey, I was driving. I was going into my parking garage. Kuro, don't you ever mute anyone in this fucking space and tell them they're rugging the room, pal. Oh, this guy, I disappear for 5 minutes. He acts like he's a lieutenant or general or something in this chat. You better lay off that mute button, pal. You ain't no co-host. I worked hard. I've been in crypto since 2003.
Books is in a good mood. He did his Meek Mill Pilates today.
Yo, the second someone introduces themselves to me and tells me how long they've been in crypto,
I
red
hate
flag.
that.
Immediate
Yeah.
red flag. I didn't ask you, motherfucker. Don't tell me. Yeah. I've been in crypto since 2003. Get out of here, bozo.
Yo, that guy, yo, it's the guys with the fucking 5-time CEO, current founder of 12 different projects in their bio. Those are the best ones, man.
I just got a phone call. I just got off a phone call with regulators. Shanice, my team, and I have been speaking with regulators, and I just got off a phone with a regulator at the moment. Shanice, I've got experts. Shanice, my experts are looking into the matter. The regulators, I've actually pinned up a poll to the top, and if you don't mind voting in the poll, maybe we will be giving these regulators, we will be giving up these gatekeepers and these influences to the regulators that we're dealing with here, me and my team. But listen, all jokes aside, I did just get off the phone with a regulator. He's actually going to be regulating something you would have never expected. Many of us have received messages on all social platforms: Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp, Viber, MySpace, Facebook, Snapchat, from a man by the name of Hasi in this space. And this regulator is going to regulate Hasi from DMing us and talking to himself in our DMs. He's actually renamed Hasi Harasi at this point because he's been harassing the fuck out of me. What do you guys think of that regulation?
Send that Bitcoin. Send that Bitcoin, Papi. The address is in my bio. You want to come to 11 with us? You want to hang out with us in Miami? I got you. You want to deck fuego in the face? I got you, bro. I got you. Everything you need. Send that Bitcoin over. You get access to all the chats again. I got you. CryptoBite. What's up?
What's going on? It's fucking Friday. I'm trying to decide. I don't know whether I should start drinking beer now or in a few hours. I swear to God, I get one more Web3 advisor in my fucking DMs. I'm going to lose my shit. Sorry.
Hey, I'm sorry. I
this
keep
is
DMing you, brother.
I know this is a no.
Oh God! Oh God!
A no swear, a no shill space, but man, Prophets, I will tell you, one more person puts Web3 advisor in their bio, I'm about to like do a boot.
Bro, let me know when you're doing it, bro. I'll drink beers with you and enjoy that one.
Man, I don't know anymore. Like, I tell you what was pretty crazy, Prophets, is last night, good stuff. We actually had some real advisors, like people from the Web2 side, real people who, sold a company.
Are you soft shilling some advisors?
No, I am absolutely not. But there were a bunch of non-credible advisors talking, and then the real people came up on the stage, and I just like this space. I gotta tell you, it literally just every day I just get blown away by how wild west some of this shit is. Like, I have a pulse every once in a while, like talking to some project founders, and just hearing like how like Web3 advisors like rugged them as well, or like they paid them a bunch of money in ETH and they didn't do anything or they didn't bring any value. But I don't know. I'm like not trying to go on a rant here, but this just gets back to my credibility thing going on in this space. Like I sometimes think because we're all, people that can hide behind cartoon characters, that we also get to play make believe on what our credentialing is, and we can just say we're whatever we are, or whatever we want to be, and then that comes true. Well, that works great until until you actually talk to a real company, maybe from the Web2 space or something, who understands how all this works. But there's just
And
too
crypto
much
bite,
like
you can't pull that shit on LinkedIn, bro. You notice a lot of these anon, like they ain't,
no.
we tell them to all go get the jobs on LinkedIn, but you actually got to interview and turn an application in for those advisory and consultant roles. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. And so I was actually going at, Scott, where I was like, anybody who wants to connect, I always ask for their LinkedIn. So
Hey, crypto, I
we
posted
can do
my
some
shit on my
vetting pretty
Instagram.
quick.
I posted my shit on my Instagram, so there's no confusion, bro.
Yeah, it's wild. Like it's this space is just turned into not just the wild west, but like it's like in Street Fighter where you go in and like you get to pick your character, Scott. Like that's what I feel like some of these like what's going on in this space at times. And I'll tell you what's amazing is some people have done the fake it till they make it, literally. And I'm all for it, by the way. As an entrepreneur, one of the things that you have to do to get a company off the ground is, Books talks about this all the time, there's a lot of people in this space who are amazing at sales and marketing. Boy, we got more sales and marketing around here than I think in any other space I've ever seen. We got a lot of good sales and marketing, which, by the way, as an entrepreneur, got to be good at it. And I'm not, and that is the way to get a company off the ground. Do not get me wrong, but there has to be something besides the sales and marketing, right? Yeah. That actually keeps everything going. And where I'm going with this, Scott, is that literally like in Street Fighter, when you pick your own character, it's like, damn, like people come in here, I'm gonna be Blanco, and then they just play that up.
Choose
Like,
your
I don't know whether they're reading the YouTube consultant course, like whatever it is. It's amazing.
Or trust
Have you
me,
ever?
I'm
Have
lying.
you ever?
Or trust me, I'm lying. Remember when ad hominem was literally quoting the book, bro? And I'm just like, you think none of us marketing guys have read books like, bro? We study these books, man, for like since they dropped in 2016 and 15. Like,
Since the day they
you
were
think we
fucking
don't have
written.
every digital strategy? Yeah, you think we don't
So
know
what?
digital
You guys
strategy
have
books?
never been.
Guys, I have pinned a very serious question to the top. I need everyone in this space to answer this question once and for all. The answer I'm going to give you, I think it's just as bad. But I'd love
100%
your opinions, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I'd be Books.
100
You could be
fucking percent.
CEO. Books, you could be CEO of a credible company. There's
Oh,
plenty
100% agreed, but they don't even put CEO, bro.
Yeah, I never
Like
seen a real
motherfuckers
CEO with
know
CEO in
they're
their
the
name.
CEO, you know?
Yeah, bro.
But
It's like,
you're
CEOs
using
don't
your
got
bio
don't.
to tell me
Hey,
that.
Books,
On
even
Twitter.
Gordon, it says co-founded Yuga, part of the other three. He ain't like super owner, advisor, like, bro, that's all his shit. And he's like co-founder and then also part of. Like, that's Gordon, the damn near GOATest founder right now in the space. And that man ain't got no crazy ass shit in his bio. He just,
well, bro,
told it as it is.
It's the same shit.
Motherfuckers be putting dedicated strategic advisor to the founder of EZoo.
What the fuck does that even mean?
You know what's even better? You know what's even more fun about this book? I was literally in a space where like one Web3 advisor like called out another one because one was part of like some rug, and then the other one was part of a worse rug, and then they were talking together, and I'm like,
when you see someone write resident strategic fundamental advisor of EZU, you tell him to Haspizu. Straight up, bro. That's all you got to do, and they'll get the fucking hint. But
I mean, like, we just need like a flush. Like, I feel this space does need a.
Bro.
It needs a toilet.
There's a lady by the name of Emily on this stage with her hand up, and all I've watched you do was talk and pretend she doesn't exist.
I exist. I'm not a catfish.
I'm just, Books. I come on here every once in a while just to vent my shit.
The loud noises.
Go ahead, Emily.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in on the hilarity that is everyone is in marketing and sales. And what I think people don't understand of like just how self-aware that is that's what we're trying to get rid of here. Like we're trying to facilitate peer-to-peer. We're trying to take out the middleman. And of course, there's a space for services and tools and specialists, but like it's not everybody. And if you're not making something cool or like you don't have a specialized area or like you're not, I don't know, you don't have any KPIs to back up what you're doing, then like get out of the way, bro.
We need I'm gonna sum up what Emily just said. We need less fluff. Like if you look at it, we've got DGod's Sales and Marketing. We got Frank, he's the founder of DGod's Sales and Marketing, right? And it's crazy because they tell us it's not sales and marketing. There's a utility. And then I ask them what the utility is, and they're telling me
it's sales and marketing!
Salesforce, the Salesforce.com, the SFDC of Web3. That's sales and marketing. This man, what? Does this guy want to be the CEO of SFDC? Because that guy is the marketing king of the world.
Big irony on that one though. The technology that you get with the Salesforce platform is native to the blockchain. Like that's the entire tech stack. It's built right the fuck in. As long as you choose blockchain, then we don't even need that anymore. So like, I don't know.
Okay, wait, whoa. I'm sorry. Can you? I think what you said was interesting. I think maybe I just haven't had my I don't know what my dose of I don't know what I need today. I really just like wow. But can you, Emily, just rewind that? The Salesforce of tomorrow is built into the blockchain.
Ready? Let's fucking go. Buckle up. So what we have with Salesforce.com as a platform is basically a configurable service where I can send little pieces of information on pre-configured workflows, or I can go back in and configure my workflow however I want. And then I get to say, I want to store my data in this scenario. And then I want to trigger events based on timeline or however that data appears. And then in order to have this platform exist, I also need a log, right? I need an audit log, an audit trail of what goes on here so I can see past history. And then I need a layer that is user management so I can control who has access to what. So if we take the blockchain, a smart contract enabled blockchain, the blockchain itself is the platform that's going to tell us how data is allowed to operate on it. And then we can take smart contracts and we can program in how we want these individual workflows to take place. And then we have NFTs, which are content and data management. And then we have wallets, which is user management.
All right. Yes, I think that one of the things that a CRM tool like the SaaS company Salesforce provides is that it provides a great way for lead management and understanding engagement, which is actually where I thought you were going. I thought you were headed more toward people. We can tell who is connected to which communities, and that gives us kind of a marketing play.
I'm talking about the stripped down technology. That's a layer that we can build on top, no problem. But the architecture that powers that, that's native to the blockchain.
I mean, I would say sort of. I think that
Nah, Crypto Bite, I don't know if you're 100% understanding what she's trying to say. So I'm gonna sum it up, bro. If you look at Salesforce.com, right, it's all algorithms, it's all database, so it's very similar to Solana, for example.
And it's also from Toronto.
Yeah. Now, are you understanding it a little better, Crypto Bite? CB.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, yes. Yes. I think
it's just a CRM, bro.
Yes. No, I'm aware. I know what Salesforce is, and I understand like how it works. I'm trying to draw the correlation of what a Salesforce. The key thing about Salesforce, it allows you to have
So
a
pretty
bunch
much, let me explain though. So I'm gonna tell you like how DeGods like on Solana is similar to Salesforce.com. All right. So you've got Frank. He'll contact Alex. He'll say, Alex, we got them last week, man. That show we put on, it was absolutely amazing. But I'm looking at the sales funnel here, and your audience, I see you haven't reached out to 700 people. They haven't bought a DGOT yet. We're putting together an action plan. I want you to review this, and going forward, how will we bring more business? I want you to start closing some of these leads in the funnel, but you're not closing any leads, Alex. Boom. Alex hits up Frank. He's like, I got this, blah, 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 blah. Week passes. Alex's account's disabled. The sales funnel gets passed to King Fudd. Now they've got a whole nother show going on for us. And that's who's responsible for the funnel now. Do you get it a little better, Crypto Bite?
No, that part makes sense. I think seeing it from that view, it's more of just what I would call a verbal lead converter using Twitter Spaces as lead gen for DGods. Yeah, no, I understand that part. I think that I think it's interesting though, Books. Where I'm going with all this type of NFT stuff though is that we need less people talking about building stuff and more people delivering on actually building something, right? At this point, I don't even care what that something is.
You guys would actually have to care about that. That's a problem. None of you guys actually give a fuck.
Wait.
That's true. I'm with whoever just said that. I 100% back that statement.
Okay, Ahmed, what was the statement? Since I missed it.
The fact that we don't actually care about what people are actually trying to build. We're trying to follow clout. And this goes back
Correct.
to the only reason I joined this space was there was sorry, coughed up on cold meds. A space that I joined here with Books, Profits, and Rich, and they were talking about gatekeeping. Ever since that space, to my best ability, I have tried to join every single day since. It was a topic that resonated with me and a topic that couldn't be closer to the truth than anything in the world. This space is followed with clout. We want to give our money to people and to projects that have been put onto a pedestal by a nice select group of fucking people who choose and will continue to choose what looks successful and what doesn't. There are projects out here, and I'll cut both of my hands off if I'm wrong, that have provided infinitely better utility, infinitely better art, infinitely better leadership. The list goes on. And unfortunately speaking, because they don't get that little bit ray of light, because they're not showing up on our timelines, because Joe Blow was
you got to elaborate on that. Are you like, because K Money is not talking about it? Like, you got to elaborate so I can understand it a little better.
The nice selective influencers, K Money, Farouk, the list fucking goes on. There you go, Books. The list of gatekeepers and or those with influential platforms are putting it on our timelines. We do not do the due diligence to actually go and look into these projects and give them our money or invest in them. Why?
But that's because they have better sales and marketing. But let me play on that even further, which is concerning.
Go for it.
If we look at, I'm just going to throw an example out there, and no profits, this is not a show, but there was a company that recently partnered with Coca-Cola, and no one saw this on the time. Recently partnered with Coca-Cola and is building out their entire. They're doing an entire thing with them to do like digital wearables where you can scan a Coke can and actually like get the augmented. That is incredibly cool. And this company is actually really well backed. They have a real product. They have a ton of success. They have an army of like AR, like super smart AR people, and they're partnered with Coca-Cola, right? Doesn't show up on the timeline. They release a limited collection of 500 NFTs, and they only have like a few people in their Discord. Now, what's amazing is they do have the product. They have a great company. What they don't have is, as you said, Ahmed, the sales and marketing that is required to run up the interest and the narrative behind it. Because if they had that as well, and by the way, I'm going to tell you why they don't care about it. So here's my next part of why they don't have that. So the reason they don't have that is what happens in this space is really what happened with art gobblers. The gatekeepers come running out and yelling from the hills, right? And then all the people in the village come running out of, oh, what is next? And then they go, running into the village square, and they listen to the Messiah on the hill, and then they run over and fund their MetaMask or whatever else, and they push the buy button, and then the gatekeepers go quiet, and then nothing happens with the price action. So all the villagers take their stuff and start burning it to the ground and yelling at each other in the Discord, and they start burning the village to the ground.
No,
that's come out again.
If you're not the gatekeeper. See,
yeah,
before
and then the
villages get burnt down, they start flooding some other project.
Correct.
Fucking attention goes there, some good ass project.
Correct.
They didn't pay them to promote it, and then they come back and they've got a new project ready for us.
Yes, and that's what I was going to say. Then the Messiah comes back out on the hill and he goes, "Attention, villagers, here we go again." And then everybody runs over to the next thing. And by the way, and just so we know this, that is not what Nike, Coca-Cola, Dolce & Gabbana, any of these brands want. And I've talked to a lot of people kind of in their own sales and marketing division. They don't want anything to do with the crypto Twitter gatekeepers and influencers to push out their stuff. They don't care. What they want is they want organic traction where people actually feel they're buying like a consumer product and they're being loyal to the brand, that they're buying into. Because people are buying into this because they actually they want a pair of real Dolce & Gabbana shoes, or they, really think AR is cool and they actually want like an AR filter. They want to be tied to the product. I talked to a bunch of people as we head toward mass adoption here, and the last thing that they say they want is a bunch of influencers to shill and overhype what's going on, so that the village crowd comes running in, all the traders come running in, they suck all the liquidity out, and then there's nowhere to sell it, and the floor goes to zero. That does not look good for brands that have a reputation. And that's why, by the way, Nike is building in their own world. Dolce & Gabbana has gone and partnered away from OpenSea as much as they can. Other brands are staying. They don't want anywhere near the word NFT and shill, and they don't want anywhere near that kind of a stigma. And I'm just going to say this, books, the gatekeepers in this space are in for a real wake-up call, because the brands, other than maybe a few VC groups who will use that just to run a mint and fill their bags and then get the hell out, they are not interested in using that promotion channel. So I think there's hope there, because that to me is hope for mass adoption. And it's also hope of breaking down the walls here of constantly just having a Messiah yell on a hill and everybody come running to that project and then just getting wrecked and then moving to the next one. Because
I'm sorry, dude. It's not ethical. It's not ethics that is causing it. It's putting their toes in the water. If they cared about actually making appropriate entrances at the market, it would be free, as they all should be. And they're not, which means it's not the companies. It's an in-between agency that is trying not to lose their business by not having something drop, and they're testing the waters before they do something bigger, which they will fuck retail. And as I just posted, as I retweeted the space, I just realized all fucking NFT buyers are lemmings, literally just following each other, waiting for the Messiah, and then falling off a cliff.
And that's the sad part
Lemmings.
too, though. And that's the sad
Fictional.
part, though, because we're in a space and we're in a pivotal moment in this space. You know, we're still in the infancy stage, in my perspective. That this is where we should like literally.
And
be looking.
that's just it. Right now, I think we're in a time in the NFT space where people are starting to, like, you see projects failing left and right, and I think it's for that reason that we're getting to a pivotal point in this space where you got to have something serious
Yes and
going
no.
on behind the scenes regards to like a business, what the NFT is actually doing in order for it to be successful. You can't just, it's not like it was 6 months ago where, oh, I'm dropping this project, we're doing this, and this, and then I'm going to mint out, sell out. Like, that's not happening today. And I think that's good. I think it's exactly what this space needed to kind of legitimize it.
Listen, it can happen. It is happening to very selective projects, but what are you trying to say?
That's what I was about to say. That's a double sword.
I was just saying that like we're in a pivotal point in this space where I feel like it's shifting
I disagree with that, because
you actually
we're
have to
saying
have
that
something
about
legit and not just
projects.
the Messiah coming down and saying, this is where we're going, and the villagers running and going there.
No, but that's false, because there are projects out there that do have offerings, that do have business plans, that do have people of leadership that have genuine real backgrounds.
Exactly. Nobody cares.
Exactly. But that's the issue, is that nobody cares. You're sitting here, though, talking about NFT projects should be different, but there are people trying to be different. You just don't see them. You're making that statement on the handful of projects that copy and paste Yuga Labs projects, that copy and paste Azuki Doodle's blue chip project roadmaps and fail. That's where you're making this assumption on. You ain't making this assumption on projects that fundamentally are actually trying to innovate the space. I'll call out one guy, Ben Dow, which I think is a fucking incredible platform. The kid's a genius for what he's trying to do. He's actually trying to change the space. Does he have all the clout in the world? Does he have all the thing in the world? Absolutely not. Could he be much further if it wasn't for fucking gatekeepers keeping him away from projects?
But what are you talking about? Franklin is controlling the floors. Like, this is the bullshit. The noise that you need to mute out, people.
Is he getting fudded? Is Pirate getting fudded?
Always.
No.
Always.
Oh, yeah, he is being fudded. Sorry, I thought if you said I'm fighting him, I'm like, no, I'm putting him
No,
on a pedestal here.
no.
You know what I appreciate is you, Ahmed, you didn't know what Ben Dow was. You fucking went and researched, and your mind was blown. Am I right or wrong?
Absolutely. I thought it was. I literally sat there for that whole space, didn't speak after, and just sat there and just looked at the fucking platform. I was like, and I said to the guy in the space, I was like, buddy, you are a fucking genius. This is, and books can vouch, and prophets can vouch. You are what the space needs. So no, I disagree with you, King. We just see the handful of projects that pretend to be doing something better. We don't see the average Joe that's actually trying to be innovative and build DeFi apps and financial apps and push out projects that actually have real sentiment behind it. But guess what? They don't get the fucking day of light anymore because there's a fucking select few people that don't put them on your timeline. That's what I was trying to say.
Guys, I'm going to hop in here and say, something that I think is good spoken, is that the projects that get built and are the ones that offer basically nothing. They're not the ones using technology. They're the ones that have like the art, the marketing, back to marketing mechanisms. They're not really going to deliver anything like merch.
Emily, are you on a plane with Richie? What's going on?
Yeah, I think you're
rugging. Emily, you're rugging real bad.
Of course
Emily.
I am. Yeah, hang on.
It literally sounds like you're driving up the mountain to go talk to the Messiah to relay his next message.
Right, I am driving up a mountain, but I cut off my Wi-Fi because I'm far enough from my house now. But yeah, like I think that, you know, the thing is that the projects that actually are utilizing blockchain technology and are actually doing something cool are just too complex for most influencers to be able to shill. And people's attention span is just too short, and they like the ride, and they want to, you know, they want token goes burr, money goes up. Like, that's what's exciting and that's what's fun. And those are basically just gambling addicts. They're not people here for the tech. They're not people here to see us, change the surface of the internet and the way that we can own our own assets. They just want to make some money.
I totally agree with that. Just to give you guys an idea, Ben DAO is a use case in this space, a utility, guys, something that pushes Web3 forward. Not only is it something that pushes Web3 forward, it's something that the team is constantly thinking of ideas, constantly thinking of ways to introduce new standards to this space and make things happen that this space needs, not trying to figure out a way to launch a 10,000 PFP NFT project of some bullshit and give us some broken promises. They bring stuff to the table and they're not being praised for it. There aren't enough people saying, hey, holy shit, how can I invest and get some stake into Ben DAO? How can I get involved? There's no one really caring about it because the cool kids on the block are not praising it. We're out here praising Frank. Frank has built nothing compared to Ben DAO, and we're out here praising the guy. Why are we not praising Ben DAO? Like, this is the shit that drives me nuts. Call it marketing or not. I mean, we've seen so many projects in this space spend God knows how much fucking money on marketing, and it just doesn't work because the gatekeepers control the narrative. This is the shit that we have to change in this space. We have to stop that, and I hope you guys are understanding what I'm talking about by gatekeepers are controlling the narrative. I really, really do hope you guys understand that.
Yeah, I did a deep dive on this as well, books, and it's really interesting. I think what also controls a lot of that narrative, it's really a couple things. If you have a micro ecosystem, which, guys, I know crypto Twitter, we believe that we're some a mass of people. We're not. We're very small in the ecosystem, and that a very small group with people that have a certain level of digital influence can then actually and I mean, books Frank prove this, can then actually drive influence across really the entire, as I would say, the entire group of villagers who are looking for whatever it is they're looking for. And I think that when we do look at that, we've seen that in other schemes books. If you look at the company Monet used multi-level marketing, right? They used an MLM marketing model to move their product and make billions. They really did, off of all the skincare stuff. Like, I'm not sure how many people saw on their Instagram, women and people sharing products in that way. They used a large influencer force to do that. And here's what's crazy: we're even a much smaller community of people. And so it's very easy for people who have, who really can rein in the projects that they want to share out. They're all sharing them out, books, in a coordinated way. And at first, I didn't really. I heard some of this narrative and I didn't fully believe it. But then I took a step back into some of the MLM tactics and looked at, again, who was getting paid on the stages for shilling what, and how you get, your project into that gatekeeping spot, right, to get the spotlight books, and what the cost of that is, and then who else is tied to it. And you're right, books. It really is a group of people who then communicate that narrative. So it starts at one level, it gets communicated down, and then the people that they're connected with are like, cool, yeah, we got this project. We're going to be first on the white list
crazy,
there.
Bro. It's so crazy, this gatekeeping shit. It's so crazy. It's like there's two cliques of influencers, right? There's the right side and there's the left side. And if the right side of influencers, who have they're the biggest gatekeepers in this space, aren't paid by a project that the left side is pushing, they're going to FUD it. And we saw a prime example happen on a very, very large scale. You guys saw that Project Paradox? Okay. So you have these influencers that were pushing Paradox. Paradox is getting flooded to the fucking ground as a scam and this and that. But it's that left side of influencers. Had it been the FaZe Banks, Steve Aoki, Logan Paul, that whole group, Nelk Boys, Paradox would have been getting fucking praised. It wouldn't have been getting flooded. This is the same shit that we're seeing happen in Web3, bro. And this is the stuff that we've got to change. For example, we've got Code, the co-founder of BendDAO. He's on the stage all the time. Did you hear Frank come on the stage and tell Code, hey, Code, you're doing great things in this space, bro. I love you. Huge fan. Call me when you get out of the shower. Did you guys ever see that happen with Code? No, but I saw that happen with Luca Netz when he pretended he didn't know Luca Netz on the stage and said, hey, call me when you get out the shower. And Luca Netz is doing great things, but Luca Netz, what did Luca Netz do? Luca Netz brought an art PFP fucking project with no... does Pudgy Penguins do anything that I'm not aware of, guys?
So in that defense for that, he took over that. Can you hear me good?
Yep.
Okay. He took over the project that the old guy Cole left literally no liquidity in. And then he funded it and then is now using his Web2 connections to further on the brand as far as the IP goes.
What Web2 connections?
I guess he's connected to, Kellogg's. They're doing that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's toys. They got the Gel Blaster toys. They teamed up with somebody to do that. I'm not in the community as much as I used to be, but yeah, that's my take with that. It's just collaborations and things that I don't see many other NFT, if any other NFT communities doing.
About Pudgy's profits?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, because Luca is, if you look up Luca Netz, he's a straight legend from Web2. He's connected to, I mean, we could sit here all day, pretty much like Paulo. So he is exercising all of his Web2 plugs. Target, he even just recently bought Ed Hardy to turn it around, his company. So like that's what he does. He likes to turn shit around, and he's doing everything.
It's really his sales and marketing, right?
Yeah, and Luke is so you got to think he's 24. You know what I mean?
Yep,
and he's
Shopify.
advised.
This is why he's a legend. Luca
Yeah.
Netz is the Shopify e-commerce king.
Right.
Straight up.
Too, to add to this whole situation, as neutral as I am, I'm pretty sure Pudgy would have been just considered a rug. If Luca never. Does that mean it was the best decision ever? No, but I'm just putting that out there.
Why do you choose Pudgy Penguins of all projects?
Scott could probably answer better than me. I never directly
I
talked
think
to the
because a lot of it was when like projects were, so Cole was like putting the word out that, I mean, y'all know he was funded so bad, like it was like, what was he really gonna do type thing. But I was like there was really, I mean, before Pudgy there was only Yuga's acquisition, right? So I guess it was fairly new then. But I think what I remember what he told me was it was one of his first NFTs, and it was always Bored Ape, Me Bits, Crypto Punks, like in the early first 6 months, and then Pudgy's. And he said he just like didn't like how Pudgy's basically just like fell off to like every other type of project. So it was like more of a like a, not only a business thing, but it was his first NFT buy, and once he saw it for sale for that price, you couldn't say no. And it's crazy now. I remember when he bought it, everybody was like, "That's so overpriced, 2.9. He's fucking crazy." Like, man, shit, boy made that back quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in if that's okay, Profits. Respect.
You're good, fam.
Okay.
My bad.
Yeah.
Okay, you're good.
Hey, this is the first time. This is the first time I've been up here, so I just wanted to make sure it was cool to jump in. Yeah, I mean, I came in before, around during the time of Bored Apes, and I think the NFT profile picture phenomenon has come like full circle. Like, because in the beginning, and the community was really small back then, right? And I always talk about like the clubhouse days. That's kind of like where all this shit was kind of like popping, and we were all sitting on our fucking phones in front of our computers buying Yetis. And it was like when Farouk was like when he was like a baby, and he was like a part of Bored Apes, and before any of this influencer bullshit came about, and before any of these huge mega millionaires decided they could just hire an artist for really cheap. And I come from the creative side too, and I have tried to do, back when you were like asking your pals to make derivatives of the Bored Apes, and then you started just kind of dipping your toe in and making your own art. And I went on the whole like I'm gonna create a project, like a 600 project, or 10K project type of thing. But I had to learn all the code and all that shit on my own, because I'm an artist, and I did have a lot of people who were interested and stuff like that. But once I started going, the NFT cycle started to it just started changing so quickly, and there was like no utility. What was the utility behind the Bored Apes? It was drawing on a bathroom wall. Like, that was the fucking utility. And then all of these other projects just started, coming up. And then all of a sudden you're like, now you're part of a DAO, and now you got to get some merch. And now you have to like, you're going to put the money back in the community. And it's like, I feel like now we're going back to kind of like, we're getting away from these hard rugs that have happened, and we're just kind of getting back to the beginnings of like, why the fuck are we here and what are we doing?
I mean, listen, we have to always take into consideration that it is a bear market, and this is fucking natural in a bear market. Shit, Bitcoin had a phase where people were reconsidering why they're here and what they're doing here because the price was down. We have to start being a little more fucking patient and understanding that it is a bear market, man. That's my whole point. I mean, I know why I'm here and why I haven't left and why I'm not going to leave. As far as Farouk goes, I kind of changed my mind. I wasn't Farouk's biggest fan in the past. Listen, I'm still not his biggest fan, but the guy has done a lot for this fucking space. He's onboarded so many people. He didn't just come here and grift. He brought a lot
Oh
of
no,
people to this
100%.
space.
He was in the community. Like, he was on every single BAYC
Bro,
clubhouse,
that
and
guy
I'm not
worked
knocking
fucking
Farouk
hard.
at
And
all.
forget about BAYC and Clubhouse, bro. He brought people to Clubhouse. He comes with millions of followers on Instagram prior to fucking anyone knowing about NFTs. He introduced NFTs to his following on Instagram, which is fucking awesome. This is what we're not getting enough of. We're getting to a point right now where we're not onboarding many people. We're sitting here, it's like becoming this saturated market where Bored Apes are recycling money with fucking D gods, and you're fucking flipping your D god, then you're going to crypto punks. It's like the same money recycling through the ecosystem. We need new money. We need new blood. And we need new fucking leadership. We need new influencers. We need people that aren't just here to grift and scheme and trick people and shit like that. There's way too much. Right now, whatever narrative it was in the past that they want to keep is not working. It's not working at all. These influencers can't even handle the bear market. I'm looking at a lot of these influencers. I don't even think they have NFTs. I think they're just here grifting straight up. And there's way too many of them. And we have to stop dedicating all our time to one founder. Frank is not the only person in this space. There are so many other founders in this space that need to be highlighted. Not just the cool guy that, the kids like. This shit's getting a little crazy. I have a Mutant Ape PFP. I've got a lot of other NFTs, a lot of other apes, and things like that. And I'm not going to sit here and say Gordon Goner is the Messiah, or Gordon Goner is the best founder and the only fucking thing in this space. I'll even call him out if he does some dumb shit. But we have to stop sticking with that praising and holding one founder on a pedestal stuff. And most likely, these founders that are being held on these pedestals, all they've dropped is some art.
staking, I mean, staking ain't that big of a deal to me, to be honest with you. It's been around forever. Frank didn't invent it. We need to fucking praise founders
Wait
in
a
this space.
second. Are you saying you're not
actually doing
excited?
big things.
You're not
Absolutely not,
excited?
Prophets.
They're going live this week. Utes are staking live this week.
Absolutely
You're
not.
not ready to get 20 cents for your fucking Ute staking?
Absolutely
And dust?
Staking for shitcoins isn't why you're here?
No, absolutely not, yo.
Yep,
What
you
about
heard it here
sweatshirts? Are you here
first. You heard
Are
it
you
here
here for
first.
sweatshirts?
I mean, just think about it, right? You could take your Ethereum on Coinbase and stake it and make decent money. Shit, Ethereum's at $1,000. It goes back to $5,000. You're gonna make some serious money. There are also other platforms. I'm just using Coinbase because it's one of the most popular ones. There are other platforms and coins you can make a whole lot more money. Instead, you want me to transfer this Ethereum into whatever project you have and make my risk way higher for the same or a little more of a reward. I'm not the biggest fan of it. No. It's a way to keep people fucking patient and off your ass.
You know, I think what's really interesting about the community as a product style of NFT projects is that we get a lot of people that have never run a community anywhere close to that size. And then you have a bunch of people hanging around holding the token, wondering what they're supposed to do with it and when they're going to get any value from it. But it's really just kind of a farce because they, as the holders, are supposed to provide the value for themselves.
Yeah, I think that's why a lot of projects fail, or because the community. I think the community can't hold it up, and you're right, they don't have any patience.
It's a space that's been overly saturated with instant gratification, where a lot of the users that are here now and have been around for a chunk of time have been used to fucking hitting the blackjack table, basically throwing some money and boom, you throw on it, oh shit, I just made 10 grand. And the unfortunate part is that these same people that are investing in projects like these are the ones launching products like these. Frank, not to call the guy out because don't know the guy. So, anyways, but I was on his Twitter the other day. He's talking about how important it is to be on LinkedIn. So I'm on LinkedIn myself. I use it every day of my life. So I went on LinkedIn, and he's sitting there talking about how important LinkedIn is to NFT marketing because you need to grow your audience from elsewhere, which I actually agree with. I think it's a very intuitive way to do a thing. I click on his followers; they're all fucking fake. So again, it goes back to painting a narrative and painting this successful entrepreneur narrative and jumping into a project and talking about mechanisms that have been around for 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years and copy and pasting
Wait,
somebody
whose
else's
followers
project.
are fake?
Wait, fake followers on
Whose
LinkedIn?
followers are
Frank.
fake? What are you talking about? Frank who?
Frank from fucking whatever that
Frank
project's
the
called,
God?
God or Youths. Yeah,
Nah,
bro.
nah,
It's
nah,
fucking.
nah, 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 nah. Tinfoil hour is officially in full effect. I think hold the fuck on. I would never in my life bought anything. First of all, but if it's something I will buy, it's 100% LinkedIn. Profits. Why do you say that? Why do I say that? I'll tell you why I say that. Because LinkedIn is where the money is. LinkedIn is where the VCs are. LinkedIn is where you will literally connect with somebody that can either scam the fuck out of you or you can scam the fuck out of them. I hate to say it in that way, by the way, but that's where the money is at. Whoa. Wonder why he would do such a thing.
Did you
straight
know?
up, that's where it's at.
Did you know that LinkedIn has a product parallel?
Emily, you rugging bad.
Again? Ugh. Okay.
Yeah.
How now?
It's a little better.
All right. I live in the woods. LinkedIn has a product similar to Twitter Spaces. It sucks, but it exists.
What happened to Facebook's? I remember they were having rooms too, but I went to one crypto one, And one NFT one, and the lady just didn't know what she was talking about. But I didn't know
Bro,
if they still had them.
Facebook has become like, all them kids from high school that like they turn to heroin. They're on Facebook ranting about their relationships and shit, a whole bunch of
Selling
crazy stuff.
bar
Man.
stools on
Facebook is like
Marketplace.
all the junkies I grew up with are on Facebook and Facebook Marketplace. Bro, every time I open that app, I see someone fucking ranting and telling me that they're clean, but I drove past them.
About
I saw them
politics. It's
shooting up
always
2
about
days ago. Some
politics
crazy
books.
shit.
It's
100%,
always like,
bro. So Trump and the Avengers just fucking landed on Mars and they're gonna save us from the globalists and all this crazy ass shit, bro. Get the fuck out of here. I got no time for that shit. Facebook, you lose brain cells reading Facebook, bro. LinkedIn got a bunch of
Books.
grifters too, man. Don't get
Instagram's
it
still
twisted.
hot though, for sure. Instagram is definitely still hot. It's not going anywhere.
Here's the thing with Instagram, bro, that I'm dying for. I'm dying for Instagram to add Bored Ape PFPs and all these NFTs as PFPs, because all them sugar daddies, all them scammers, all them drug dealers, and all those sugar babies when they find out you could have a PFP that costs $100,000, man, they're gonna be going on vacation and doing all kinds of things for that new PFP, man. Ooh, that going on vacation alone. You see all them girls are on vacation alone all the time. That guy taking that picture, he's going to be buying that Bored Ape. So I can't wait until they add that. That's the only thing I care about right now.
Profits, here's another fucking tinfoil hat alert, whatever the fuck it's called. He's no longer on LinkedIn, but I can quote the tweet that he says, I'm now on LinkedIn, and I just go back to click on it because I'm just curious to go back on it. His LinkedIn is gone.
Damn, they disabled him for buying followers on there?
He's gone. If you try and search him up, you can go on his thing. You can search his tweet. He
What
says,
was
I'm
his
now
name?
on LinkedIn.
Was it Frank
It was Frank
D.
D. Gods too. Yeah.
Why doesn't he change D. Gods to D. Jow?
That's a great question.
He already got the millies he needed. He don't need LinkedIn no more.
I gotta say this though, the only VCs that have reached out to me have come through LinkedIn.
Yep. Nobody wants to listen. And like crypto, we were saying earlier, you got to really put an application, and you got to really go on Zoom, and you really got to explain your resume and how you really advise and consult, and then they will actually. Sometimes you'll meet another time where they'll give you an exercise. So I would love to see you Anons pass some of these exercises. And it's actually been embarrassing. I actually changed shit to consultant now since everyone's a Web3 advisor, CryptoVite.
By the way,
Hold on, you're a different you are advisor for OpenSea, my guy. That doesn't count. I needed maybe I needed to put some clarity in my tweet, because like if you're the CEO of Johnson and Johnson, you could put that in your bio, but it's like, no shit, my guy, we know that already. But you're an advisor for OpenSea, that's a different story. But don't sit here and tell me that you're the chief operating officer of fucking Frosty's NFT and it's just some what do you operate? You're telling someone, hey, we need to transfer from this wallet to that wallet, pal. I need to pay my fucking rent this month. Like, what are you fucking advising? This is what I'm not understanding. So those people gotta go.
Also,
Noctanimus DM'd me. I just brought him up. Okay, so call out the gatekeepers to keep people away from them. Noctanimus, I'm sorry that you haven't been in this space long enough and don't really understand or know what we've talked about, but they've been called out many fucking times, my friend.
What about YouTube Shorts? Anybody using those?
YouTube what?
Bullish. Bullish. Hey, it's
Hey, yo,
actually
listen. None of that. Nope. Not going down. Crypto Mama is on the stage. She wants to talk. Let's give her the mic. What's up?
Hey guys, so I'm having so much fun listening to you. Actually, I'm having fun by watching like memes of SBF and the whole story. But
Meme,
what I wanted,
I love you.
yeah, but I wanted to like bring is, have you guys saw maybe like how many different worldwide conferences when it comes to Web3? They, when you look at their like speakers, like seriously, how the fuck is like an NFT enthusiast from Twitter is gonna teach me anything fundamentally about NFT? If you get my point, it's like similar to what you guys.
You just don't open this can because I ain't gonna shut up. This is a very, very important topic. Scott knows
It's
what I'm talking about. My ass is chapped today, and I guess it's a good time to talk about it. You know what I think is
it's
also very interesting, Crypto Mama? You got people
mm,
on stages, right? They haven't been in
yeah.
Web3 all 9 months. The last 7 months, they've been rugging the fuck out of everybody all
Mm,
simultaneously. We don't even know. And then now they're speaking at the biggest speaking engagements in Miami.
exactly.
With the
Exactly.
what the fuck?
Yo, some of the biggest, like the biggest cucks of this space, no, straight up, in the crypto space, the tackiest, like, dumbest individuals are the ones that die to speak at these events. Like, I've been to, what was it? The Bitcoin conference last year, the Mayweather one. It was like, bro, you lose brain cells listening to some of these people. Given, like, some should be speaking. I understand it. But
Definitely.
again, there are too many that do it for sales and marketing. They're up there to hype up, like, holy fuck, guys, the founder's speaking, the price gonna pump. Oh my god, did you see? Lil Baby was performing before him, and his fucking shirt had a tiny ass patch on it next to where it said Fruit of the Loom. It said Moo Inu Moon. This is the reality of it, man. This is what fucking sucks. Like, this is the stuff that we need to start seeing through and understanding.
We need more of education, but a genuine one. And I hate that a lot of people think that all of us are scammers just because they got rug pulled by scam projects and stuff. So whenever I used to host my own spaces in the past life, last year, I used to like keep telling people that first of all, blockchain is about technology. It's not like about tokens, and that they should, fundamentally invest and get first of all educated in what they're getting into, actually. Like you have these people, they read like a random tweet, and then he goes on Binance and buys the token, and then he cries tomorrow because he's been rug pulled, and all these pump and dump groups, and I don't know, like the whole everything is so complicated and fucked up, like the whole world anyways. I'm just annoyed that really everyone thinks that us who are like genuine players, no matter what we are doing in Web3 space, like why you gonna call us out scammers? You know what I mean? We didn't scam anyone. I mean, blockchain is not a scam. I mean, it's a tech and it works. I mean, if you wanted to make it work, unless you wanna be SBF and his beauty queen.
So I'm going to give you a word of advice, even though you didn't ask for it. No matter what it is, and I don't know who you are personally, I'm just saying for anybody that may be thinking this. First of all, if you're genuinely building something and you know what you have planned and what you're doing and what you've already done and what you keep doing based off what you say you're going to do, FUD, Discord shit, a tweet, I promise you, it doesn't matter. As long as you continue to build and do what you say you're gonna do, it doesn't matter what people, or even what you think people are, the majority are. Because at the end of the day, if you're coming from a place that is again true, and you know what you're building is whatever the tech, whatever, not a pump and dump, then literally nothing to worry about. And I promise you, there's more people here willing to buy in than there's not. The people flooding is a small group. It's a very small group. The real serious flooding is a small group of people.
Can I run an idea by you guys?
What?
It's recorded, but
What the fuck? Are you doing charity now, Books? No, send the invoice. You get my brain.
I assure you my bill is going to be higher than yours.
Go ahead, Fidget.
On a serious note. So in an other world project where they don't charge people for their NFTs, it's not mine, it's somebody else's, and you take no royalties from it, right? Where I have to presume that you have the latitude to kind of fuck with people. What if how do you think a community will respond is after post-reveal, we decide to scramble up their rarities and scramble up their pictures and do that on a continuous basis?
Can you elaborate on that, bro?
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
So imagine if
That
there's a
sounded
project
like
that has...
longitude, not latitude.
Just go in plain English. We know the project's not yours. Go for it.
Perfect. If you have dynamic NFTs that you can update pictures and metadata, what loyalty does the founder have to the community to keep the rarities?
Oh, this is a known issue, bro. This has been going on forever, Digital. I don't know if you know that or not.
No, tell me.
I mean, this has been going on forever.
What do you mean?
Wait, what's
Like
the question, Visual,
where
about
they change the
dynamic?
metadata?
Yeah, change the metadata and the pictures
Yeah, this has been
based
going
on
on
accents.
forever. So many different projects have been flooded over this, bro.
So tell me about it, please. I'm actually interested.
Okay, so for example, pre-reveal project doesn't reveal until a week after launch, right? You guys all mint my project, and then all of a sudden you notice all my friends got the rare ones and the legendary ones or whatever because I changed the metadata. Or I
No, not to friends. No, imagine if, and this is really, I'm thinking through it right now. Imagine if you sold, and by definition, if you sell, the metadata and the image changes to a less rare image by definition. And if you hold, you randomly get selected, randomly get selected to have yours scrambled up to a higher rarity and a more rare picture.
Someone's losing out though. Someone's losing.
I feel like it's one of those things, Digital. If you sign up for it, like if that's like, I mean, if I feel like it has to be addressed beforehand. But if the founder just says, "Hey, we're doing this," all of a sudden, like in Digital, you know, like I told you with Denton Fields, when we wanted to make it dynamic, or when Denton wanted to make it dynamic, we're like, okay, how can we do it without like doing that, diluting, you know? So that's how that Dream Machine trait
so
came. No, I'm
free
saying Digital. What we did instead of doing that was make traits that connect to to make it dynamic. But you can't just sell the traded out the new traded picture. It all connects as one NFT. Does that make sense? That's what we did.
But imagine if you could separate. So again, this is a completely free mint, 0 royalties, no charge. Imagine
free. Okay, well, fuck
free.
it. Yeah, fuck it, bro.
Free.
Like, let's bring on some weird new metas, bro. I'm all for it.
So
dude.
anybody who bought on secondary can only scramble up, but anybody who minted can be scrambled anyway.
It's gonna cause a pump and dump, in my opinion.
It's gonna be a pump and dump anyhow, though. I'd rather see what people do. I'd rather have the experiment. I'm interested.
I mean, if you're interested, listen, bro. I don't know.
I don't like it.
What you're trying to do, but it's just not going to work out, man. You're going to ruin your name over it.
Wait, so you're saying that if anybody who minted will lose, has a potential? So just, and again, so think about it later on. If you're selling, anybody who's buying, by definition, gets a lower rarity asset. If you hold, you can get randomly scrambled up to a higher rarity.
What, half the collection is going to be rare? Like it's just...
No, just higher rarities or lower rarities than what exists at that point. I'm not saying we're doing this. I'm actually running this by you guys just to speak about it.
So what you're talking about is scaling rarity based on conditions?
Based on actions.
On actions, okay. So holding it is one action, paying more in the Dutch auction is another action, or something of that nature. That's kind of just like a pay to play, right?
No, it's free. It's rewarding those who hold and punishing those who buy from a seller.
Hey, Digital, you could probably even connect like the royalty differences, right? Like the longer that you hold, the less royalty like it charges you. I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas, bro, because this shit's. I just like to do shit like that.
In general, yes, but we have 0 royalties. So, or
that
project has 0 royalties.
What's the incentive to buy on secondary if you know you're never going to get a rare one like you could have minted?
Exactly.
So there'll be no secondary market. There'll be like realistically, like there'd be like 0 volume.
And we're not making any money, or they're not making any money. without supply, there is no demand, and
Right,
without demand, there is no supply.
the environment can't exist because if nobody's selling, then everybody has rare. Like everybody has rare
Wonderful.
ones.
So then maybe they'll actually care about the projects trying to deliver in terms
We're
of
so
substance
based.
and
We're so
opportunities.
based for this conversation. I love all of us. We're so fucking smart.
Yeah, but like, what would be like? What's the
Invoice
point of
on the
having a rare
way.
one? Though?
Invoice on the way. Invoice
Like,
on.
what's
You
the
want my
perk to
take?
having a
You
rare
want my
one?
take? Listen, the whole point is he doesn't want any secondary trading to create more of the want for the mint. My big brain question is, what the fuck is the point of all this? Are we trying to drive traffic to a specific like launch pad?
No, I'm trying to curate a community, right? So if you're buying not because you care about the rarities, but you care about being part of the community,
You're
then you're
trying to
buying
curate
based
a
on substance.
community via NFT.
Yes.
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard you say respectfully, because you're a very smart person.
You could
Oh,
do
I
it by
know.
just.
I already
There's
tried to
so
curate
much
by
better
giving one.
ways. There's so many better ways to curate that, but I mean, I guess you have to understand that people are going to do this or consider whatever you're doing to make money, because it's an NFT, and that's what we think of when we think of NFT. We don't think of picture. We think of money. I love my fucking
I
ape,
know.
but I would have offloaded it if it didn't give me the money it already gave me.
Can I ask you a secondary question then, Profits?
This fucking invoice getting fat. Go ahead.
Just we'll be at Art Basel. I'll buy you some shit. The next question is, how much would you be required to be paid to let somebody else mint your NFT as their own, as an authorized derivative? So it would be, instead of an BAYC, it would be a BAYC number, whatever yours is. So it'd be able to be hexed. It'd be on Ethereum. It'd be authorized by you, and someone could wear it in spaces. How much would you need to allow somebody to do that?
I wish I
So
could give a
basically,
one-off
sorry,
answer.
you're selling your IP rights, if I'm misunderstanding, or
No, you're selling your identity.
Like,
sorry, what?
So,
but it's a derivative.
Hold on. I'll answer this. Anybody can make a derivative and do that without doing that, first of all. Secondly, if
it'd be authorized. So literally,
no, but if I'm not, so I would only do that if I'm not branding my ape, because I'm not going to be responsible for somebody spazzing out with my identity online just because I took $100,000 for it.
Profits, I want to know the number. How much would you require for someone to be
me?
Yep.
No, priceless. That's why we do these free spaces.